The elements, the senses, mind, etc., act only with the help of their own other counterparts, light, space, etc. The self or the infinite consciousness does not do anything and is not involved in activities. They who consider this world real do not have self-knowledge, and to them we are unreal. In me there is pure awareness of the one cosmic consciousness, and even the activities of the world appear non-different from it, just as movement is non-different from the wind. In their mind my body seems to be real, but to my illumined intelligence their physical existence is unreal, as it is to a sleeping person. My relationship with them is also Brahman, which exists in Brahman. Whatever be their vision, let it be so, that is all right for me. Since all this is pervaded by Brahman, I do not exist as I. Even these words apparently arise, for your sake. In the heart of such a knower of truth, there is neither desire for pleasure nor desire for liberation. Neither liberation, nor wealth, etc., is of any use to him who is established in the realization that I am not, nor is the world. Vasishtha continued. Vida 2:40, 41, O Rama, that is called the Self, Svarupam, which knows external forms and internal psychological states. When the not-self is weakened and self-nature expands, in the light that then arises the world is realized as a mere experience. When one is fully established in the self, then this world appearance ceases like a dream during deep sleep. Knowing that pleasures are dreaded diseases, that relatives are bondage, and wealth, artha, is the source of unhappiness. Anartha, one should rest in the self. The not-self is samsara, and resting in the self is supreme good. Hence, one should be oneself, as the void of consciousness. I am not the self, nor the objects, nor the world appearance, I am Brahman, the supreme peace into which I have entered. You alone are aware of the you, I see only the supreme peace. The Brahman consciousness does not know the creation consciousness, and vice versa, even as the dreamer does not know the sleep state and one asleep does not experience the dream state. The enlightened person sees both Brahman and the world as the waking and the dreaming states. Hence, he knows all these as they are. As surely as it is a certainty that where there is sunlight there is illumination, where there is experience of the essencelessness of the world, the objects, there occurs spiritual awakening. The only reality here is that the supreme essence of cosmic consciousness dances in every atom of existence. Who can measure the immeasurable or count the infinite? This delightful cosmic dance that you see in front of you, O Rama, is but the play of the infinite consciousness. The sleeping person, when he is not in deep sleep, becomes the field for the play of dreams. In the same manner, the self, when it is not in self-knowledge, appears to become the seed for this world's soft-appearance. Contemplate the self and live in the waking state as if fast asleep, free from psychological distress. When one is spiritually awakened and when one lives with his wakeful state resembling deep sleep, the state in which he is known as svabhava, self-nature, and this state leads one to liberation. One who is established in Brahman, who does not see a distinction between Brahman and the world, lives in this world, too, without creating a division between subject, object and predicate, and therefore without a sense of doership. In his eyes everything appears as it is, and there is neither unity nor diversity. An imaginary city is imagination, not a city. This world appearance is appearance, not the world. The reality is infinite consciousness or Brahman. Vida 2:42 Vasistha continued, the world appearance arises in ignorance and wisdom puts an end to it. But all this is meaningless to the reality itself, which neither arises nor ceases. That reality is the indivisible, infinite consciousness, apart from which nothing is. That seems to undergo polarization within itself, thus becoming aware of itself as its own object. This seems to create a division in partial knowledge, which is Sadhaka said to be the void of consciousness because it is devoid of the ego sense. Ignorance. Such awareness is inherent in consciousness, but it is non-different from consciousness. The distinction between the world and its Lord is verbal and false. In the indivisible, infinite consciousness no such distinction is meaningful. On account of the illusory notions of time and space, somewhere at some time gold appears to have become a bracelet, Even so does the notion of a creation arise in consciousness. When thus even duality is non-existent, investigation into the causal relationship between the Creator and this creation becomes meaningless. When what exists is realized as it is, that is, as the indivisible consciousness, the world appearance ceases. Remain firmly established like a rock in the realization of this truth, while functioning as an intelligent being here. Worship the Self which is the Supreme Lord with all your natural actions and experiences, including your wisdom. Worship with these articles, the Self instantly bestows upon you the boon of spiritual unfoldment. In comparison, the worship of gods like Rudra and Vishnu is worthless. The Self which is the Lord immediately confers moksha or final liberation when worshipped with inquiry into the nature of the Self, with self-control and satsanga, company of the wise. Perception of the reality is the best form of worship. When the Lord exists as the Self, only a fool worships others. Worship of the gods, pilgrimage, austerity, etc., are said to confer their blessings if they were performed with wisdom or viveka. Surely, it is this wisdom that is vital in all these. Is it not sufficient then to worship the Self with viveka itself? With this wisdom get rid of body consciousness and along with it shame, fear, despair, pleasure and pain. Wisdom reveals consciousness as the Self, but in the absence of objects like body, etc., this consciousness enters into supreme peace which is indescribable. To describe it is to destroy it. And to rest content with the knowledge gained from the scriptures, considering oneself to be enlightened, is like the vain imagination of the born blind. When the unreality of the objects is understood and it is realized that consciousness is not the object of knowledge, then there is enlightenment which is beyond description. Vasishtha continued. Vida 2:43. The characteristic of one who is free from the fever of ignorance and whose heart is calm and cool on account of self-knowledge, is that he is not tempted by pleasure. Enough of all this talk about knowledge and wisdom which are words and the notions indicated by those words, without a corresponding truth. Nirvana or liberation is the non-experience of ego sense. Let this truth be clearly understood. Just as the man who is awake does not derive any pleasure from the objects he saw during his dream, we do not derive any pleasure from the objects of this world's soft-appearance. Just as vampires and goblins arise in a dark forest, all these 14 worlds arise in the darkness of ignorance and delusion. When the truth is investigated, the goblin is seen not to exist, and when the truth concerning these 14 worlds is investigated, they are seen to be pure consciousness. The objects surely do not exist independently and hence they are unreal. They are pervaded by the consciousness which is the subject. But, then, since there is no object in relation to which consciousness can be considered the subject, the latter too can be said to be non-existent as the subject. Something which cannot be described exists. Remain as the pure consciousness. Drink the essence of self-knowledge. Rest free from all doubts in the garden of nirvana or liberation. Why do you, O men, roam this forest of samsara which is devoid of any essence? O deluded people, do not run after this mirage known as hope and desire for happiness in this world. Pleasures are pain in disguise. Why do you not see that they are the sources of your own destruction? Do not be deluded by this illusory world appearance. Behold this delusion and inquire into it. You will then rest in your own self which is beginningless and endless. The ignorant regard this samsara as real. In reality it does not exist at all. What does exist after this appearance is rejected, is in fact the truth. But it has no name. Like a lion, break away from this cage of ignorance and rise above everything. To abandon the notions of I and mine is liberation, nothing else is liberation. Liberation is peace. Liberation is extinction of all conditioning. Liberation is freedom from every kind of physical, psychological and psychic distress. This world is not seen by the ignorant and by the wise in the same light. To one who has attained self-knowledge this world does not appear as its samsara but as the one infinite and indivisible consciousness. The man of self-knowledge is awake to that which is non-existent to the ignorant. That which is real to the latter is non-soft-existent to the enlightened. Vasistha continued. The knower of truth experiences the world just as the man born blind sees the world in his dreams and sees nothing in deep sleep. His heart and mind are cool with the extinction of the fire of a desire. Since the mind of the knower of truth is freed from attraction, it is in a state of perfect equilibrium even when he is not practicing meditation, even as the waters of a pool remain undisturbed when there are no outlets. The object is externalized, mental activity, and mental activity is the impression formed in intelligence by the object. Just as the same water flows in different streams with different names till it reaches the ocean, the same consciousness is both the diverse objects and the corresponding mental action. The object and the mind are thus non-different. When either is not, both of them cease. Both of them are essenceless. Therefore when they cease there is peace. The knower of truth abandons them, though by this he loses nothing, for object and mind are but words without corresponding entities. What is the infinite consciousness? To the man of self-knowledge what the ignorant man thinks real, time, space, matter, etc., are non-existent. Just as in the eyes of a brave man there is no goblin, in the eyes of the wise man there is no world. But to the ignorant man even the knower of truth is ignorant. O Rama, do not get involved in notions of matter and mind for they are false. Rest in your own self. It is consciousness alone which assumes these apparent forms, like the seed which grows into the diverse parts of the tree. When these objects are dropped, what remains, consciousness, is indescribable, or to call it consciousness is to limit it. Matter and mind are identical, and both are false. You are deluded by this false appearance? Self-knowledge will dispel this delusion. Both self-knowledge and the cessation of world appearance are the characteristics of wisdom, or awakening. The ego sense, which arises in the absence of the extinction of desire, is conducive to sorrow. Right from the roots, the entire tree with all its branches, leaves, flowers and fruits is but one and the same tree. In the same way, consciousness alone is all, indivisible and unmodified. Just as ghee by its very nature hardens like stone, when frozen, consciousness freezes into matter. However, in the infinite and unmodified or unconditioned consciousness such modification is impossible, the conditioning is but a false notion. Therefore, it melts away in the heart of one who has self-knowledge and who is free from delusion and ego sense. Vasishtha continued. Vida 2:44 I shall now describe the tree known as samadhana, equanimity, which grows in the forest known as the heart of the wise. Its seed is a turning away from the world, whether this is caused naturally or otherwise by the experience of sorrow. Mind is a field. It is plowed by right action, it is watered day and night by right feeling, it is nourished by the practice of pranayama. On this field known as the mind the seed known as samadhi, turning away from the world, falls of its own accord when one is alone in the forest known as wisdom. The wise man should endeavor constantly to keep the seed of meditation watered and nourished by intelligent methods. One should seek the company of the wise who are one's own real well-wishers and who are pure and friendly. Then one should water the seed of samadhi or meditation by means of hearing, reflecting on and contemplating the scriptures which bring about total inner emptiness and which are full of wisdom, pure and cool like nectar. Being aware of the precious seed of meditation or samadhi that has fallen in the field of one's mind, the wise man should carefully cherish and nourish it by means of austerities, charity, etc. When this seed begins to sprout, it should be further protected by peace and contentment. At the same time, one should guard it against the birds of desire, attachment to family, pride, greed, etc., with the help of contentment. With the broom of right and loving action the dirt of rajasic restlessness must be swept away, whereas the darkness of tamasic ignorance must be driven away by the light of right understanding. The lightning known as pride of wealth and the thunderstorm known as pursuit of pleasure strike the field and devastate it. These should be prevented with the trident of magnanimity, compassion, japa, austerity, self-control and contemplation of the significance of the pranava, Om. If it is thus protected, this seed grows into wisdom. With it the entire field of the mind shines beautifully. The sprout grows 2 leaves. One is known as study of scriptures and the other is satsanga, company of the men of wisdom. Soon it will grow the bark known as contentment with the sap known as dispassion or uncoloredness of mind. Fed by the rain of scriptural wisdom, it will soon grow into a tree. Then it is not easily swayed even if it is shaken by the monkeys known as ragadvesa, attraction and aversion. Then there arise in it the branches known as pure knowledge which reach out far and wide. Clarity of vision, truthfulness, courage, unclouded understanding, equanimity, peace, friendliness, compassion, fame, etc., are its other branches that arise when one is fully established in dhyana or meditation. Vasishtha continued, the tree of meditation casts a cool shade in which all desires and cravings come to an end and all the burning distress ceases. Meditation expands the shade of self-control which promotes steadiness of the mind. A deer known as the mind, which had been wandering in the wilderness of countless concepts, notions and prejudices and which somehow finds the right path, takes shelter under this tree. This deer is pursued by its many enemies who covet its hide or covering. It hides itself in thorny bushes known as the body in an attempt to save itself. All this effort wears out its energies. Running hither and thither in the forest of samsara, harassed by the winds known as vasana or latent tendencies if scorched by the heat of ego sense, the deer is afflicted by interminable distress. This deer is not easily satisfied with what it gets. Its cravings multiply and it continues to go out far in search of satisfaction of those cravings. It gets attached to the many pleasure centers known as wife, children, etc., and it wears itself out in looking after them. It is caught in the net of wealth, etc., and it struggles to free itself. In this struggle it falls down again and again and injures itself. Borne down by the current of craving, it is carried far away. It is haunted and hunted by innumerable ailments. It is also trapped by the different sense experiences. It is bewildered by its alternate rise to the heavenly regions and its fall into the hell. It is crushed and wounded by the stones and rocks known as mental modifications and evil qualities. To remedy all these, it conjures up by its own intellect various codes of conduct, which prove ineffectual. It has no knowledge of the self or the infinite consciousness. This deer known as the mind is made insensible by the poisonous exhalation of the snake known as worldly pleasure and craving for such pleasure. It is burnt by the fire of anger. It is dried up by worries and anxieties. It is pursued by the tiger known as poverty. It falls into the pit of attachment. Its heart is broken by the frustration of its own pride. At some stage, this deer turns away from all this and seeks the refuge of some tree already described, the tree of meditation, and there it shines brightly. Supreme peace or bliss is not attained in any other condition but the unconditioned state of consciousness, and this is attained only in the shade of the tree known as samadhi or meditation. Vasishtha continued, Vida 2:45. Thus having obtained rest, the deer, mind, delights itself there and does not seek to go elsewhere. After some time, the tree known as meditation or samadhi begins to yield its fruit, which is the revelation of the Supreme Self. The mind deer beholds that fruit above itself on the tree of meditation. Thereupon it abandons all other pursuits and climbs that tree to taste its fruits. Having ascended that tree, the mind deer abandons the worldly thought patterns and it does not contemplate the baser life again. Even as the snake abandons its slough, this mind deer abandons its previous habits so that it might ascend the tree of meditation. Whenever memory of its own past arises, it laughs aloud. How was it that I remained such a fool till now? Having discarded greed, etc., it rests on that tree like an emperor. Day by day, its cravings decrease. It does not avoid what it gets unsought nor does it long for what it does not obtain effortlessly. It surrounds itself with the knowledge of the scriptures that deal with the infinite consciousness or the unconditioned being. It perceives inwardly its own past states of ignorance and laughs. It sees its own wife and children, etc., and laughs at them, as if they were either relatives in a previous lifespan or people seen in a dream. All the activities that are based on attachment and aversion, fear and vanity, pride and delusion, appear to it as if they were all play acting. looking at the momentary experiences in this world. It laughs derisively, knowing that they are like the experiences of a madman. Being established in that extraordinary state, it, the mind dear, does not entertain any worry or anxiety concerning wife, children, etc. It beholds with an enlightened vision that which alone is, the reality, in that which alone is, the infinite. With its vision fully concentrated, it ascends the tree of samadhi. It rejoices even in what it previously considered misfortunes. It engages itself in the necessary activities as if it had just been awakened for doing just that work, after which it returns to the state of meditation. But naturally it seeks to be in the state of samadhi all the time. It is totally free from ego sense, though, because it is also breathing like others, it appears to be alive to the ego sense. Even in the case of such pleasures that seek it unsought, it entertains no zest, its heart naturally turns away from all pleasure. It is full. It is asleep to worldly activities and pursuits. Who knows in what state it exists? It draws closer and closer to the supreme fruit of moksha or liberation. Lastly, it abandons even the buddhi or intellect and enters into the unconditioned consciousness. Vasishtha continued, that is known as the attainment of the highest, in which one abandons the notions of the existence of objects and in which one rests in one's own pure self. When all divisions are given up, the indivisible alone remains. It is pure, one, beginningless and endless. This is known as Brahman. One who has given up desires for wealth, wife and worldly objects rests in the Supreme Self. When even the division between the mind and the infinite consciousness drops away, then all division melts into nothingness. After this, one exists in the Supreme Being even as the unsculpted image exists in the marble slab. The ignorant person cannot meditate, nor is it desirable for him to do so. The enlightened person is already established in the self. He is an enlightened person who is totally disinterested in the objects of perception, but this is not possible for an ignorant person. When the awareness of the object is seen as the pure consciousness which is eternal, it is known as samadhana, the state of equanimity. When the subject and the object merge, the mind is said to be in the state of samadhana. Resting in the self implies the disinterestedness of the self and the objects. On the other hand, ignorance is the movement of the self towards the objects. Surely such movement takes place only in the ignorant. No one who has tasted nectar is interested in bitter things. Hence, in the case of the wise, meditation becomes natural and effortless. When there is no craving, the self is never abandoned. Or, when the mind expands to include the entire universe, again, the self is not abandoned. This much is certain, until one retains self-knowledge, there is need to strive for samadhi. He who is established in samadhi is Brahman in human form. Salutations to him. When there is disinterestedness in the objects, not even the god can disturb one's meditation. Hence, one should cultivate firm meditation. Vajradhyanam. The means to this are, 1. Scriptures, 2. Company of holy ones and, 3. Meditation. Ignorance is not dispelled by half-knowledge, even as there is no relief from cold when one sits near a painting of fire. The ignorant sees the world as a physical reality, the wise as consciousness. To the wise there is neither ego sense nor the world. His vision of the world is indescribably wonderful. To the ignorant the world is one of dry wood and stone. One who is enlightened sees the world as oneself, the ignorant does not see it as the oneself. The ignorant engages himself in endless arguments. The enlightened is friendly with all. Turiya or samadhi is the natural state which is what exists in and through the wakeful, dream and sleep states. Conditioning alone is the mind, which ceases when inquired into. Vasistha continued. Vidatu 46, when the fruit of the supreme truth had been gained and it has become liberation, even awareness becomes non-existent, as it were, since the mind is absorbed in the supreme truth. The dearness of the mind vanishes, like a lamp without fuel. The supreme truth alone remains. The mind which has attained the fruit of meditation, which is self-knowledge, is firm like a thunderbolt, Vajra. The characteristic motion or restlessness of the mind goes away, who knows where. Illumination alone remains as pure consciousness without disturbance or division. In that state, there is effortless dropping away of all desires, and effortless meditation alone remains. Unless and until Brahman is realized, one cannot rest in the self. Until then meditation is impossible merely by thinking about the self, etc. When the supreme truth is realized, the mind goes away, who knows where, and who knows how vasana or mental conditioning, karma, as also joy and despair disappear. The yogi is then seen to be in a state of continuous and unbroken meditation, firmly established in adamantine meditation or samadhi, vajrasamadhana, like a mountain. When the yogi is disinterested in pleasure, when his senses are utterly peaceful and controlled, when he rests delighted in the self, when all his mental modifications have ceased, what else is there to be done in the name of samadhi? When the yogi is unaware of the world as an object of observation, on account of the absence of mental conditioning, he cannot help remaining in vajrasamadhi, adamantine meditation, as if compelled by some other power. The mind is not distracted from it. When the mind is at peace because it is disinterested in worldly objects, having known the truth, that is samadhi, not else. Firm rejection of pleasure is meditation. When it reaches fruition it is vajrasara, adamantine. Since this is also the state of perfect knowledge, it is known as nirvana or the blissful state. If there is craving for pleasure, what is the use of something called meditation? If such craving does not exist, what is the use of something called meditation? When there is perfect knowledge and at the same time disinterestedness in pleasure, unconditioned consciousness, nirvikalpa samadhi, follows naturally and effortlessly. He who is not swayed by craving for pleasure is known as perfectly enlightened, sambuddha. Such perfect enlightenment arises from complete turning away from the pursuit of pleasure. He who rests in the self does not experience craving at all. Desire for pleasure experience only arises when there is movement away from the self. At the conclusion of the study of scripture, japa, etc., one enters into samadhi after the practice of samadhi, one should study, do japa, etc. or rama, rest in the state of nirvana at all times. Vida 2:47 Vasistha continued, when one is knocked about by the troubles and tribulations of earthly existence and is tired of all this, he seeks refuge from all this. I shall describe to you the progressive stages by which such a person reaches rest and peace. Either on account of an immediate cause or without one, he turns away from worldly pursuits, the pursuits of pleasure and wealth, and seeks the shelter of the company of a wise person. He avoids bad company from a very great distance. The blessings that flow from the company of holy men are incomparable to any other blessings. The holy man's nature is cool and peaceful, his behavior and actions are pure. Therefore his company promotes peace and goodness in everyone who seeks it. In his company one loses fear. Sinfulness comes to an end and one grows in purity. Even the love and affection that the gods and the angels possess are nothing compared to the limitless love that flows from the holy ones. When one engages oneself in the performance of right action, his intelligence rests in peace and reflects the truth like a perfect mirror. It is then that the meaning of the scriptural declarations becomes abundantly clear. The wise man radiates wisdom and goodness. Then seeking to free himself from the cage of ignorance, he flies away from pleasure towards the unconditioned bliss. It is a great misfortune to pursue pleasures. Although the wise man rejects them, they create some uneasiness in his heart. He is supremely happy. Therefore, when he does not find himself in pleasurable situations, the sages or yogis and perfected ones approach such a wise man. But the wise man does not value even the gifts of psychic powers or knowledge that they bestow upon him. He seeks the company of enlightened beings. In their company he dives into the truth of the scriptures. It is the characteristic of these enlightened ones to raise others to their own level. The wise person gradually abandons all selfish actions in the endeavor to gain wealth or pleasure. He gives everything away in self-sacrificing charity. O Rama, remember that even hell is not so painful as the suffering caused by selfish activity. Wealth is the source of endless misfortune, prosperity is perpetual adversity, enjoyment of pleasure is enduring disease. All these are misunderstood by the perverse intellect. In this world, contentment alone is the best medicine, the best tonic and the greatest good fortune. The contented heart is ready for enlightenment. First turn away from worldliness, then resort to satsanga, inquire into the truth of the scriptures and cultivate disinterestedness in pleasure, and you will attain the supreme truth. Vasishtha continued. Vida 2:48. When the mind is established in dispassion and in holy company, and when through the study of the scriptures there is disinterestedness in the pursuit of pleasure, one does not long for wealth and treats even the wealth that one has as dry dung. He treats his relatives and friends as co-pilgrims and serves them appropriately at the proper times. He is not attached to seclusion, gardens, holy places or his own home, to fun and frolic with friends or scriptural discussions, and he does not spend too much time in any of these. He rests in the supreme state. The supreme state is that which is. Diversion in it is created by ignorance, and this ignorance is false and non-existent. He who is firmly established in the self and who is undisturbed like a sculpted figure, is not swayed by sensey objects. In the world, time and space, knowledge or void, these, though they may continue to be, are not experienced by the knower of truth. One should salute that son in human form whose personality is devoid of rajas, restless action or impurity, who has transcended even sattva purity and in whom the darkness of ignorance has no place at all. The state of one who has transcended all division and whose mind has become no-mind is beyond description. Adored by him day and night, the Lord bestows upon him the supreme state of nirvana. The Lord is neither far nor inaccessible. One's own illumined self is the Lord. From him are all things and to him they return. All things here worship and adore him at all times in their own diverse ways. By thus being adored in diverse forms by someone, birth after birth, the self is pleased. Thus pleased, the self sends a messenger for one's inner awakening and enlightenment. The messenger thus sent by the self is viveka or wisdom. It dwells in the cave of one's heart. It is this wisdom that brings about the gradual awakening of one who is conditioned by ignorance. The one that is thus awakened is the inner self, that is the supreme self whose name is Om. He is the omnipresent being. The universe is his body, as it were. All heads, eyes, hands, etc., belong to him. He is pleased with japa, charity, ritual worship, study, and such practices. When this self awakens with the help of wisdom or viveka, there is an inner unfoldment, the mind vanishes and the jiva disappears, too. In this terrible ocean of samsara, wisdom, viveka, alone is the boat which enables one to cross it. The self is highly pleased with the diverse, do as you please, forms of worship when adopted before. It bestows on one the pure messenger known as viveka, wisdom. By means of holy company, study of scriptural truth and illumination, it brings the jiva closer to the pure, primordial state of oneness. Vida 2:49. Vasistha continued. When this viveka or wisdom is strengthened and confirmed, and when the impurity of conditioning is washed away, the Holy One shines with an extraordinary radiance. Both the inner notion and the external perception of the world cease for him. But, then, since all these were born of ignorance which is false, nothing real ceases to be. The world is but an appearance, it is neither not self nor is it gross and physical. These elements are unreal. Neither the world nor the void is real. Brahman alone is spread out and Brahman alone shines. The world is not material, the void is not seen. The mind has come to naught. What remains is the truth, indescribable but not numbing. The intellect is baffled by conflicting statements, but when the truth is investigated by proper methods, it is realized. He whose intelligence is awakened is known as the knower of truth. He is established in non-dual consciousness, and he does not perceive the world as the world. The world appearance arises only when the infinite consciousness sees itself as an object. It were better that this did not happen. But once this has arisen, it is externalized and materialized. The awareness of the matter is the mind, and the mind binds itself to the body. But all these are but notions and verbal descriptions, and these distinctions are notional and imaginary. The self which is consciousness does not ever become an object or material. When one is established in self-knowledge, even consciousness and unconsciousness become meaningless words. The material body arises from the subtle mental body, on account of persistent thinking. Hence matter is unreal. By constantly thinking I am confused, I am mad, one becomes mad. By realizing I am not mad, one regains his mental balance. When the dream is realized as dream, one is not fooled by it. Just as the subtle body becomes a gross material body by persistent thinking, the process can be reversed by right knowledge. One should lead by persistent right contemplation, even the subtle body to its real state as the jiva and then to Brahma. Unless and until both these, matter and mind, the gross and the subtle, are realized to be the one infinite consciousness, the wise seeker should endeavor to purify them and to investigate their real nature. He who is established in self-knowledge is unshaken by the worst calamities, even if there were a shower of fire and brimstone, or the earth disintegrated and vanished into thin air, or the great flood swallowed everything. One who is endowed with supreme dispassion enjoys the undemanding samadhi, Vajra samadhi. The inner peace that ensues from such dispassion is incomparable to that which arises from austerities, etc. Vasistha continued. Vida 2:50. All these diverse beings seen in the 10 directions belong to one or the other of the following categories. Some are in the dream wakeful state, others are in a notional soft-wakeful state. Some are in a pure wakeful state, others are in a long wakeful state. Some are in a gross wakeful state, others are in the state of wakeful dream, yet others are in a decreasing wakeful state. O Rama, in a certain previous world cycle, in a certain corner of creation, some beings remained in a state of deep sleep, though alive. The dreams that they dream are what appears as this universe. They are in what is known as the dream wakeful state. We are all their dream objects. On account of the fact that theirs is a very long dream, it appears to be a real and wakeful state to us. And the dreamers continue to be the jivas in all this. Because the omnipresent is omniscient consciousness, everything exists everywhere. Therefore, we exist as the dream objects of the dreams of those original dreamers. In this dream world, if one rejects delusion, one is liberated, or, in accordance with one's idea of oneself, one considers oneself to be another body. The world's soft-appearance that arises by such notion is experienced by them. In a certain previous world cycle at some place, some beings lived in the wakeful state entertaining different notions which gave rise to diverse creatures. These are in the notional wakeful state. Because of the perseverance of the notions that gave rise to them, they are firmly established in it. Even when the notions cease, they continue to exist on account of their own past notions. They who arose in the beginning in the expanded consciousness of Brahma, when there was neither sleep nor dream, are known as those who exist in the pure wakeful state. They themselves, when they continue to exist in subsequent embodiments, are in the long or continued wakeful state. When they are in a dense state of consciousness which is unconsciousness, they are said to be in a gross wakeful state. After listening to the scriptural expositions, they who look upon the wakeful state as dream are in the state of wakeful dream. When they are fully awakened and when they rest in the supreme state, their perception of the world in the waking state decreases in grossness, and they who are in such a decreasing wakeful state reach the Turiya or the fourth state of consciousness. These are the 7 states in which diverse beings exist. In fact, even as the 7 oceans are but one mass of water, all these are but one ocean of consciousness. Vida 2:51. Rama asked, Lord, how does the pure wakeful state arise, and how do beings exist in such a state without any cause or motivation whatsoever? Vasishtha replied, O Rama, without a cause no effect is produced. Therefore, the pure wakeful state does not happen, nor does all the rest of this apparent creation come into being at all. Nothing is created and nothing perishes. All these descriptions are incidental to instruction. Rama asked again, who is it that creates the bodies, the mind, etc., and who deludes all these beings with bondage known as friendship, likes, etc.? Vasistha replied, O Rama, no one creates these bodies at any time, and no one deludes beings at any time. Consciousness is beginningless and eternal, and it alone exists as all these diverse beings. Nothing is outside of this consciousness, though it appears to be outside itself. This appearance, too, arises within itself, like a sprout from a seed. This universe exists within consciousness even as a figure exists in a marble slab. This consciousness which is everywhere, within and without, spreads itself as the world's soft appearance on account of time and space, just like the fragrance of a flower spreads out. This itself is the other world. Let there be an end to the mental conditioning that creates the other world. When the notion of the other world has been given up, from where do such notions arise? The self alone is real, devoid of the concepts of time, space and such other notions. The self is not a void. This truth is realized only by those who are established in the supreme state, not by those who rest in the ego sense. To one who has realized the truth, the 14 worlds are his own limbs. In his vision, the division between dream state and wakeful state ceases to exist. When this world appearance is seen to be pure consciousness, it becomes similar to a dream. Just as all that is thrown into the fire becomes one, ash, all the states and the world appearance are reduced to oneness by the fire of wisdom. Consciousness alone appears as this gross universe. When this is realized, the belief in the existence of matter ceases. With it ceases desire to possess such matter. Then one remains in one's own inner peace. When the self is realized as neither the world nor the void, everything remains as it truly is. The sage of self-realization has crossed the samsara and has reached the end of all karma. Vasishtha continued. Vida 2:52. The notion of the existence of the world arises in the ignorant just as the awareness of its various limbs may arise in the mind of a tree. This illusory apprehension of the objective world, which goes by the name of age or ignorance, does not in fact exist. It is, as real as water in the mirage, sound without substance. However, just for the sake of clear understanding, take this ignorance as real and listen. Then you will yourself understand that it does not exist in fact. Whatever appears to be here perishes at the end of the world cycle. No one can avert this total destruction. Brahman alone exists then. This realization is not like drug-induced experience. We know with certainty that the body is like a dream object and that consciousness alone is real. This world appearance perishes again and again. What has perished and how does it come into being again and again? If it is said that all these objects remain hidden in space, then one has to admit that they were not destroyed even in the cosmic dissolution. There is similarity between cause and effect. Since there is no cause for this world appearance, it is not an effect. One alone is. The numerous branches, leaves, flowers and fruits of a tree are but the expansion of the single seed. There is no need to invent a causal relationship. The seed alone is the reality. When the truth is investigated, we realize that the one consciousness alone remains as the truth. At the end of the world cycle, all these objects of perception cease to be. The one self which is consciousness alone remains. And this is indescribable, being beyond thought and description. Only the sage of self-knowledge experiences this, others merely read these words. For it is neither time nor mind, neither being nor non-being, neither consciousness nor unconsciousness. I have thus described it negatively because the scriptures have done so. In my vision, it is pure and supreme peace. In this there are infinite potentialities like figures in an uncut marble. Thus the Supreme Self is at the same time diverse and non-diverse. It is when you do not have direct self-knowledge that there arises in you doubt concerning this. The perception of diversity is due to the division that arises in the self. However, the self is devoid of any division into time, space, etc. The self is the very substratum and undivided reality of time, space, etc., just as the ocean is of the waves. Hence, the reality is undivided and divided, it is and it is not. The uncut images in the marble may be carved out of it, but it is not possible to carve the world out of the infinite consciousness. Hence, divided though undivided, it merely appears to be different from the totality though really non-different from it. Vida 2:53, 54. Vasistha continued. The reality is the infinite, undivided consciousness which, not being an object of observation, is unknowable. Brahma, Vishnu, Rudra, etc., are names which have by repeated use come to be regarded as real. Creation, not having a cause or a reason, is non-existent. But one cannot assert that there is non-existence or that there is something. When one's mind rests in perfect tranquility, what it is the reality. In that reality this world appears to be. The world appearance does not arise out of nothing. Hence, one has to conclude that Brahman alone is, even in the form of this creation. Creation is but a word, a name. The reality is Brahman. I, you and the world are names that exist in Brahman as Brahman. The ocean, the mountain, the clouds, earth, etc., are all the unborn and uncreated. This universe exists in Brahman as a great silence, Kastamana, silence of a log of wood. The seer exists in the seen as seeing, on account of his own essential nature. The doer exists as the deed, since there is no reason for him to do anything. In it there is neither a knower nor a doer, neither inertness nor experiencer, neither void nor substance. Life and death, truth and falsity, good and evil, all these are of one substance, like waves in the ocean. The division between the seer, subject, and the seen, object, is fanciful. However much one may try, the cause for this creation is not found. That which shines without reason or cause is surely non-existent except as an illusion. It exists as itself and it shines because it is it, without creator or creation relationship. Rama asked, one sees that the whole tree is hidden in the banyan seed. Why should we not accept that even so is the world hidden in Brahman? Vasishtha replied, where such a seed exists and where cooperating causes exist too, there is the possibility of a creation. When all the elements are dissolved during cosmic dissolution, where is the seed form and where are the cooperating causes? When the infinite, indivisible consciousness alone is the truth, there is no scope for the existence even of the subatomic particle, much less a seed for this creation. Whatever is the Supreme Being, that itself is this universe. The one infinite consciousness conceives of itself as the false and the false and as pure consciousness and pure consciousness. Just as space, distance, exists in space, all this exists in Brahman. Vasistha continued. Vida 2:55, since right in the very beginning there was neither a cause nor a motivation for creation to arise, there is neither being nor non-being, neither gross matter nor subtle mind, neither moving objects nor immobile objects. Consciousness is without form and cannot create this world of name and form, since cause and effect are identical. And only that which has form can create or change into some other form. The self remains the self all the time, fancying within the undivided consciousness all these diverse objects. Whatever that consciousness experiences as if within itself, that and that alone is called the world or this creation. Before all this happened, that is, when one realizes that all this is unreal and non-existent, know that the one Brahman alone existed, utterly peaceful and homogeneous. Infinite consciousness is infinite consciousness, water is water, and since this creation is conjured up by consciousness, it appears to be so created. Just as the world one dreams of is an illusory appearance in one's consciousness, even so in the wakeful state this world appears in consciousness, as consciousness. In the original creation, the dream of the undivided consciousness is known as the wakeful state, the world which is experienced in the wakeful state. The dream that rises in the consciousness of the beings that arise in the ignorance, is known as the dream state. This fanciful dream has materialized into this world order by constant repetition. The river is but the movement of water, creation is the fancy of the infinite consciousness. It is not right to consider that death is a state of bliss on account of the total destruction of the self. It is a state of void, like space. This vision of samsara will arise again. If there is fear on account of evil actions, the consequences are the same here or there. Hence, there is no vital distinction between life and death. Knowing this one retains peace of mind. When thus perception of division ceases, the vision of oneness arises. This is known as liberation. Whether this creation is or is not, there is then both a total understanding of the absence of objects and the experience of the indivisibility of the infinite. When thus the object and therefore the subject is unrealized, then there is great peace. in the Supreme Self. Of course, there is neither bondage nor liberation. One who thus realizes the truth attains nirvana. This very world appearance, which is but the slight movement in consciousness, is also realized as nirvana by him. He realizes that this creation is not diversity but is pure Brahman only. V.2:56 Vasistha continued, the pure void exists everywhere in every way at all times in this space which is consciousness. Consciousness exists here and there in the form of this creation. There is no unconsciousness anywhere because all this is but pure consciousness. Even that which appears to be matter is but pure consciousness. In this connection, O Rama, listen to the following story of the rock which was seen by myself. Once upon a time, I desired to renounce all the activities of the world, having clearly understood whatever there was to know. I wished to meditate in total seclusion without ceasing and without interruption. Resorting to a secluded spot, I contemplated as follows: the entire world is devoid of any worth or value. Nothing in this world is capable of giving me the least happiness. What am I seeing and who am I? In order to find the right answers, I must go away to that place which is beyond the reach of even the demons and the gods and there meditate in total seclusion without fear of distraction. Where shall I find such a spot? The forests are full of the noise of flowing water and of roaming lions. Just as the city full of people is distracting, the ocean is also full of various sources of distraction. Even the caves are not free from distraction. They resound with the movement of wind and they are full of creepers, etc. The lakes are often the sporting grounds for people as well as the celestials and are therefore full of distractions. Having thus examined all the spots on earth, I decided to go away into the outer space. But even there I found distractions caused by the clouds, by the celestials and the demons, by the celestial bodies and the departed souls. Having abandoned all these, I went to a lonely spot far, far away where even the natural elements could not reach. In that empty place I fancied the existence of a hermitage. In my own mind I made it inaccessible to any being. I sat in the lotus posture. I made my mind tranquil. I resolved that I would sit in samadhi for 100 years. In accordance with the rule that one sees what one contemplates for a long time, my fanciful wishes materialized and were spread out in front of me. These 100 years passed as if in the twinkling of an eye, because when one's mind is perfectly concentrated the passage of time is not noticed. When this period came to an end, my mind began to expand and spread out. All the goblins of Ayani reached me slowly with the help of the life forces which began to move in me. Immediately desire entered my heart. I do not know from where it came and how it came into me. Rama asked. V.2:57 O sage, how is it that even in the case of a person who is established in nirvana, the ego sense could thus arise? Vasishtha replied, whether one is a knower of the truth or ignorant of it, without the ego sense the body cannot exist. That which needs to be sustained cannot exist without a support. But there is a vital difference which I shall presently explain to you. The little boy known as ignorance has created this goblin known as ego sense which seems to exist within oneself unperceived. This ignorance is a non-entity, too, because it is not seen to exist when investigated. Darkness does not exist when it is seen with the help of a lamp. When one looks for this goblin known as ignorance it does not exist. But in the absence of such investigation, when it is taken for granted and when one is under its influence, it expands and gets established. This world is created by that ignorance which is real only to the ignorant. It is not real. That infinite consciousness or Brahman, which is beyond the mind and the senses, cannot be the seed nor the cause for the coming into being of that which is the object of the mind and the senses. When there is no seed, how can there be a sprout? In this infinite consciousness it is a mere fancy that appears to be the created universe. This consciousness alone is known as Isvara God and also as this creation. It is like one's own dream creation which is everybody's daily experience. Because the dreamer is a conscious being, the dream objects appear to have an intelligence and a mind of their own. Even so this non-creation known as the universe seems to possess independent existence and intelligence as if it had been created. There is no creation as such, the one Brahman exists as Brahman. Whatever notion arises in this Brahman is experienced by Brahman as if it were an object of experience. That Brahman itself fancies that all this is creation. But then the experiencer, experiencing and experience are one and indivisible. Even so Brahman, the notion of creation and creation are only Brahman. Such being the case, how can ego sense or the false notion of I arise? Thus have I told how to lay this ghost of ego sense which vanishes on being rightly understood. The ego sense has thus been clearly understood by me. Hence, even though the ego sense seems to arise in me, it is inoperative, like a painting of fire. Thus have I abandoned the ego sense. I exist in space as if outside it, in creation as if out of it. I do not belong to the ego sense, nor does it belong to me or exist in me. I am not, nor is there another in my vision. All is and nothing is. Vida 2:58, 59 Vasistha continued, in the story of the rock that I am going to narrate to you, O Rama, it will become clear that within the core of the rock there are thousands of creations. In this physical space, too, there are similarly countless creations. In fact, in every element or object there are countless creatures. But all these exist only in the indivisible infinite consciousness, not as real substances or entities. Nothing has ever been created right from the beginning. Brahman alone exists in Brahman, as space, air, fire, water, earth, mountains, etc. There is no division or duality between Brahman and creation, which are but two words without meaning. Even unity and duality are words without meaning. That which creates these notions of unity and diversity also creates the notions of Brahman creation. When these notions have ceased, there is great inner peace even if one is engaged in activity. Everything is nirvana. The perceived creation is like the sky, void though appearing to have a form and color. Behold the entire universe composed of you, I, mountains, gods and demons, etc., as you would behold the creations and the happenings of a dream. After having remained in samadhi for 100 years, I returned to body consciousness and heard a sigh. I listened to it and tried to guess what it might be. I was far, far in the outer space, so how could any person or even a bee exist so near me there? Moreover, I could not see anyone. I decided to investigate it further. I decided to enter into samadhi again. I silenced the mind and the senses. I merged in the infinite consciousness. I saw reflected in that consciousness the image of countless universes. I was able to go anywhere and to see everything. I saw countless creations though they did not know of one another's existence. Some were coming into being, others were perishing. All of them had different shielding atmospheres, from 5 to 36 atmospheres. There were different elements in each. They were inhabited by different types of beings in different stages of evolution with different natures and cultures. Some had other universes within them. In some there were creatures you would not believe possible to exist. In some there was apparent natural order and in others there was utter disorder. In some there was no light and hence no time sense. All these are but the fruits of the one indivisible infinite consciousness. How and when they arose it is impossible to say, but this much is certain. They are the creations of ignorance. In this creation there are gods and demons numerous as mosquitoes. Whether one regards these universes as the creations of the Supreme Creator or as false notions, it is certain that they are in fact the infinite consciousness, non-different and not independent of it. They rest like inert realities in the descriptions found in the scriptures. Thus did I behold all these infinite creations. Vasistha continued. Vida 2:60. Eventually, my attention was directed to the source of the sound. I saw a woman who was radiant and who illumined all the directions of space. She was highly cultured. She approached me gently and said in a sweet voice, "O sage, you have truly conquered the evils like lust, anger and greed. Your mind is totally free and unattached. Hence I salute you from all sides." Now that I knew the source of the sound, I decided to move on, considering that I had nothing to do with this woman. Then I saw many universes and their diversity roused my curiosity. I wanted to roam more and more to see the magnitude of creation. After some time I abandoned that idea knowing that it was delusion and remained established in the infinite consciousness. Instantly, all this perception of diversity vanished from my sight. There was the pure consciousness, nothing else. This is the truth, all else is imagination, notion, delusion or illusory perception. Because the entire creation is enveloped by this ignorance or delusion, the inhabitants of one creation or one universe or one world do not even know of the existence of others. These diverse worlds are unaware of the notions or creations of others. Even those people sleeping in the same room are unaware of the battle cries uttered by one another in their dreams. In these universes I saw thousands of Brahmas, Vishnus and Rudras. All these are in consciousness, all these are consciousness, and consciousness alone is all this. And says consciousness I saw all this. Rama, when you look at something and say, it is such and such, consciousness shines there as it's such and such. Though in truth this consciousness alone exists as itself and no such name and form exist there. This space or plane of consciousness alone exists everywhere at all times, and that itself is called the world. The perception of objects here, which we call knowledge of that object, is the only ignorance or delusion. I saw that the truth, on the other hand, is that the space or plane of consciousness alone exists. With the enlightened intelligence I also experienced the final truth concerning all this, that all this is pure, indivisible, infinite consciousness. On account of the persistence of the perception of diversity, I saw in it countless Vasisthas, countless ages and world cycles and many ages in which Rama flourished. When there is perception of diversity all these arise, when there is realization of the truth, all these are seen to be pure, indivisible, infinite consciousness. In the infinite, of course, there are no name and no form which could be referred to as this is the world or creation. Brahman alone exists as Brahman. Vida 2:60. 61 Vasistha continued, Brahman is one and all these are appearances which the light of Brahman makes manifest without intending to do so. On account of this there arises great diversity of experience. For instance, in some universes moonlight is hot and sunlight cool, there is sight in darkness and blindness in daylight, good is destructive and evil constructive, poison promotes health and nectar kills, in accordance with the notions that arises in consciousness. In some universes there are no women and therefore no sexuality, and in others people have pitiless hearts. In some universes people do not possess one or more of the senses. In some, only one or two of the elements exist, though they, too, are inhabited by living creatures adapted to suit local conditions. All these arise as consciousness and consciousness through consciousness. And this is known as the mind. Rama asked, since everything attains liberation at the end of a world cycle, during the cosmic dissolution, how does the notion of the next creation arise? Vasishtha replied, O Rama, Brahman is an indescribable mass of cosmic consciousness. The creation is its very heart and therefore non-different from it. It is apprehended as creation mysteriously, not really. Since its creation is false, how can one say that it perishes at some time? Even cosmic dissolution, etc., are the limbs of Brahman, as it were. Such divisions appear only in ignorance. Therefore, nothing perishes at any time, nor does anything come into being. The supreme truth or consciousness is indestructible by weapons, fire, wind and water. It is not realized by those who do not know it. The universe which is the heart of this truth is also like it is neither born nor does it die. Experience of its existence and non-existence arises with the rising and cessation of the appropriate notion. Hence, even words like world soft-cycle, cosmic dissolution, etc., are sound without substance. The ghost exists or disappears only in the heart of one who thinks of it. What are seen as birth, death, pain, pleasure, form and formlessness are all limbs of the one being. There is no division among them, even as there is no division in the several parts of the one tree. When this truth is not realized, then the apparent divisions seem to arise. In Brahman there is neither knowledge nor ignorance. It is beyond bondage and liberation. Realizing this is liberation. Rama asked. Vida 2:62. Did you see all this from one spot where you were, or did you roam about in space? Vasistha replied, I had attained infinite consciousness then. In it there is no coming or going. I did not remain in one spot nor did I roam about. I witnessed all this within the self which had assumed the form of what I witnessed. Just as you see your body from head to foot with even closed eyes, thus I saw everything with the eye that is consciousness. This is like the dream. Whatever is experienced in the dream is pure space, dimension, of consciousness. Even now, on account of enlightenment, I behold all this. I am now one with all the enlightened beings. I know them all as my own self, without the division of subject, object and observation, since the one consciousness alone exists indivisibly. In answer to the question concerning the lady, Vasishtha said, she, too, with a space buddy stood with me in space. I had not noticed her earlier. Though she was endowed with a space buddy, she was able to communicate with me, who also had a space buddy, in a cultured voice and diction, even as in dream one speaks to another. What sort of certainty do you have to assert the existence of the inner senses? We had bodies similar to them. This is true in my case, yours, hers and everything else. Just as one experiences warfare in one's dream, even so do people experience the events in this creation as if they were real. However, all illustrations are inadequate and truth is beyond words. If one were to ask, how do you see a dream? The answer would be as you see it. All this is for your understanding. The truth is that this universe, as well as all that you see in your dream, is but Brahma. There is no essential difference between the dream state and this visible creation. That experience which immediately precedes the waking state is known as a dream. That experience or knowledge which arose in the beginning of this world creation is known as the waking state. The experience of the existence of the world is a long dream, or it is a void. It is pure consciousness because it is established in the eternal reality. You are the witness or observer of your own dream. Even so, the infinite consciousness is the observer of the long dream known as creation. Even as the observer and the observed are consciousness, that which is in the middle, the observation, is also pure, indivisible and unmodified Brahman. Such being the case, how can this creation be considered solid and substantial or material? Even the dream of embodied, with form, beings like you is immaterial. How can the long dream of infinite consciousness which has no form come to have form? Hence, it is uncreated Brahman alone. Vidya-2:63 Rama asked, O sage, how could that formless woman utter words? Vasistha replied, of course, they who are endowed with a space buddy cannot utter audible sounds. If that were possible, then your dream conversation could be heard by another sleeping near you. Hence, it is clear that what is seen in a dream is an illusion based on pure consciousness alone. What is experienced as the waking life is not entirely different from the dream experience. It is but the play of consciousness. The notions that arise in that consciousness appear to be clothed in solid reality. The seeds of past experience are in consciousness and they sprout new experiences which are sometimes identical with past experience and sometimes somewhat different. The worlds that thus sprout from those seeds are not aware of one another. During the course of life in this dream world, the demons are killed by the gods, and the demons remain in their dream state. Not being enlightened, they do not attain liberation. Not being insentient, they do not become insentient but retain awareness. Hence they live in a space buddy in a dream world. Even so is the case with the so-called human beings. Their world, their life and their mentality are like ours, and vice versa. We exist as their dream objects. Their own compatriots, though they were also dream objects, are considered to be real entities by them. In the same way, the objects that appear in every one of my dreams are real to me. Because of the very nature of the infinite consciousness, these dream creations seem to exist in the waking state, too. Their reality is of course the sole reality, Brahman. Everything exists everywhere at all times as the indivisible, pure consciousness, but it is nothing and nothing is therefore destroyed. In the eternal space, dimension, of infinite consciousness, in the infinite play of the infinite, there are infinite minds and infinite worlds in them. In every one of them there are continents and mountains, villages and cities with houses inhabited by people who have their own time scale and lifespan. When these jivas reach the end of the lifespan, if they are not enlightened, they continue to exist in infinite space, creating their own dream worlds. Within them are other people within whom are minds, within those minds are worlds in which there are more people, ad infinitum. This illusory appearance has no beginning and no end, it is Brahman and Brahman alone. O Rama, in all these diverse objects there is nothing but pure consciousness. Consciousness alone is this universe. Then how is it possible to say that there are worlds which seem to exist in the minds of the ignorant? Asked by Vasishtha who she was, the celestial replied, Vida 2:64, O sage, in this vast universe, in a corner, you have the world in which you live. Beyond the boundaries of this universe are mountains known as the Lokalok Mountains. That region has every form of climatic and elemental permutation and combination. The description in the text is elaborate and interesting. SV, somewhere in it only humans dwell, elsewhere gods dwell, in it there are goblins as also, very long-lived beings. In it there are self-luminous places and others of utter darkness, fertile fields and deserts, densely populated places and uninhabited areas. I dwell within a solid rock which lies on the northeastern slopes of that mountain range. I am bound by destiny to live within the heart of this rock. I have thus lived in it for countless eons. My husband, too, is destined to live here. Till today we have not been able to attain liberation on account of our intense desire, and on account of our intense attachment for each other. Similar is the fate of our relatives. My husband who is thus in bondage is a Brahmana by birth. He is ancient. He does not move from his seat though he has been sitting there for countless centuries. He is a celibate from birth, Brahmachari, educated and lazy. He lives in seclusion as he is not moved by craving for pleasure. Being his wife I lead a miserable life, yet I cannot live without him even for a single moment. I shall tell you how I became his wife. When he was young he was partially awakened inwardly. He desired to have as his wife one who would help him in his spiritual quest. I was born of that wish, a mental creature to be his mental wife. As such I grew up to be a young woman. I began to delight in hearing good music and enjoying myself in different ways. I support not only my husband but all the three worlds which exist in him. Though I had come of age and my body was bursting with signs of beauty and youth, my husband remained in the state of deep sleep over long periods of time or he was engaged in religious activities. He did not consummate our marriage, though I crave for such consummation all the time. I am burning with desire. My attendants do their best to alleviate my suffering, but all such efforts only add to my anguish. Burning with desire I shed tears constantly. O sage, there are lovely flowers and cool snow all around here. But because I am burnt by the fire of desire, I experience them as useless ashes. Lying in the bed decked with flowers and garlands which are meant to enhance my delight, I experience a dryness and an emptiness and my youth is being wasted. Vida 2:65 The celestial continued. After a considerable time, the same attachment and affection I had for my husband became non-attachment and dispassion. My husband had grown old. He was interested only in seclusion and what was devoid of all attachment and taste for sensual pleasures. He was ever silent. Of what use is life itself to me? I consider child-widowhood, even death or disease or even the worst calamity preferable to a husband whose nature is not after one's own heart. Indeed, the greatest blessing in the fruition of the life of a woman are that she obtains a young husband who enjoys life and whose conduct and behavior are sweet and agreeable. A woman whose husband does not enjoy life is frustrated. The uncultivated intellect is destructive. Wealth which falls into the hands of wicked people is misfortune. When one's shame has been extinguished by a prostitute there is great harm. She is a woman who follows the husband. That is wealth which seeks the good people. That alone is intelligence which is sweet and not limited, noble and endowed with equal vision. If the husband and wife are fond of each other, then neither diseases of the body nor those of the mind, neither calamities nor natural disasters, afflict their minds. To the woman whose husband is of bad character or who does not have a husband, the pleasure gardens of the world are burning sands. A woman can abandon everything in this world for one reason or another, but she cannot abandon her husband. You yourself see, O sage, what unhappiness I have endured all these years. but now I have cultivated dispassion. Now I have only one desire, to be instructed by you so that I may attain nirvana. Death is preferable to life to one whose desires are frustrated here and whose heart is agitated and who is slowly proceeding towards death. My husband, too, is desirous of attaining nirvana. He is endeavoring to control the mind by the mind. Lord, awaken self-knowledge in both of us with your words of the highest wisdom. Because my husband had no interest in me, I developed dispassion. The mental conditioning became weak and I practiced yoga which conferred on me control over space, so that I can move in space. Thereupon I practiced such concentration as would bring about my meeting with the perfected ones. All these have borne fruit. When I flew away from my own world, I saw a rock on the Lokaloka mountains which I had not seen before. We had no desire to see this before. My husband and I now desire to attain self-knowledge. I beg of you to grant this boon, or holy men do not decline such a request. I have seen many perfected ones, but none like you. I take refuge at your feet, do not abandon me. When asked by Vasishtha how she lived in the rock, the celestial said, V.2:66, 67, O sage, that world of ours within that rock is just like your world out here. In our world, too, there are heaven and hell, gods and demons, the sun and the moon, the firmament and the stars, the mobile and the immobile creatures, hills and oceans and the particles of dust that are known as living beings. Come, why don't you bless that rock with a visit? Sages are always interested in wonders. This earth is also a pebble in the vast space! S.V. Vasishtha continued, accompanied by her. I coursed the space and reached the Lokaloka and saw the rock. I saw it was but a rock and there was no world in it. I questioned her, where is your world with all its gods and demons, mountains and oceans, the world which you described so graphically? The celestial replied, truly, O sage, I now see that what I previously saw in the rock is only in me. It was by repeatedly projecting that vision and experiencing it in the rock that I thought that I saw it. Now that I do not so experience it, that vision has gone. In you the sense of duality had ceased long ago. Hence you do not entertain any false notions. Even in me the long-standing illusion has been dispelled by right perception. Hence I do not see that world clearly. The present realization of the truth being stronger than the past illusory notion, the latter has become dim. O sage, this is the only path to salvation. One should be totally devoted to the one desirable cause. One should be instructed in the right effort for its attainment and one should again and again engage oneself in such right action. By the right effort, abhyasa, ignorance is dispelled and the ignorant become enlightened. It is by right effort that even bitter things are relished. It is by repeated practice that a stranger becomes a friend, and when a close relative is separated from oneself it is through the absence of such repeated contemplation that the relationship is lost. It is by repetition that the subtle body becomes the physical body. By persistent effort, the impossible becomes possible. False relationships have been forged by persistent effort, they should also be resolutely abandoned by persistent effort till the end of one's life. By persistent effort one brings the desired object close to himself. Such effort enables him to attain it without obstacle. Persistent and repeated effort is known as abhyasa. That alone is the greatest goal of man, purusartha, and there is no other path. Only by persistent and determined self-effort and by one's own direct experience is perfection attained, not by any other means. It is by such abhyasa that one becomes utterly fearless everywhere in the world. The description in chapter 66 of the world within rock is elaborate and highly interesting. Vasishtha continued, V.2:68, when the celestial said thus, I sat in the lotus posture and entered into samadhi or deep contemplation. I abandoned all material and physical concepts and held on to the vision of the pure consciousness. I had become the infinite consciousness, as it were, and had attained cosmic vision which is of the greatest purity. On account of this realization of the truth, the delusion concerning the material or physical ceased in me. In its place there was the great consciousness which neither rises nor sets. There was awareness in which I saw neither space nor the rock but I was aware of only the infinite. Whatever was seen before was but the one self, and now I realize the self alone was all that was seen and experienced. What appeared to be the rock before was nothing but the space of infinite consciousness. Sadakaza. Man is but a dream object of another, and he dreams he is a man. However, in course of time even they who are victims of the worst form of delusion are enlightened, awakened, because there is nothing but the truth or Brahman, which is eternal. Therefore that which I saw earlier as the rock I knew not to be a mass of pure consciousness. There is no such thing as earth or matter. The self of the elements or beings is the body of Brahman. That concept alone is now seen as a notion or imagination. The cosmic subtle body appears to be, on account of the rising of this notion. The first arising notion or thought is the body of the jiva. That ignorant thought, viz., the thought, now thinks that the mind is an obvious reality. For no reason or purpose at all, these notions that the mind is an obvious reality, pratyeksa, arise. Consciousness thus becomes other than itself. What is called obvious reality now, the body, etc., is an obvious unreality. Paradoxically, the obvious is unreal and the unreal becomes obvious. Such is the mysterious power of illusion. The subtle body is the first among these obvious truths. The truth is omnipresent and matter is but illusion, even though it may be experienced, just as the braceletness of gold is an illusory appearance of gold, though people may point to it and proclaim that it is a bracelet. The subtle cosmic body, Ativahika, is not material. It is on account of non-understanding that the jiva falls under the sway of this illusion. What foolishness! The material or physical body is not found on inquiry, and the subtle body exists unchanged even in the two worlds, the here and the hereafter. Vasishtha continued, the gross physical body exists in the Ativahika or the subtle body even as water exists in a mirage. On account of the erroneous perception of the body, this physical body comes to be accepted as an entity, even as a piece of wood is taken to be a man. How mysterious and how powerful is illusion that it makes the unreal appear real and the real appear unreal. This illusion exists only because of the non-understanding of the truth. The activity and the behavior of beings in this world are governed mainly by the vision of the yogis, and to a small degree by the perception of the mind. Hence, these two may be accepted as true. But, he who abandons the former and clings to the reality of matter endeavors to quench his thirst with the water of the mirage. Momentary pleasure is pain. Real delight is unmodified, beginningless and endless. Hence, investigate the truth with the help of direct experience. Behold the primordial truth by direct experience. One who abandons this experience and runs after illusory realities is a fool. The subtle material body alone is real. In it the perception of the material or physical body is unreal and illusory. How can the latter be experienced as real when it is only notional and has never been created? When you know that what is obviously seen is illusory and unreal, what else can be accepted as real? How can that be accepted as real, which is established by what is unreal? When such is the case of the first and foremost proof, pratyeksa or direct experience, what value can be placed in inference? Hence, the existence of the objective universe said to have been proved by these methods, direct sense experience, inference and scientific investigation, is false and unreal. Duality or diversity is false, the one mass of infinite consciousness alone is real. Just as an object seen in a dream is unreal, even so what was seen by us as a rock is unreal. It is pure consciousness only. Realize that this mountain, this space, the world and the I are all but the one infinite, indivisible consciousness. One who is enlightened, awakened, realizes this, not the unenlightened. It is because of the false feeling I am not enlightened that this ignorance of the reality has come to be firmly established. He who abandons the realization of the direct experience of the Lord who is of the nature of the indivisible, infinite consciousness and clings to other forms of experience, is surely foolish. What have we to do with such people? Vida 2:69 Vasistha continued, then that celestial entered into the world within the rock. I too went with her. There she went to where the creator of that world was seated and sat in front of him. She then said to me, O sage, this is my husband. He created me in order to have me as his wife. However, he did not consummate that marriage. Now he and I are both aged. I have attained dispassion. He is not distracted from his meditation. Pray, enlighten both of us concerning the root cause of this samsara so that we may be liberated from it." Having said this, she awakened her husband, the Creator, to ordinary consciousness and said to him, "Lord, behold the sage who has arrived at our abode. He is our guest. He is the son of the Creator of another world. It is our duty as householders to honor and worship our guests." The Creator of the other world, of the rock, opened his eyes. He became aware of his own limbs. These limbs were in fact different created beings who arose in that awareness. At once there appeared before him different types of beings: gods, demons, humans, etc. He saw me and also his wife seated in front of him. He welcomed me and bade me be seated on a bejeweled seat. I returned the salute and sat on the seat. There was celestial music and also singing of hymns. We all appropriately greeted one another. Then I asked the second Brahma, "Lord, this celestial brought me here and she said to me that I should instruct both of you in a way that you may both be enlightened. Is that right and appropriate? For you yourself are the Lord of all creatures and the Master of the highest wisdom. She is not overcome by desire. How is it that you created her to be your wife? And if that is a fact, how is it that you ignored her and did not consummate the marriage?" The Creator in the rock replied, "O sage, listen and I shall tell you everything as it happened. There is only one consciousness which is unborn and tranquil. There arose in it a little movement, a vibration or a ripple. That is what I am. I am of the essential nature of pure space. I rest in the self. Since I arose without any cause or material, I am known as self soft-born. I have not been created at all and I do not see anything. What is seen here as you and I and what is seen as this dialogue between us are like two waves colliding in the ocean and making a sound. We are like the waves of the ocean, non-different from the ocean of infinite consciousness. We are but notions that spontaneously arise in it. This lady here who appears to be different from it has never been created, has not come into being at all. She is but a notion, a concept, a thought wave or psychological conditioning. This body is made of the trace of ego sense which existed in me and she is but the presiding deity, as it were, of this ego sense. She is, therefore, neither my wife nor was she created as one. The other world's Brahma continued. Veda 2:70. Now I wish to enter into the planar space of infinite consciousness. Hence, I have manifested this dissolution which signals the cosmic dissolution. Hence, there is this dispassion in us. When I abandon the cosmic mind and merge in the infinite consciousness, the destruction of all vasanas greater than notions, etc., is certain. Hence, this woman, who is the embodied vasana, has become dispassionate and follows me. Now the world cycle comes to an end and with it the end of the gods. This is also the moment of cosmic dissolution. It is the end of my own conditioning, vasana, and the utter transmutation of the body into space. Therefore, this vasana is about to perish. The desire for liberation arises in the vasana for no apparent reason, that is how vasana finds its own destruction. She had undertaken the practice of meditation, etc., but could not realize the self. She then saw the world in which you, the enlightened sage, lived. At that time, she even saw the cornerstone of this my creation. This cornerstone of creation can only be perceived when the mind is ready to abandon the perception of diversity, not while it is bound to such perception. There are countless worlds within all these objects and elements at all times, as if in this rock. Its appearance as the world is of course an illusion, for it is pure consciousness. This illusory vision of the world vanishes for one who has understood its true nature, but it continues to exist in the eyes of others. By the previous practice of concentration, meditation, etc., she, the vasana, had gained dispassion, then in order to gain self-knowledge, she sought you. Thus it is the power of the infinite consciousness alone that exists here as the impassible illusory power or maya. This power is beginningless, endless and imperishable. Time, space, matter, motion, mind, intellect, etc., are but parts of the consciousness like parts of the rock. The infinite consciousness alone exists as the rock of consciousness, its limbs are the worlds. This mass of consciousness thinks of itself as the world. Though it is beginningless and endless, it thinks it has a beginning and an end. Thus it seems to become. This mass of consciousness is formless, yet it assumes the form of a rock. There are no rivers here. There is no revolving wheel nor matter undergoing change and transformation. All these are but appearances in the space or plane of infinite consciousness, Satamram. Just as in the cosmic space there appears to exist the space called house and another called a pot, though surely space is indivisible and the existence of the space within the house does not diminish the total space, all these worlds seem to exist in the infinite which is indivisible and which does not undergo any diminution thereby. Vida 2:71 Vasistha continued, having said this, the creator of the world Insrag enters into the deep and final state of meditation. He uttered Om and contemplated on the last phase of its intonation. His mind was utterly calm. He remained as if he were a painted picture. Vasina, the embodiment of the psychological conditioning in the form of the lady, also followed the creator and entered into deep meditation. She attained the form of space. I too entered into deep meditation and witnessed all these, having become the omnipresent, infinite consciousness. As the notions in the cosmic mind of the Creator began to die down, at that very moment itself the earth with its mountains, continents and oceans began to disappear. The grass and the trees ceased to be. The earth is one of the limbs of the cosmic person, the Creator. Hence, when the cosmic person withdrew his awareness from it, the earth ceased to be, even as in a state of paralysis when our awareness of a limb is withdrawn, it withers away and disintegrates. The earth was hit at the same time by numerous natural catastrophes. The evildoers were burnt by fire and they headed for hell. The earth had lost all its charm and its fruitfulness. The women had become immoral and men had lost their self-respect. A dense dust storm arose veiling the sun. The people were distressed by the pairs of opposites which in their foolishness they subjected themselves to. On account of floods and famine, wars and pestilence, humanity had been decimated. On account of numerous sufferings, people had become uncivilized and uncultured. Because of the suddenness with which all these terrible things happened, the noble people of the earth perished and there was hue and cry everywhere. There was scarcity of water and people began to dig deep wells. There was indiscriminate mixing between men and women and the social order broke down. Everyone lived by trade. Women earned their living, by exhibiting the beauty of their hair. Kings followed the dictum might is right. There was unrighteousness everywhere. The leaders were devoted to intoxicating drinks. They harassed and tortured the learned and the saintly men. People resorted to other ways of living or other faiths than that which was natural to them. The learned men became subject to violence and aggressiveness. Temples were looted. Even the holy ones abandoned the performance of the religious rites on account of laziness. The cities had been burnt down by the fire that showered from the skies. Seasons became erratic. Thus had the earth element reached its destruction, since the Creator had merged himself in the infinite consciousness. Vasistha continued, once the earth element had thus been absorbed in the infinite consciousness and had transcended its limitation, the water element turned towards its own dissolution. When the water got agitated, it exceeded its own natural bounds and the oceans transgressed their bounds, overflowing in all directions. Making dreadful sounds, the waves lashed at the forests and began to destroy them. These mighty waves mingled with the clouds in the space and it became one mass of water. All the mountains were submerged underwater. The aquatic creatures were in panic and ran helter-skelter in an attempt to escape from the calamity. When the waves destroyed the mountain caves, lions ran out of them, destroyed other creatures and were eventually themselves destroyed. The tumult raised by all this reached even the region of the sun. It appeared as if the oceans had invaded the regions of the gods themselves and had occupied them. On account of the destruction of the forests and mountains caused by the power of the tidal waves, it looked as if the whole space were a big forest of trees and mountains. The great mountains were being dissolved in the waters of the ocean. At one stage it looked as though the mountains were laughing with their teeth bared, because, washed by the tidal waters, the precious and semi-soft precious stones that remained underground had become exposed on the mountain sides. It looked as though even the celestial bodies were affected by this. The earth mountains fell on some of them, making a loud noise. Even the fires of cosmic destruction appeared to be afraid of being put out by these tidal waves. At one stage there was terrible warfare between the earth elephants and sea elephants. The single ocean shone with a supernatural radiance at that time when so many earthly objects were getting drowned in it. Then it looked as if the space itself were falling into the waters of cosmic dissolution. The firmament with all its light and its precious jewels fell into the flood. Flames of fire spread out in all directions, consuming all that existed in space. Since the Creator had withdrawn his realization of the world, the demons and others were let loose to cause what havoc they pleased. All their gods, Indra, etc., who are the deities presiding over the natural elements to maintain order among them, had been overpowered by the demons. There was chaos. Even the abodes of Shiva, etc., were shaken and disturbed. The stars and planets collided with one another and there was cosmic destruction. Vida 2:72 Vasistha continued, when the Creator Brahma withdrew his prana, the life forces, the air which moves in space abandoned its natural function of motion in space. What else can sustain the elements and other beings? When thus the force that held all the heavenly bodies had been withdrawn, the stars began to fall away from their orbits like flowers from trees. The satellites that were coursing the outer space also disintegrated on account of the time-space continuum being withdrawn when the life forces were withdrawn. Even the path of the siddhas or the perfected ones was obliterated. Like bits of cotton wool, these siddhas began to fall in space. Even Indra, the chief of the gods, and his heaven began to fall and disintegrate. Rama asked, consciousness is pure and the cosmic person is but an ocean. How does this cosmic person or Brahma come to acquire limbs like earth, heaven and another world? Vasistha continued, in the beginning, O Rama, there was but pure consciousness which could not be said to be either existence or non-existence. Within itself it became aware of itself as its object of awareness. Without abandoning its position as the subject it seems also to become the object. That is the jiva from which the mind, etc., arise. However, all these are non-different from pure consciousness. When the mind which is also pure consciousness thinks I am space, it experiences space, though such space is non-existent. The self or pure consciousness is void and immaterial. As long as there is the notion of the physical universe, consciousness experiences it as if it were real. When it so wills it, it winds up this creation which then comes to an end. Vasana or psychological conditioning, which gives rise to notions and to experiences of all kinds, ceases to be when the vision of the truth or the understanding of the reality arises. There is egolessness and therefore oneness, liberation or moksha alone remains after that. This is the nature of Brahma. This is how the world exists as the body of Brahma, the cosmic person. The notion that arises in that cosmic person appears to be this universe. It is pure void. In fact, there is no such thing as the world nor what can be regarded as you or I. In pure and indivisible consciousness, what is the world? How and by whom is it created and with what materials or cooperating causes? It appears but it is no more than an illusory appearance. It is neither one with the infinite consciousness nor different from it. There is neither unity nor diversity. Infinite, indivisible consciousness alone is the reality. Hence, live free from all conditioning, acting spontaneously and appropriately in each situation. Rama said, Vida 2:73, Lord, I have clearly understood whatever you have been telling me so far, but there is no satiety in your discourse. It is like immortalizing nectar. Hence, describe the experience of creation again. Vasistha continued, during what is known as the cosmic dissolution, whatever appears to exist now is dissolved. What remains is the eternal. It is beyond description. In comparison with a mustard seed, the mountain is immense, so in comparison with that eternal infinite consciousness the space is like a mustard seed. in comparison with the greatest among mountains, a subatomic particle is minute, even so are the comparative dimensions of this world universe and that eternal infinite consciousness. During the cosmic dissolution, when all world appearance has ceased, the eternal infinite consciousness remains aware of every subatomic particle that exists in the cosmic space. It sees them, though they were unreal. As if in a dream, then it imagines itself to be Brahma. It even conceives of itself as the infinite consciousness. Considering itself as the atomic particle of consciousness, it exists as the subject, apparently seeing the atomic particle which becomes the object. This is like a man seeing himself in a dream. Thus, consciousness apparently polarizes itself into the subject and the object without ever abandoning its own indivisibility. At that moment the following principles arise spontaneously: time, space, action, matter, the seer, subject, sight, and the seen, object. However, the forces that restrain or obstruct these do not arise. Where the consciousness particles shine, space manifests there. When this happens, there is time, and the way in which it happens becomes action. Whatever is experienced as existing becomes matter. The experiencer becomes the subject. The experiencing or the seeing of this matter is the sight, and that which is responsible for this seeing or experiencing becomes the object. Thus do all these apparently come into being, though they are all false. Space alone appears in space without any particular order of sequence or principle. Similarly, that material in which this consciousness shines is known as the body, that by which it sees is known as the eye. Even so with regard to the other senses, etc. That state in which this consciousness shines without name and form is known as the Tanmatra, pure element, which is of the nature of space or void alone. This radiance of the atomic particle of consciousness itself becomes gross and comes to be known as the body. Then there arise the five senses in it. That which is aware of all this is known as buddhi or intelligence. With thinking arises mind, in which the ego sense is rooted. Vasishtha continued, as the particle of consciousness moves in space, it does there what it did here earlier. Thus sequence of time arises, as well as spatial distinctions like above, below, and the directions. Though it is of the nature of space or void, it seems to become time, space, action, matter, and awareness of the meaning of words, etc. Thus the ativahika, subtle, body comes into being. This itself, by continued awareness of itself, seems to condense into the material body. Consciousness becomes embodied, though it is truly like space, incapable of being contained. In it there arise the ideas of head and of feet, and it sees these as existing organs. Even so with the other limbs of the physical body. The same consciousness considers itself to be being and non-being, taking and rejecting, order and all the rest of it. It sees these notions as if they were real. Even so does it become Brahma the Creator, even so does it attain to the state of Hari or Vishnu even so does it attain, or seemingly become, Rudraur Shiva even so does it seemingly become a worm. In truth, however, it has not become any of these. It is as it is, pure void and void, consciousness and consciousness. That is the seed of all bodies in the three worlds. It is the seed of even the samsara, world illusion, which bars the gate to liberation. It is the cause of all, and it is the leader of time and action. It is the first person who, though unborn, seems to be born. It does not have a material or physical body. Hence it cannot be caught. Just as a man who is fighting with a lion in a dream shouts in that dream, though in truth he is silent and asleep, the infinite consciousness which entertains all these notions is at peace and silent within itself. The universe, which extends to millions of miles in all directions, exists in the minutest subatomic particle in the three worlds exists within one strand of hair, in comparison to the infinite consciousness. Even Brahma the Creator, though he presides over the universe which is unimaginably vast and which is his body, exists in an atom. In fact, he does not occupy any space at all, just like the mountains seen in a dream. The cosmic person has been called Svayambhu Brahma, the self-born creator, also as Virat, cosmic person but in truth, O Rama, he is but pure consciousness. Because this consciousness becomes aware of motion, it experiences such motion or life force. This is the prana and the apana whose whirling motion comes to be known as wind in the universe, which is the very heart of the universe. The exudations, as it were, of this prana are known as vida or wind, pitta or heat, and plasma or moisture, the three humors of the body, and their cosmic counterparts, wind, sun and the moon. Vasishtha continued. Vida 2:74, the cosmic person, Virat, has two bodies. The superior body is pure consciousness which is without beginning, end or middle, and the other body is this world. Hence, he is able to view the world, like an egg, from outside it, as a hen does. He divided the egg into two. The upper part he called the sky or the heaven, and the lower part he called the earth. The upper part is known as the head of the Virat, the lower part is his feet, and the middle atmosphere is his back or buttocks. The upper part, because it is so far away, is seen as the blue and empty sky. The firmament is the palate of the Virat, and the stars are drops of blood. The particles of air that course the body are gods, demons and humans. The germs and viruses in the body are the ghosts and goblins. The holes in the body are other worlds. His loins are the oceans. The nadis are rivers, and the continent known as Jambudvipa is his heart. The empty space is his stomach. The mountains are his liver and spleen. The clouds are his flesh. The sun and the moon are his eyes. The world of Brahma is his face. Soma is his energy. The snowbound mountains are his phlegm. The subterranean fire is his bile. The winds are his prana and apana. All the trees and the snakes are his hairs. Since he is himself the cosmic mind, he has no mind. Since the infinite self alone apparently becomes the experience which is but pure consciousness, there is no experiencer apart from it. In the same way, since he is the experiencer in all the senses, there are no indriyas or senses in him. Therefore, the distinctions among the senses are but notions. The concept that indriyas, senses, stand in relation to the mind as the limbs to the body, is erroneous. There is no such distinction. Even the body and the limbs are one unit. Whatever actions take place in this world originate in him. On account of him the world is seen to be real. If he ceases to be, the world ceases to be. The world, creation, Brahma the creator, and Virat, the cosmic person, are figures of speech. They were but notions that arise in the pure, infinite consciousness. Rama asked, when this cosmic person is a mere notion, how does he exist in that body? Vasishtha replied, in exactly the same way as you exist in your heart when you are in meditation. Just as the jiva exists in the bodies of all beings, and just as a reflection exists in the mirror, this cosmic person exists in his own cosmic body. Though he appears to have all these limbs, etc., there is no division in him, and he exists as a rock exists, whole and undivided, pure, infinite consciousness. Vida 2:75 Vasishtha continued, when Brahma the creator was thus meditating, I looked around. I saw a sun rising in every direction. While I was looking at this extraordinary phenomenon, a sun arose right from the bowels of the earth, like a subterranean fire. There were 11 in all, with 3 more satellites and like the 3 eyes of Lord Shiva, which together formed the 12th sun. It was getting too hot there. So, I left that place and went away to a far-off place. The entire firmament was ablaze with the light of these suns. There was cat-cat and cat-cat sound everywhere. Living beings were everywhere being scorched by the heat. Even the aquatic creatures were not exempt. The destruction was colossal and complete. Mountains fell on burning cities, grinding them into a paste. At that time people were weeping and wailing aloud. Others, yogis, who were able to make their life force depart through the crown of their head, attained immortality. The earth was scorched by the fire that arose from above and below. The entire world with all the beings in it was set ablaze by the fire that emanated from the eyes of Rudra. There was the sound bum 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 everywhere, and it looked as if the demonesses were playing by throwing streams of fire at one another. Meteors began to fall on the mountain tops and began to dance the dance of death and destruction. The fire that arose in the earth seemed to link the earth with the heaven or the entire universe. Even the Sumeru mountain, which was made of solid gold, began to melt. The snowbound mountain, Himalaya, melted away. only the Himalaya mountain remained unharmed. Like the heart of a noble man who, even in his own suffering, seeks to promote the happiness of others, that mountain stood spreading joy and peace, just as sandalwood gives of its fragrance even to one who burns it. Only two objects remained unaffected: space being all-pervading could not be destroyed, and gold being pure could not be destroyed. Hence, I believe that only sattva, purity, is good and desirable, not rajas, activity or impurity, and tamas, inertia, stupidity. When thus everything else had been destroyed, not even the ashes were seen. Even as when ignorance and its consequences are destroyed by the fire of the sage's wisdom, only the absolute purity remains without even the ashes of past ignorance. For some time these fires could not reach Kailasa, the abode of Lord Virudra, but then he turned his fiery gaze on it and it began to burn. Nothing was left. Future generations could only wonder, perhaps there was a world, a universe, a creation before. Vasishtha continued. Vida 2:76. Then there arose the terrible winds of dissolution which blew so violently that the mountains and the oceans became exceedingly agitated and lost their natural behavior, and even the netherworld seemed to fall into something far below it. The entire creation became dried and essenceless. After this there arose like an irate demon an enormous cloud which produced dreadful noise. It was like the sound that was made when Brahma the Creator broke the golden egg which gave rise to the created universe. The sound struck terror in everyone's heart because of the added sound of the disintegrating worlds and the oceans. It filled the entire created universe and united the earth with the heaven and the netherworld. It was unmistakably the sound of cosmic dissolution. I heard the sound of the cloud. I wondered, how could this cloud coexist with the fires of cosmic dissolution? I looked in all directions. I saw all round me showers of adamant and thunderbolt. In a moment I experienced the sensation of something cold above and something very hot and burning below. The cloud was so high above that it could neither be seen, nor could the fire reach it. After consuming the worlds, the fires had become pure sparks and shone with an extraordinary radiance. When the cloud of dissolution descended, it appeared to be made of the most brilliant lightning. The waters of the 7 oceans equaled only a very small part of a corner of that cloud. It appeared as though these very oceans had risen into the sky. The 12 suns were whirlpools in that cloud, and the aquatic creatures were the lightning flashes that moved in it. The rains came. Every drop of that rain was like a thunderbolt. These raindrops filled the entire space. They fell with such force that they destroyed whatever was left of the universe. The whole sky was one mass of water. The rain put out the fires and reached the earth plane. The waters of this extraordinary and supernatural rain mixed with the fires that were still burning. The two could not defeat or conquer each other, and hence they were ill-matched enemies, because their equal prowess made the conflict interminable and inconclusive. They were of great strength and power. Therefore, their collision was extremely fearsome to witness. Vida 2:77. Vasistha continued. At that time, the entire space was clothed in the ashes of destruction. These ashes were churned by terrible winds. Falling rain was making more dreadful noise everywhere, which sounded like the victory cries of the demons of dissolution. The winds were carrying away the burnt remains of the cities of Indra, the god of heaven, and other deities. Thus the 3 elements, water, fire and wind, were completely out of control, alignment or harmony, and it looked as though they were fighting with each other. The tumult and the sound of this chaos were deafening. The torrential rain put out the fires, producing the sound cham cham cham. The mighty rivers that flow down the mountains carried away other mountains, continents and cities. The planets and stars in the heavens were also falling out of their orbits. The great tidal waves were everywhere breaking down mountains, and the wind was blowing these mountains away. There was utter darkness everywhere as the rays of the sun were veiled by the rain and the clouds, which were of dark blue color. The very support of the earth had completely disintegrated, and therefore the mountains were disintegrating, too. The tidal waves were picking up these mountains and were hurling them at the clouds. It appeared as if the 3 worlds were weeping and wailing aloud. The gods and the demons were all subject to these dreadful calamities, and yet they were still flying at one another's throats in interminable enmity. Only the vital air or prana which presides over the disintegration of material or physical bodies sustained these disintegrating objects and wafted them here and there. At that same time the entire space was filled with flying cities, demons, fire, serpents and suns, which looked like so many flies and mosquitoes. Even the deities presiding over the different directions were approaching destruction, and there was confusion in those directions. The dust of destroyed creation was everywhere. The entire universe was filled with the debris of temples made of different precious stones and metals of different colors. It was difficult to see the universe, devoid of the veil of creation, that truth or God, which remains after the total destruction of what is known as creation, alone existed. Once again there was fullness, the fullness that becomes apparent when the diverse creatures are destroyed, the fullness that was there all the time. By this time, of course, the cosmic fires of destruction had been completely put out by the torrential rains from the cosmic clouds. Vasishtha continued. Vida 2:78. 79. There was no space. There were no directions. There was neither below nor above. There were neither elements nor creation. There was but one limitless ocean. Meanwhile, I saw Brahmaloka as the sun beholds the earth at sunrise. There Brahma the Creator was seated in samadhi or meditation as if he were an unshakable mountain, surrounded by the pradhan or the first principles, the gods and the sages, the celestials and the siddhis who were also seated in the meditation posture, deeply engrossed in meditation, as if they were without life. The 12 suns also arrived there and entered into meditation. After a brief period, I saw Brahma and the others as one sees one's dream objects on waking up. I saw them as so many manifestations of mental conditioning, not as the materialization of the dream objects. I then realized that all these gods, etc., were also pure void. Without leaving that place they had vanished from sight. I realized that they too had attained nirvana after having abandoned name and form, like Brahma the Creator. When the vasana or self-limiting conditioning had ceased in them they had become invisible. This body is but pure void, it seems to exist on account of the vasana or mental conditioning. When the latter ceases, the body ceases to be seen or experienced, just as the dream object does not experience on waking up. Even so neither the subtle, ativahika, body nor the gross, adibhutika, body is seen even in the waking state when the mental conditioning ceases. The example of the dream state is given here because that is something everybody experiences. He who rejects his own experience is fit to be shunned from a great distance. Who can wake up a man who pretends to sleep? If it is argued that when the body which causes dream ceases to be, dream ceases, then in the absence of the body there is no life in the other world. Then surely there is no creation. If it is said that the world has never been what it is not, then it does not exist even now. If it is said that consciousness is an exudation of the body, etc., then the teachings of the scriptures become utterly useless. If you decide against their authority, why have any authority at all? If you accept that delusion exists as long as the body exists, then delusion becomes a reality. If consciousness arises in the body accidentally, why should not that consciousness realize its infinite nature? Anyhow, whatever consciousness becomes aware of within itself, it experiences, whether one calls it real or unreal. Therefore, in the first instance, the self-nature knows itself as consciousness on account of its own inherent movement. Then on account of mental conditioning, vasana, it experiences deluded perception. Conditioned awareness is bondage. When there is no awareness of conditioning, or conditioned awareness, there is nirvana. Vida 2:80 Vasistha continued, when thus all the gods and also the 12 suns had become one with Brahma, these suns began to burn away even the world of the Creator, as they had done with the earth. After burning the world of the Creator and entering into deep meditation like Brahma, they entered into nirvana like a lamp without fuel. Everything was, then enveloped in dense darkness. Meanwhile, I saw there a fearsome form. He was like embodied dissolution of the universe, like embodied darkness. However, he shone by his own radiance. He had 5 faces, 10 arms and 3 eyes. He had a trident in his hand. He was moving in the space of his own being. He was dark like the rain-bearing cloud. It was as if he rose out of the cosmic ocean and as if he himself were the embodiment of that cosmic ocean. He looked like a winged mountain. From his trident and 3 eyes I thought, this is Ryudra, and I bowed to him from a great distance. Rama asked, who is this Ryudra and what are his 5 faces, 10 hands, etc.? Vasishtha continued, O Rama, he is known as Ryudra and he is the ego sense. He is devoted to the disturbance of the equilibrium. His form is pure space or void. He is of the form of space and therefore his color is like that of space. Since he is pure, indivisible, like space, consciousness, he is known as the space self, Ekastama. Since he is the self of all and is omnipresent, he is known as the great self or the supreme self. The 5 senses, of knowledge, are his faces. The 5 organs of action and their 5 fields are his 10 arms. Only when the infinite consciousness becomes aware of itself does this form become manifest. Again, this form is the Ryudra is but a small particle, as it were, of the infinite consciousness and hence does not exist as such in reality. The form is but an illusory perception. He exists as the unfoldment or movement in Sadakaza, infinite consciousness, and is there in both the space in creation and in living beings, as the life breath. In course of time, when all his movements come to an end, he attains supreme equilibrium. The 3 gunas, sattva, rajas and tamas, the 3 periods of time, past, present and future, the 3 inner instruments, siddha, buddhi and ahamkara, the 3 aspects of Om and the 3 Vedas are the 3 eyes of Ryudra. The trident implies that he holds the 3 worlds in his hands. Since he is attained by sattva or goodness and his very existence is for the good of all, he is known as Shiva. He then attains to the state of supreme peace and is therefore known as Krishna. He himself creates, as Kalpana, imagination, the whole universe, and he drinks the one ocean of cosmic being and attains to that supreme peace. Vasishtha continued, I then saw that this Ryudra began to drink the cosmic ocean with the speed of the life force or prana. The waters of the cosmic ocean entered into his mouth in which a great fire was burning fiercely. That Ryudra or ego sense exists as the fire in the bowels of the ocean, or earth, and then at the end of the world cycle he drinks the ocean. Indeed, this ego sense is the all at all times. At that time there were only 4 things in that pure and limitless space. 1. The black-colored Ryudra who stood without any support and without any motion. 2. The earth which was rather muddy and which was the abode of all the worlds, from the nether world to the heaven. 3. The upper part of the creation, which being far, far away was beyond sight and, 4. Among all these, everywhere, there was the pure Brahman or the infinite consciousness pervading the different parts of the creation. Nothing else existed. Rama asked, what is the abode of Brahma the Creator, what are its veils and how does it exist? Vasishtha replied, the abode of Brahma, the center of the earth plane, is enveloped by water which is 10 times the extent of the earth plane. Even so the region of fire is 10 times the extent of the water plane. The region of air beyond it is 10 times the extent of the fire plane. Lastly, the space plane is 10 times the extent of the air plane. Beyond that is the limitless space of Brahma-akasa. Rama asked, O sage, who holds this creation from above and from below? Vasishtha continued, the earth, etc., are held in their position by the great body of the Brahmanda, the golden echo or the cosmic person. Rama asked again, O Lord, tell me by whom is the Brahmanda sustained? Vasishtha replied, O Rama, it is not supported by anyone at all, whether you regard it as falling or not falling. For this universe has no form, no body, no materiality, though it seems to have a form. What exactly do we mean by it falls and by holding it? Whatever be the notion in the infinite consciousness, it remains. In that manner, this creation is but a dream city of the infinite consciousness. When it is thought of as falling it seems to fall all the time. When it is thought of as existing in space, it stands and moves in space. When it is thought of as unmoving, it remains motionless. When it is thought to have been destroyed, it appears to have been destroyed. The world within the Rigveda 2:81 Vasishtha continued, Then I saw that Ryudra began to dance in space, as if he were intoxicated. It was as if the waters of the cosmic dissolution had assumed a form and were dancing in that form. Lo and behold! Even as I was watching the dance of Ryudra, I saw a shadow behind him. How could shadow exist without sun? I asked myself. As I was reflecting over this phenomenon, that shadow, female, stepped in front of Ryudra, and she was also dancing. She had 3 eyes. She was of dark color. She was thin. But she was huge. Her mouth emitted fire. She looked like the dark night or the limitless space embodied as a female. Her arms extended to the farthest reach of space. She was so thin that her nerves were visible, and it appeared that since she was thin and tall, someone had bound her with those nerves so that she might not collapse. She wore a garland made of the heads of gods, suns and demons. She wore earrings of snakes. Now she had 1 arm, a moment later she had many arms, and a moment later she hurled her arms on the dance floor. Now she had 1 mouth, a moment later she had many mouths, and a moment later still she had no mouth at all. Now she had 1 foot, a moment later she had many feet, and a moment later still she was without feet. I concluded from all this that she was Kalaratri, the night of death. Holy men call her Kali or Bhagavati. She had 3 eyes which were pits of fire. She had high cheekbones and a chin. She had a necklace of stars strung on her. With her mighty arms, which had sparkling and radiant nails, she filled the directions. Her breathing was so powerful that the biggest mountains could be blown away by it. Her body seemed to swell enormously when she was dancing. While I was witnessing this dance, she playfully strung the mountains into a garland for herself. The 3 worlds became mirrors in the 3, upper, middle and lower, parts of her body. Cities, forests, mountains, etc., became so many flowers for the garland she wore around her body, neck. In her limbs were cities and towns, the seasons, the 3 worlds, the months and the day and night. Dharma became her earrings. Vedas were her breasts filled with the milk of the highest knowledge. She held many different weapons in her hands. The 14 types of beings, like the gods and all the rest of them, wore hairs on her body. All these beings with their cities and villages were dancing with her, delighted at the thought of being born again. The entire universe was in constant motion because she was dancing. From another point of view, of course, they were firmly established in her. The whole universe was reflected on her body as if in a mirror. Even as I was looking, they appeared, disappeared and reappeared. Vasishtha continued, what was that dance? The stellar firmament was revolving, the mountains were revolving, and the gods and the demons were also revolving like mosquitoes. The revolving firmament looked like her flowing garment. It was delightful to watch the very big trees, the kalpa tree, which were but hairs on her body, revolve while she danced. They were ascending and descending between heaven and earth, as it were. The sun and the moon, the day and the night were reflected on her fingernails, as it were, when she danced. The big mountains like the Himalayas, the Meru, etc., were also dancing with delight. It looked as though another cosmic dissolution was about to take place. The goddess wore the sacred thread made of 3 strands, which were all kinds of prosperity, perfect knowledge and sacrifice. Though it appeared that everything was revolving, nothing really happened. The air that flowed in and out of her nostrils was making great sounds, gum-gum. On account of the movement of the countless arms of the goddess, the air in the entire space was being churned. By merely watching all this, even my eyes, and mind, too, began to get fatigued and confused. When the mirrors on her body were agitated by the dancing, then the mountains began to fall, the gods and celestials began to fall and their palaces to collapse. In her body all the immovable objects became movable. Still more astonishing, oceans danced on mountain peaks and the mountain was dancing in empty space. The space danced beneath the earth plane, and continents with flowering gardens and cities were dancing in the orb of the sun. All these were floating around like straw within the mirror of the goddess, as it were. Fish were swimming in the mirage, and cities were seen in space, which also seemed to hold mountains. The sky and the clouds of cosmic dissolution were resting on the mountains which had fallen. In the body of Kalaratri were found night and day, creation and dissolution, purity and impurity. Though all the gods, etc., were tumbled by her dance, they were apparently steady because of the steadiness of the infinite consciousness. In her consciousness there was natural knowledge. By her dance she created and dissolved the universes moment after moment, just as a small boy shifts his attention from moment to moment. Now she is near, now she is far, now she is infinitesimal, and now she is cosmic. Such is the manifestation of her cosmic creative power. She dances, holding the horns of the buffalo, which is the vehicle of the god of death, to the accompaniment of sounds like damam damam paka paka jamya. She wears a garland of skulls, and on her head is a peacock feather. She bows to Rudra, the god of dissolution. May he protect you? Rama asked. Vidatu 82, Lord, when everything had been destroyed, how does she dance and with whom? And how could she have all those garlands and all the rest of it? Vasishtha replied, O Rama, this was neither a male nor a female, nor did they dance. They were not of any such nature, nor did they have any such form. Only the eternal, infinite consciousness, which is the first cause and the cause of all causes, existed, as infinite, as peace, and as pervading everything by its mere appearance. The Lord, Shiva, is that. The Lord himself took on the appearance or form of Bhairava when the entire universe had ceased to exist, but in fact he was as formless as the infinite space. It is not appropriate even to assume that the infinite consciousness, which had become manifest in all its glory on account of its inherent nature, would suddenly be without it, just as gold cannot be without any form whatsoever. How can consciousness remain without being conscious? Can you see gold without any form? How can anything remain without expressing its nature? How can sugar cane lose its sweetness? If it has lost its sweetness, it is no longer sugar cane, and its juice is not sweet. When consciousness loses consciousness, it is no longer consciousness. Everything has to be what it is, and it is impossible to have it any other way. Hence, that infinite consciousness is pure existence at all times, and it does not undergo any diminution. It shines by its own light, it has no beginning nor middle nor end, and it is omnipotent. That itself at the end of a world cycle appears as the space and the earth plane, etc., and seems to undergo natural calamities and wholesale destruction, though there is no reality in all these. Birth, death, maya, delusion, blindness, non-substantiality, substantiality, wisdom, bondage, liberation, good and evil, knowledge and ignorance, embodied and disembodied states, the moment and eternity, unsteadiness and firmness, you and I and the other, truth and falsehood, cleverness and foolishness, notions concerning time, space, action and matter, form, sight and related thought, actions springing from the intellect and the senses, and all the five elements by which everything is pervaded, all these are pure consciousness which, without abandoning its nature, appears to be all these, just as space seems to be cut up though it is really not so cut up. This infinite consciousness alone is known as Lord Shiva, Hari, Brahma, the moon and the sun, Indra and Varuna, Yama, Cobra and fire. He who is enlightened, however, sees not the diversity, but the one infinite consciousness. Vidatu 83 Vasishtha continued, the cosmic form that I described to you as Lord Shiva was pure consciousness, that itself was Rudra the dancer. There was no such form, nor was there formlessness. In the mass of consciousness, all this was felt to have been experienced. I saw only that space, plane, which was supreme peace, and I experienced it in the form which I described. No one else saw it that way. What was described as the end of a world cycle, as Rudra and Bhairavi, all that was but an illusory appearance. They were experienced in those forms only by me. The mass of consciousness alone exists. When it is perceived as a certain form, Bhairava, it is seen in that form, and it seems to assume such a form. The comprehension of a word and its meaning, object, is not possible without consciousness. It is because of persistent use of such comprehension that you begin to feel that the object denoted by the expression is absolutely real. There was neither a Bhairavi nor a Bhairava, Kalaratri and Rudra, nor even the cosmic dissolution. All these were illusory appearances. The only reality is the infinite consciousness. Thus I have described to you the significance of the form and the formlessness of Rudra. I shall now explain to you the significance of the dance. Consciousness is never without some movement within itself. Without this movement it might become unreal. Thus consciousness appeared to be Rudra on account of this movement within itself. Movement is the very nature of consciousness and therefore inseparable from it. This movement of consciousness within itself is what was experienced as the dance of the Lord Rudra. That movement was but pure movement. It was experienced by me as the dance of the Lord on account of my own psychological conditioning. Thus, the dance of the Lord was the movement within pure consciousness. Rama asked, when all that is unreal is dissolved during the cosmic dissolution, how does consciousness become aware, and of what? Vasishtha continued. Of course, consciousness does not become aware of another. What is said to be the object of observation here is only a reference to the very nature of that consciousness. Just as in the dream, the cities, etc., are all within the consciousness of the dreamer, consciousness becomes aware of its own movement within itself right from the moment this movement arises. Thus arise in it notions of a moment, an age, a world cycle, etc., as also notions of I and you, etc. Thus, there is neither duality, nor unity, nor a void, neither consoft-cisness, as the subject, nor unconsciousness. There is pure silence, or not even that. The infinite consciousness alone exists. Vasishtha continued. Vidatu 84, the plane, space, of consciousness itself is known as Bhairav or Shiva. Inseparable and non-different from him is his dynamic energy, which is of the nature of the mind. Air is seen, experienced, in its motion, fire is known by its heat, the pure consciousness is pure and tranquil and it is known as Shiva. This Shiva is beyond description. It is the dynamic energy of the Lord which executes all his wishes, as it were, and makes the wishes appear as visions. This energy or power or Maya is consciousness. She is a living force and therefore she is called the Jiva. Since this creation manifestation is natural to the infinite consciousness, she is known as Prakriti or nature. Since she is the cause of all things being seen and experienced, she is known as Kriya or action. Since she manifests great anger towards evil, she is known as Kandika. Since she is of the color of the blue lotus, she is known as Utpala. She is known as Jaya because she is always victorious. She is known as Siddha because perfection rests in her. Jaya is also known as Jayanti, as also Vijaya, all of which signify victory. Since she is unconquerable, she is known as Parajita. She is known as Durga since her form or real nature is beyond our grasp. She is known as Uma because she is the very essence of the sacred monosyllable Om. She is called Gayatri because her names are sung by all, and also Savitri because she is the creatrix of all. She is the expansion of one's vision of all things and hence she is known as Sarasvati. Since she is of white, yellow or red color, she is known as Gauri. Since she exists as a ray of light in one who sleeps, and in one who has been awakened by the contemplation of the subtle inner vibrations produced by the sound of Om, she is known as Indukula, ray of the moon. Since she and Shiva have space as their real form, their bodies have a blue color. Space is their flesh, bones, everything. They exist in space as space. Her dance with different gestures, etc., symbolizes the creation, decay and death of all beings. She is conceived of as having limbs because she creates the worlds by the movement of her energy. This Kali invests all things with their characteristics by the power inherent in her own limbs, as it were. But one cannot by any means apprehend her limbs, nor can her real nature be described. Just as emotion within space is experienced by us as air, even so the dynamic energy of consciousness is experienced by the action or motion that takes place in that consciousness. However, motion or action cannot be regarded as the quality of consciousness because it has no qualities nor characteristics. Consciousness is pure and utterly tranquil, beyond all description. The notion of motion in consciousness is ignorance. Vasishtha continued, when this dynamic energy of consciousness rests at each place as it is, without becoming something else, that itself is known as Shiva the Lord. That is, the thing in itself is the Lord. The following are the limbs of this dynamic energy of consciousness which have been created as notions in her, all these created worlds. The earth with all the continents and oceans, the forests and the mountains, the scriptures, the different forms of sacred rites, wars in which various forms of weapons are used, and all the 14 worlds. Rama said, O sage, are these things which are said to be the limbs in the body of this dynamic energy real or false? Vasishtha replied, O Rama, all these are indeed real, for they have all been brought about by the operation of this dynamic energy of consciousness, and they are all experienced by consciousness. Just as the mirror reflects a real object that exists outside, this consciousness reflects within itself that which is within itself. Hence, it is real. Even the imaginary city or the illusory appearance of the city arises only in consciousness, whether the appearance arises because of persistent contemplation or because of the purity of consciousness. This creation is real whether it is regarded as a reflection or a dream object or a fancy, because it is based on the truth which is the self. This is my opinion. If you object, but these fanciful creations are of no practical use to me, consider of what use are they who have gone to a distant country. They are of use to the inhabitants of the village to which they have gone. Even so with everything. Whatever there is here which exists and functions here is real to the self and not to another who does not perceive it and is unaware of it. Therefore, all these creations and creatures that exist within the field of the energy of consciousness are true to the perceiving self and are unreal to the non-perceiver. All the notions and the dreams that exist in the present, past or the future are all real, because the self which is the self of all is real. They are all experienced by those who have reached the appropriate state of consciousness, just as he who goes to a distant land sees the sights there. However, motion of the energy of consciousness does not alter the truth, even as a dreamer transported to another place without his sleep being disturbed does not have his dream interrupted. When it is realized that the perception of the three worlds is but an unreal fancy, there is no question of its interruption or otherwise. Vasishtha continued. Vidatu 85, an imaginary city is imagination, not city. Even so the creation is but the notion that arises in the energy of the infinite consciousness. Or, the notion that so arises is the creation. Clarity is to the Lord what movement is to air. Just as in empty space, air moves as if it has form. She moves in the infinite consciousness executing the will or the wish of the Lord, as it were. When there is no such movement of the energy, then the Lord alone exists. While she continues to dance in this fashion in space, then by accidental coincidence, the crow and the coconut, she comes into contact with the Lord. The moment this contact is made, she is weakened and made thin and transparent. She abandons her cosmic form and becomes a mountain, then she becomes a small town and then a beautiful tree. Then she becomes like space and lastly she becomes of the form of the Lord himself, like the river entering the ocean. Then the Lord shines as one without a second. Rama asked, but, holy sir, tell me why the Divine Mother thus becomes tranquil? Vasishtha replied, O Rama, it is the dynamic energy of consciousness that is known as Prakriti, Jnanamaya, etc. She is unperverted. That which is superior to this energy is consciousness itself, which is the very self of consciousness, supreme peace. This dynamic energy functions and moves as long as there is the momentum of the Lord's wish. In a way, she dances as long as she does not see the Lord. Since consciousness and energy are inseparably one, the energy comes into contact with, becomes aware of, the Lord and becomes the Lord himself. When the Prakriti touches the Lord she abandons the Prakriti soft-hood, the state of being movement. She merges in the Lord even as the river merges in the ocean. The movement of energy is but the result of an ocean arising in consciousness and the energy naturally returns to consciousness, just as the shadow may be said to enter a person when the shadow ceases to be. A holy man may live in the company of thieves till he discovers the truth, afterwards he does not relish such company. Consciousness revels in duality till it sees its own self. The energy of consciousness dances until it beholds the glory of nirvana. When it beholds consciousness, it becomes pure consciousness. One roams this samsara with its birth and death only till one beholds the Supreme. Having seen it, he is immediately immersed in the Supreme. who will again abandon that which frees him from all sorrow. Vida 2:86. Vasistha continued, I shall now tell you, O Rama, how Lord Rudra, who was standing in the cosmic space with an apparent form, cast it off and detained total tranquility. That Rudra stood observing the division in consciousness known as the creation. In a moment he swallowed the division as it were. Then Rudra stood alone, one with the space as if he himself were space. In a few minutes, he became as light as cloud and his size was fast shrinking. I saw through my own divine vision that he had become smaller than an atom. In a moment he had become invisible. He had become supreme peace. He had become one with the absolute Brahman or pure consciousness. Thus, O Rama, I saw within the rock the creation, sustenance and the dissolution of the universe. I was amazed at all this illusory perception. Again I looked at the rock and I saw all sorts of creations and creatures in it, like the limbs of cholera tree. All this is seen only with the eyes of awakened intelligence or by the divine eye which sees everything everywhere at all times as everything is. If one sees the rock with the physical eyes as if it lies at a distance, only the rock is seen, but no creation, etc. After all this, I turned my inner eye to another part of the same rock. Once again I saw a whole creation come into being and all the rest of it. In every part of that rock I saw a whole creation. Even so I saw innumerable creations in the very many rocks that I found on that hill. In some of these creations the Brahma had just begun his work of creation. In others the gods were springing from the mind of the Creator, some were populated by human beings. In some there were no gods and in some no demons, in some the Satyuga, Golden Age, reigned and in others the Kali Yuga, Iron Age, in some the people had conquered old age and death, in some the people were all enlightened because they encountered no obstruction to their righteousness. Thus I saw the state of the universe in the past, present and future. In some I saw dense darkness and ignorance, in some I saw Rama fighting Ravana and in some Ravana abducting Sita. Some were ruled by the gods and some by demons. Rama asked, Lord, tell me, did I exist as Rama before this incarnation? Vasistha replied, you and I have been born here again and again, O Rama. Of course from the point of view of the absolute reality, neither you nor I nor this world has ever come into being. All these are like ripples on the surface of water. Their particular appearance and this soft appearance are due to illusory perception and deluded understanding. Vasistha continued, Vida 2:87. After thus contemplating the infinite consciousness for some time I suddenly realized that all this creation was within myself, my own body, just as the tree is in the seed. When one closes his eyes to sleep, he enters into an inner world created by his inner vision. When sleep comes to an end, one wakes up and his vision enters the world of the waking state. In the same way creation is experienced by one's entering into it within his own heart. Having seen the appearance of this creation in pure space, I entered into other parts of myself eager to see other aspects of creation. When thus the light of my inner intelligence was directed to that space, there arose in it an experience of that space. O Rama, when you enter into the consciousness of your own self, whether in sleep or in the waking state, you know that it is equally a mass of consciousness. To begin with there is only this pure space or emptiness. In it there arises the notion, I am. The condensation of that is known as buddhi or intellect and the condensation of that is known as the mind. That knows or experiences the pure element of sound and also the other elements, the tanmatras. From these experiences arise the various senses. Some say that there is some order in this creation, others declare that there is no such order. However, it is not possible to alter the nature and characteristics of created objects which have acquired those characteristics through the appropriate notion that arose in the infinite consciousness in the beginning. As I was thus observing creation, I had become atomic. I realized myself as a ray of light. Contemplating that alone, I had become gross. In this grossness there were the potentialities of sense experiences. I began to see. The organs through which I saw became the eyes, that which I saw became the seen object. The fruit of this experience was sight. When I saw all this became time, duration. The manner in which I saw became the method or order. Wherever I saw became space. By conviction these became the order of creation. When thus consciousness opened its eyes, as it were, or became aware of its own inherent potentialities, the 10 matras, pure elements, arose, and then all the senses which are in fact and in truth pure void or space came into being. Even so, I thought, let me hear something. From this sound arose, as also the organ of hearing. Then there arose the sense of touch, the sense of taste and the sense of smell, etc. Even though all these seem to have arisen in me, in fact nothing has ever happened. Vasishtha continued, when thus the 5 elements and the 5 senses came into being, their corresponding knowledge and experience arose in me irresistibly. They were without form, substantiality, and they were illusory. When I thus stood contemplating these notions and experiences, that state of my being is known by people like you as I soft-ness or ego sense. When this notion of ego sense becomes more gross, it is known as buddhi or intellect. When that becomes gross, it is known as the mind. Thus, though I am pure consciousness, I seem to have acquired a subtle body, ativahika, and an antakarana, inner instrument consisting of mind, intellect, etc. I am subtler and more empty than even the air. Hence, I do not obstruct the coming into being of anything. But since I continue to be in this notional existence for a considerable period of time, you imagine that I have a body. It is on account of this notion existing in you that I produce this sound known as speech. You hear it even as a sleeping person hears sounds in his dream. The first sound that a child utters is Om, and hence Om has come to be regarded as the foremost among sounds. After that, whatever I have been saying as if in dream, appears to you to be my speech. I am the absolute Brahman. I am self-contained, the creator of this creation and the preceptor of all. I have created all this through my own thoughts and notions. Thus do I exist, but I am unborn. I have seen the universe, beyond that I have seen nothing. But all this that I have seen is but pure void. All this is but pure experiencing. Nothing, the earth, etc., exists nor has anything ever come into being. Nothing exists outside. Everything is in consciousness, everything is consciousness. There is no world in Brahman, but Brahman sees or experiences a world. This perception is not a fact or reality but just a notion. This truth cannot be seen by physical eyes which can only see material objects. When you see with your subtle, ativahika, eyes you will behold the creation as it is, as the truth, as pure Brahmanirvana. When I experienced space, I knew what earth was. I became earth. In that earth I experienced the existence of countless universes, without ever abandoning the awareness that I am the infinite consciousness. I saw the most amazing earthly phenomena and events within that earth, within me. In fact, I experienced even the farmer plowing me, the earth, and I experienced the burning heat of the sun and the cool flow of rainwater. I became the fearful space in which the Loka mountains, the boundaries of the world, exist, and I experienced the actions and the movements of countless beings. Countless beings of different types, gods, demons, humans, animals and worms, filled me. I was filled with mountains, forests, etc., which exist on earth. Vasishtha continued, Vidatu:88, 89, while I remained in the earth consciousness I experienced the experiences of the earth, with all its rivers, etc. Here I experienced the weeping and wailing of those who had lost their dear and near ones. Here I experienced the joy of dancing girls, there were the cries of the hungry, the joy of the affluent, drought and earthquake, war and destruction, beautiful birds in lakes, suffering worms, flourishing forests, meditating sages. O Rama, in this earth body of mine all these took place. Rama asked, when you were thus engaged in the contemplation of the earth, Parthivadrana, was that earth real or only mental? Vasishtha replied, truly. This was mental and I had myself become the earth, equally truly. This was not mental nor did I actually become the earth. Apart from the mind, there is no earth. Whether you consider something as real or as unreal, it is but mental action. I am but the pure infinite consciousness. That notion which arises in it is known as sankalpa or thought or imagination. That notion is the mind, it is the earth, it is the world, it is the creator, This world appears in space on account of that notion, just as a fancied city exists in the sky. What I experienced as the earth was but a simple notion and therefore mental. It is pervaded by the mind, on account of the persistent contemplation, dharana. It remains as if it is the earth. The earth plane is mental, it is the notion that arises in consciousness and it is otherwise void. When this notion remains constant for some time, it apparently abandons its mental state and it seems to become this solid, material, hard and firm earth. From this point of view the earth does not exist. But it has come to be regarded as solid material existence from the beginning of creation. Just as the dream object is nothing but the consciousness of the dreamer, this world appearance is nothing but pure consciousness. The notion that arises in consciousness is pure consciousness and nothing else. Hence, there is no notion as such, neither a self nor a world. When it is thus seen, the world does not exist. When it is not observed carefully, it seems to come into being. Just as a crystal reflects colors without intending to do so, the infinite consciousness reflects in it the entire universe. Hence the world is neither mental nor material. It is pure consciousness alone that appears as this earth. It is a false notion entertained by countless beings in the three worlds that has attained relative or existential reality known as the earth. I am all this and all that is within all this. With this realization I saw everything. Vidatu:90 Vasishtha continued, thus in my heart I experienced the earth plane. Whatever was seen and experienced was there, in my heart, but it looked as though it were different from me, in a subject-object relationship. That was because there is the universe everywhere, there is Brahman everywhere and there is a void everywhere. The earth plane exists everywhere. It is of course nothing in truth but it is pure consciousness. Like a dream city it has never been truly created in fact. There is neither a diversity nor a non-diversity. There is neither being nor non-being. There is no I. How can one say that there is something? Though this creation is experienced, it does not exist in truth, or, if it is said to exist, it is Brahman alone that exists. When it is like a dream city how can one affirm or deny its existence? Just as I experienced the earth plane by the earth contemplation, prithvirana, I also experienced the water plane by the water dharana. By contemplation of water, I became water, though not inert I became inert. I dwelt in the bowels of the ocean for a long time making the appropriate sounds. I dwelt in the body of plants and creepers and made my own channels within them. I entered into the mouth of living beings and mingled with the vital organs in their bodies. I flowed restlessly along river beds and I took rest at the dams en route. Rising as vapor I entered into the heavens as cloud. There I rested for some time with my friend the lightning. I dwelt in all beings as the water element, even as the infinite consciousness dwells in all beings. Coming into contact with the taste buds in the tongue, I experienced different tastes. Surely that experience is pure knowledge. The taste was not experienced by me nor by the body nor by any other. The experience happened within as the object of experiencing, and as such it is false. When the flowers blossomed I descended upon them as dew and tasted whatever sweetness was left in them after the bees had had their share. I dwelt in the 14 classes of beings as awareness of taste, consciousness, though appearing to be unconsciousness. Assuming the form of droplets of water or spray, I enjoyed riding on wind and traveling from one place to another. Thus in that state as water I had varied and interesting experiences. I saw hundreds of worlds come into being and vanish. Whether this world has form or no form, it is pure consciousness and immaterial void. O Rama, you are nothing, but you are not non-existent. You are pure and supreme consciousness. Vasishtha continued. Vidatu:91 Then I became the fire element through the contemplation of that element, Tejadrana. Fire or light is predominantly sattva and therefore it is always luminous and it dispels darkness even as a king makes thieves flee his presence. I realized the misery of darkness which destroys all good qualities because I became the light in which everything is seen. Light bestows form on everything even as a father bestows form on his offspring. In the netherworld light shines at a minimum level and there is greater darkness. In heaven there is light alone, and always. Light is the sun that makes the lotus of action blossom. I became the good color, Shuvarna, in gold, etc. I became vitality and valor in men. In jewels I sparkled as their fire. In rain clouds I became the light of the lightning. In passionate women I became the twinkle in their eyes. I became the strength of the lion. I was myself the hatred of the demons in the gods and the hatred of the gods in the demons. I became the vital essence of all beings. I experienced being the sun, the moon, the stars, precious stones, fire, including the fire of cosmic destruction, lightning, lamp. When I became fire, the burning cinders became my teeth, the smoke my hair and fuel was my food. In the blacksmith's workshop I became the fire that made the iron red hot, and when it was beaten I flew out as sparks. Rama asked, O sage, when you had thus become the fiery element, were you happy or unhappy? Vasishtha replied, just as when a person sleeps he becomes temporarily insentient though he is a sentient being, consciousness becomes an inert object. When it thinks of itself as the elements, earth, etc., it thinks of itself as being inert. In fact, however, there is no such division of consciousness into subject and object. Hence, whatever I experienced in the states of earth, water and fire, I experienced only as Brahma. If I had in fact become inert, how could I experience what it is to be earth, etc.? The sentient person thinks I am asleep and he appears to be insentient. If one wakes up to the truth concerning oneself, then the materiality of the body vanishes. With a subtle, ativahika, body he is then able to enter anything anywhere. This subtle body is nothing but pure intelligence. When one enters another state with this intelligence out of his own wish, then obviously one does not experience unhappiness or sorrow. Just as the world seen and experienced in a dream is enveloped by the darkness of ignorance and is therefore unreal, even so are the other elements that one experiences. When one touches a river of sparks which he fancies in his own mind, he does not experience pain. Such was the case with my elemental experiences. Vida 2:92 Vasistha continued, then I became the element by Vayanarana, contemplation of oneself as wind. I taught the grass, leaves, creepers and straw the art of dancing. Wafting cool breeze, I became the dear friend of young ladies. At the same time I was dreaded for my heat wave, hurricane and tornadoes. In pleasure gardens I carried sweet scent, in hell I carried sparks of fire. My motion was so fast that people considered mind and wind to be brothers. I flowed with the waters of the holy Ganga and it would have been tiresome but I was happy that we were able to relieve the tiresomeness and fatigue of others. I assisted space by carrying sound waves, and there I came to be known as the dear friend of space. I dwelt in the vital organs of all beings. I knew the secrets of fire and I was also known as the friend of the fire. I was operating the body machine of all embodied, living beings by being their life breath. Hence, I became their friend and their enemy at the same time. Though I stood in front of all, I could not be perceived by any. During the cosmic dissolution I could lift huge mountains and hurl them as I pleased. As air, I performed 6 functions, gathering into a mass, drying up, upholding or supporting, vibrating or causing motion, conveying scent, and cooling. I was dedicated to the tasks of building and destroying bodies. Being the element air, I perceive it within each molecule of our whole universe. In each of those universes I again saw all the elements, etc., as in this universe. They were not real existences, they were but notions that arise in the cosmic void or space. In those worlds, too, there were the gods and the planets, mountains and oceans, and the illusory notions of birth, old age and death. I roamed all those realms to my heart's content. Countless types of beings like the celestials and the sages rested on my body like so many flies and mosquitoes. By my leave they obtained their various forms and colors. They derived immense pleasure when I touched them, but they could not see me. Though the nether worlds were my feet, the earth my abdomen and the heavens my head, even then I did not abandon my subatomic nature. I was spread in all directions everywhere at all times and I did everything. I was the self of all. I was all. Yet I was pure void. I experienced being something and being nothing, the formless state as also form, while retaining awareness of all this as well as being unaware of these. There are countless such universes as the one that I experienced. Just as a man dreams that he dreams countless objects, I experienced universes within every atom and universes within the atoms of those universes. I myself became all these universes, and though I was the self of all and I pervaded all these, I did not so envelop all these. These are but words, even as are there is heat and fire, denotes but one fact though three words are used. The story of the sage from outer space Vasishtha continued. Vida 2:93. After all this, I re-entered my cottage or hermitage in outer space. I looked for my physical body. It was not there. But I found an aged sage sitting in that hermitage. He was in deep meditation. He was seated in the lotus posture. His face was radiant and beautiful on account of the peace and bliss that filled him. His lotus-like hands had been placed in front of his navel, and they shone with an extraordinary brilliance. His eyes were closed and he was obviously beyond body consciousness. Not seeing my own body but observing the sage sitting in meditation, I began to think as follows: surely, this is a great and perfected sage. Like me, he must have arrived here seeking total seclusion. Since he sought seclusion, he must have seen this hermitage in space. Perhaps he expected me to return, and seeing that I had not returned for a long time, he must have thrown that body out and himself occupied the hermitage. Let me return to my own realm. When I thus reflected and when my desire to stay in that hermitage ceased, that hermitage disappeared and with it even that sage disappeared. When one's thoughts, notions or concepts cease, that which those thoughts brought into being also ceases. When my wish for the hermitage ceased, it disappeared. Like a spacecraft, that hermitage fell. The sage fell. And I too descended along with him onto the earth plane. The sage landed in the same state and posture in which he was in that hermitage. This was because, through the union of prana and apana, he had overcome the force of gravity. He did not even wake up from his meditation. His body was strong as a rock and light as cotton. In order to bring him back to normal body consciousness, I assumed the form of a big cloud which rained and thundered. Then he regained body consciousness. I inquired of him, "Where are you, O sage? What are you doing? Who are you? Though you fell from such height, you are oblivious of it. How is that?" After contemplating the past for a few moments, the sage said, "I have now recognized you, O Holy One. I salute you. Kindly pardon me for not having saluted you earlier. It is indeed the nature of sages to be forgiving. O sage, I have wandered in the realms of the gods for a considerable time. I am tired of this samsara. When all this is pure consciousness, what is it that we call pleasure? Hence I reside in space, free from mental distractions and attraction. None of these sense experiences is real, independent of consciousness. Objects of pleasure are sources of poison, sexual delights are delusion, sweetness robs the enjoyer of sweetness. He who is overcome by them is surely destroyed. This life is short. It is full of distractions. By sheer accident sometimes one gets a little happiness here. Nothing is permanent or stable here. Like a pot on the potter's wheel, this body revolves endlessly in this life. There are powerful thieves, sensi objects, everywhere. Hence, I should be vigilant. The sage continued, "This has happened today, this is mine and this is his." Occupied with such thoughts, people do not realize the passing of time. We have eaten and drunk a lot, we have roamed a lot, and we have experienced pain and pleasure. What is left to be done? How shall we gain supreme peace? All trees are wood, all beings are flesh, all earth is clay, everything is tainted by pain and impermanence. In what shall I repose confidence? Who is my protector here? Neither wealth nor friends nor relatives nor acquaintances, or pleasures. All these are themselves victims of time. Whom shall I trust, when I realize that everyone is bound to die today or tomorrow? Even the religious rites which are governed by injunctions and prohibitions make a man fall into this samsara, even as water flows from a higher place to a lower one. They bewilder and confuse a person. The unreal, by persistent apprehension, seems to be real. And since essentially the unreal is unreal, it is unreal though it may appear to be real. But people are deluded and they run after the objects of sense pleasure even as a river runs down fast to reach self-destruction in the ocean. The ignorant mind rushes towards sense enjoyment like an arrow released from a bow and it is not interested in goodness. Pleasure is dreadful pain, prosperity is adversity, sensual enjoyment is the worst disease and pursuit of pleasure is disgusting. Adversity is a great blessing. Happiness is followed by unhappiness. Life ends in death. Aha, the power of Maya. Sensual pleasure is worse than the most poisonous snake, the former kills instantly, by the merest contact. Since wealth, etc., cause delusion they are worse than poison. It is true that pleasure is enjoyable and affluence is beautiful, but life is fleeting and hence they are rendered meaningless. Pleasure and wealth are pleasing on the surface but the end is unhappiness and sorrow. With the advancing of age the hairs turn gray in the teeth and everything else, the faculties and vitality, etc., decrease, only craving does not decrease. There is a similarity between childhood and youth, both pass away quickly. Life ebbs away like a flowing river, and the past can never be recovered. After a long time I have attained egolessness. I am not interested in heavenly pleasures. Like you, O sage, I too longed to resort to a secluded place. Hence I saw that hermitage in space. I did not realize that as was your hermitage and that you would one day return to it. I did not pay attention to it. Only now I know this. Only when one's attention is directed to these facts does one perceive them with one's inner eye of intelligence, then one knows the past, present and future. Not until then. Such is the nature of the mind even to the gods. Vasishtha continued. Vida 2:94 I said to the sage, having heard your story, I think that you should continue to live in that hermitage in outer space. Get up and let us live in the world of the perfected beings, Siddhas. It is good for each one to live in his own environment which does not cause mental distraction. Both of us rose into space. We saluted each other and took leave of each other. He went where he thought fit and I parted from him and went my own way. Rama asked, Lord, as your body had disintegrated on this earth, with what sort of body did you roam the world of the Siddhas? Vasishtha replied, when I went into the city of Indra, the king of the gods, I had a spatial body and therefore nobody there recognized me. I could not be touched or held by anyone. I was like a thought, devoid of matter but endowed with a form made of pure wish, sankalpa. This is comparable to the dream experience in which dream bodies are produced of non-material substance. One who considers this impossible ignores the experience of dream and one who thus ignores the obvious experience is fit to be ignored. I was able to see others, especially those endowed with a material body, but they could not see me? Rama asked again, but, then, how was it possible for that sage to see you? Vasishtha replied, O Rama, people like us have the power to materialize and realize our wish. Nothing ever happens to us that we do not so wish. Only, people who are drowned in worldly activities forget in a moment the fact that they have a subtle, ativahika, body. When I decided may the sage see me, then that sage saw me. People in whom the perception of division has been deep-rooted do not have the power to realize their wish. When one like the sage has weakened the perception of division it is possible for him to realize his wish. Even among siddhas or perfected ones he who has more psychotransparency is able to succeed in his efforts. To return to the story, I roam the celestial regions like a ghost. Rama asked, Lord, do ghosts exist? What do they look like and what do they do? Vasishtha replied, O Rama, ghosts do exist in this world. I shall now tell you what they are and what they do. Surely, he who does not deal with a subject when requested to do so is not a worthy teacher. Vasishtha continued, some ghosts, Pisaka, have an ethereal body though endowed with hands and feet and they see people like you. Others have fearful shadowy forms, they overwhelm the bodies of human beings and influence their minds. Some of them kill or harm people. Some are like fog or mist and others have dream-like bodies. Some of them have bodies made of air alone. Some have bodies which are no more than the delusion of the perceiver. They cannot be grasped, nor can they grasp others. They experience heat and cold, pleasure and pain. But they cannot eat, drink or take anything. They have desire, hate, fear, anger, greed and delusion. They are charmed and brought under control by mantras, drugs, penance, charity, courage and righteousness. They are seen and also grasped if one rests on sattva. Also, this can happen by the use of magical symbols, mandalas, and formulas, mantras, and by worship performed by someone at some time and somewhere. Some ghosts are of a divine nature and appear to be gods. Some are like humans and others like serpents. Some are like dogs and jackals and live in villages and forests, or in blind wells, roadsides and other impure places. I shall now tell you about their origin. In the one infinite consciousness there arises a notion which becomes the jiva, and then by becoming more and more dense it becomes the ego sense, or mind, which is later called Brahma the Creator. All these and the whole world arise and exist in a notion. Hence they are unreal. It is experienced as real, just as one feels that one's notion is something real. In that sense all these gods and other creatures are real. In truth, however, there is neither a field here, nor a seed nor a farmer nor the tree, known as creation or the world. However, in the notion of the field of creation there exist all these beings. The resplendent ones among them are the gods, the half-baked ones are humans, they in whom there is a thick veil of impurity are the worms and such creatures, they who are devoid of any fruitfulness, who are empty and bodiless, asura, are known as ghosts or pisakas. The differentiation is due not to the whim or fancy of the Creator Brahma but to their own choice. They became whatever they wished to become. However, in fact, they were all but consciousness appearing to be subtle, ativahika, bodies. It is on account of persistent self-deception that they seem to have physical or material forms. The ghosts, too, exist in their own forms doing what they have to do according to their own nature and experiencing various experiences. They see and communicate with one another as if in a dream. Some of them do not communicate, like the dream objects in a person's dream. Like the ghosts, there are also the goblins and disembodied beings. The ghosts create their own circle of darkness of ignorance which even the sun's rays cannot penetrate. They thrive in the darkness of ignorance, the light of knowledge is their enemy. Vasishtha continued. Vida 2:95. As I said, I was roaming the heaven like a ghost. No one could see me. Though they were under my control, they could not control me. One day I thought, I can realize my wish, may I be seen henceforth by these gods. Immediately my wish became real. They saw me. The gods had different notions concerning my appearances in their midst. They who did not know my identity thought that I had risen from the earth. They called me Parthiva, earth, Vasistha. Some thought I had descended through the rays of the sun and I became known as Tejasa, light, Vasistha. They who thought I wafted in with the wind called me Vida, air, Vasistha. They who thought that I had risen from the waters called me Vari, water, Vasistha. In due course of time I came to have a physical or material body. To me there was no difference between the subtle and the physical bodies, they were both pure consciousness and reality. Even here I appear to function in and through this body because of this discourse. A Jivan Mukta, a sage liberated while living, is indeed Brahman and he has an ethereal body, even so one who is a bodiless sage is also Brahman. There is no notion in me other than of Brahman. Hence even when I am engaged in diverse activities this realization of Brahman does not cease. Just as to a dreamer the unborn and bodiless dream object is real, even so this world is real and material to me. Even so do all these creations and worlds shine as if real and material, but they have never been created. Because of the recurrent feeling of the ethereal Vasistha that arises in the minds of all of you and also in me, I appear to be seated here. In truth, however, all this is pure void and all these are only notions that arise in the mind of the Creator. Notions like I and you have become firmly established in your consciousness because you have not cared to investigate them. If they are investigated and their true nature is understood they vanish very soon. When the truth is realized all these scenes of so-called creations vanish, even as a mirage ceases to be seen as water when its true nature is understood. In fact, by a mere study of this Maha-Ramayana, Yoga-Vasistha, the reality is realized. There is no difficulty in it whatsoever. But he who is not interested in liberation is a worm, not human. One should carefully investigate the bliss of liberation and the sorrow inevitable to ignorance. By the study of the Maha-Ramayana one attains to supreme peace. Liberation confers inner coolness, peace, on the mind, bondage promotes psychological distress, psychological scorching fire. Even after realizing this, one does not strive for liberation. How foolish are the people! Such people are overcome by desire for sense gratification. But even they can cultivate a desire for liberation by a study of this scripture. The assembly dispersed. End of 17th day. Vida 2:96 Vasistha continued, I have narrated the story of the rock which enables you to realize the truth quite clearly. Nothing exists anywhere at any time. Brahman alone exists as a mass of Brahman without any division whatsoever. Brahman is a mass of consciousness. It does not undergo any change. The cosmic being is but a dream object in that consciousness, whether that being is subtle or gross. Hence, there is neither a Brahman the creator nor the creation, nothing but the indivisible consciousness. The diversity perceived in a dream does not create a diversity in the dreamer, even so the notion of a creation does not create a division in consciousness. Consciousness alone is, no creation, the dream mountain is the dreamer not a mountain. The infinite consciousness, Sadakaza, is I. It is the three worlds. It is the Purusa, cosmic being, and it is you. Minus this Sadakaza, the body is a corpse. This infinite consciousness cannot be cut nor burnt and hence it never ceases. Therefore, no one ever dies nor is anyone born. Consciousness is the person. If it is said that that person dies and therefore consciousness dies, it is like saying that when the son dies, his father dies too. If consciousness dies, then everything dies and the world becomes empty. O Rama! This consciousness is not dead till now anywhere in anyone, nor has this creation stood as a void. Hence it is clear that the innermost being of everyone which is pure consciousness is unchanging. When this is realized, where is birth and death? When one realizes I am pure consciousness, he is unconcerned with life or death, pleasure or pain. I am that wretch in whom this realization has not arisen, or has ceased. One who realizes I am pure experiencing or consciousness is unaffected by any calamity. He is not affected by mental distress or psychological illness. When one feels I am the body, he forfeits strength and wisdom. He who realizes I am pure consciousness gains them. The latter is not subjected to greed, delusion or vanity. Alas, how foolish are they who wail we shall die when thinking of the death of the body. When one rests in the knowledge I am consciousness he feels a blow from the most powerful weapon as if it were the touch of a flower. If consciousness can die, then people die all the time. Please tell me how is it that you have not died already? Nothing dies. Consciousness alone entertains the twin notions I am alive and I am dead. Consciousness sees or becomes aware of samsara, the world appearance, and consciousness becomes aware of liberation. It becomes aware of pleasure and pain without abandoning its true nature. In a state of self-ignorance it gets involved in delusion, in a state of self-knowledge it frees itself from delusion. But, consciousness itself never rises and it never sets. There is no such thing as the reality and there is nothing called ignorance or falsehood. Whatever is conceived of by one, that exists in that manner. Vasistha continued. Vida 2:97 Since the world is the dream of the Supreme Self and since everything is pervaded by Brahman, it is experienced as Brahman. The world appearance or illusion is perceived, the Supreme Consciousness remains unseen. Hence, the illusion may be regarded as the real imagination of the Self. From another point of view, this world's soft-appearance is an illusion though the reality of infinite consciousness remains incomprehensible. Hence, there arises the notion of a complete void or sunya This, too, is real. The infinite consciousness, or the Supreme Person that arises in it, is not involved in activity. The world springs from the unmanifest cause, nature. This view is also tenable since it is experienced as such. Others hold that Brahma appears to be the world in a state of ignorance, just as a rope appears as a snake in darkness. This, too, is based on direct experience and hence real. The theory that the entire universe is the conglomeration of atoms is also acceptable. By proper investigation, this knowledge or understanding has been arrived at. There are some who say that the world is what one sees it to be and that this principle applies to the other world, too, and that therefore this world is neither real nor unreal but the reality is purely subjective. There are others who declare that the external world alone is real and there is no other reality. They also express the truth inasmuch as they do not reach whatever may be beyond the experience of their own and others' senses. They are also right who declare that everything is changing all the time, for the power that thus engineers constant change is omnipotent. The belief that the jiva dwells in the body, like a sparrow imprisoned in a pot, and at death flies away from it to another realm, and also a similar belief held by foreigners are also acceptable since they are accepted in their own countries and communities. Saintly men look upon all with equal vision, they who know the reality know that it is the self of all. There are those who assert that nature manifests itself naturally, without an intelligent creator. For one sees that in nature there are many undesired and unintelligent happenings, like natural calamities. Such a view is also reasonable. On the other hand, they who assert the existence of the one universal doer of everything are also right. Their mind is saturated with this universal power. They who say that this world exists as also the other world are right, too. In their eyes, pilgrimage, rituals, etc., are meaningful. The notion that everything is void or sunya is right, for it is the result of much investigation. The infinite consciousness is like the purest crystal, it reflects whatever notion one holds. The knowers of the truth have realized that this infinite consciousness is neither a void nor non-void. It is omnipotent but not that which is seen or known. Hence, whatever be one's conviction, if one adheres to that conviction one surely reaches the same goal, attains the same fruit, as long as he does not toy with these notions or realizations in a childish manner. One should investigate the truth in the company of the knowers of the truth, and then one should stand firm in one's own realization without being distracted or deflected. Vasishtha continued, there are wise people here and there, who are wise in terms of the knowledge of the scriptures as also in terms of their conduct. One should seek their company. There may be many who talk a lot about the scriptures, but he among them who promotes the joy and delight of all and whose conduct is unimpeachable is the best among them. All people at all times seek their own good as if under compulsion, just as water flows downwards. One should understand this and resort to the company of the wise. Rama asked, this world rests like a creeper on the tree of the Supreme Being. In it who are the ones who see the ultimate truth after having duly investigated the past and the future? Vasishtha replied, in every community there are a number of wise men by whose light, or grace, there is light in this world. All the people run up and down like dry blades of grass floating on this ocean of samsara. Forgetful of the self, the dwellers in heaven are burnt in the fire of pleasure. The deluded demons are destroyed by their enemies, the gods, and hurled into a pit, hell, by Narayana. The celestial artistes, Gandharvas, do not even inhale a bit of the scent, Gandha, of wisdom. They are lost in the enjoyment of their own music, etc. The celestials known as Vidyadharas do not respect sages, being the supporters, Adhara, of learning, Vidya. They are full of vanity. The demigods known as Yaksas consider themselves immortals and they display their dexterity before aged and infirm people. The demons known as Rakshasas live in delusion. The ghosts, Pisakas, are forever interested in harassing people. The dwellers of the netherworld known as the Nagas are inert and unintelligent. The demons known as Asuras are more like worms which dwell in holes in the ground. How can they acquire any wisdom at all? Even human beings are narrow-minded and petty-minded, interested in the trivia of life. They spend most of their time in the pursuit of evil desires. They do not come into contact with anything that is good or wise at all. They are tempted away from the path of order and wisdom by their own vanities and desires. The class of people known as yogini, note, the practitioners of black arts, are fallen into the pit of drinking and eating like uncultured people. But there are some liberated beings among the gods, Vishnu, Brahma, Rudra, etc., among the leaders. Like Kasyapa, Narada, Satykumara, among demons, Ranyaksa, Bali, Prahlada, etc., among Rakshasas. Like Vibhyana, Prastha, Indrajit, among Nagas, Taksaka, etc., and other liberated ones in other planes. Even among human beings there are liberated ones, but they were extremely rare. There are millions of beings, but a liberated one is rare. Vasishtha continued. Vida 2:98 The enemies of holiness, which are greed, delusion, etc., are greatly weakened in the case of the wise men who are full of dispassion and who rest in the supreme state. They do not give way to exhilaration or to anger. They do not get involved in anything or take anything. They neither agitate people nor are they agitated by them. They are neither atheists nor are they confined to a traditional belief. They do not engage themselves in torturous practices even if they were ordained by the scriptures. Their actions and behavior are full of common sense and sweetness, soft, gentle, and affectionate. They gladden the hearts of all. They point out the wise path and instantly and spontaneously they decide what is best. They engage themselves in all kinds of activity externally, but inwardly they were cool and tranquil. They love investigating the meanings of the scriptures. They know who is a mature person and who is immature. They know what to accept and what to reject. Their actions are appropriate to the occasion. They avoid forbidden actions. They enjoy good company. They worship with the flowers of wisdom everyone who seeks their company and their teaching. They rob the people of their sorrow and grief. They are kind and gentle, but when the rulers of the earth become unrighteous and oppressive, they shake them up even as an earthquake shakes a mountain. They encourage people in distress and enhance the joy of the happy one. They restrain the ignorant and foolish behavior of people. When one is afflicted by calamities and mental confusion, trials and tribulations, the saints alone are one's refuge. Recognizing them by the characteristics given above, one should resort to them for peace. This ocean of samsara is impassable except with the help of the saints. One should not become passive, fatalistically accepting whatever happens. If all the qualities described are not found in one person, if even one of these qualities is present, one should resort to such a holy man, ignoring all the other defects that may be found in him. One should learn to recognize the good in others as well as the defects, and then one should strive to resort to the company of the good and the wise. Even if a good person has some defect, one should serve him, avoiding major evil tendencies. If one does not overcome evil tendencies, even a good man becomes wicked. This is what I have observed. It is indeed a great misfortune and a calamity to the entire society when a good man turns wicked on account of circumstances. Hence, one should abandon all other activity and be devoted to the saintly ones. There is no obstacle to this. This alone is capable of bestowing on one the best of both the worlds. One should never be far away from the saints, for by their very proximity the saints promote goodness everywhere. Vida 2:99 Rama asked, we human beings have diverse means of overcoming sorrow. What about the worms and flies, as also the trees? Vasishtha said, all beings rest in consciousness as is appropriate to their nature. They, too, have their own cravings and desires. In our case there are minor obstructions to the fulfillment of our desires, and in their case the difficulties are enormous. Just as the cosmic person, Virat, strives, even so do worms and flies. A little boy flourishes a clenched fist, marvelous is vanity. Birds are born and die in empty space. Even an ant has to eat and look after the family needs. The little fly flitting across a room is equal in dignity to the vulture Garuda flying aloft. Notions like I am this is mine are common to both human beings and worms, with all the lofty implications of such notions. Even as we strive to gain means of livelihood, the worms strive for it. They, too, love life. A Slav takes little interest in the new country. Even so do the cows and other animals not take interest in their owner's house. They too have pleasure and pain, but they are free from a sense of mine and thine. Even a seed and a young sprout experience some pain, or awareness, when bitten by a worm, even as a sleeping man experiences the annoyance of a flea. Both Indra, the king of gods, and the worm experience the same attraction, aversion, fear, desire for food and sex, pain and pleasure, and the distress caused by birth and death. The only difference exists in understanding the meaning of words and the nature of the elements and the anticipation of the future events. Trees which are asleep, as it were, and also the immovable objects like rocks, etc., exist in the unbroken experience of infinite consciousness. In them there is no notion of division. All this is but pure, infinite consciousness which thinks it is asleep in the rocks, etc., as it was in the previous creation. Hence, you remain as you are and I remain as I am. There is no pleasure or pain in the Supreme Self or consciousness. Ignorance alone is the cause for all delusion. But when the ignorance is dispelled by understanding, then what is seen is nothing. When the truth concerning this world dream is understood, it ceases. What then is desirable here and what is fit to be gained? When the wave subsides, water is not destroyed. When the body is destroyed, the consciousness remains unchanged. Only an ignorant person persists in his notion concerning the world and he experiences it as if real. The right understanding of this truth opens the door to self-knowledge. Just as an object is reflected in a mirror, so does this world appear in Brahma. Though the reflection seems to be in the mirror, it is not there. Even so, though the world appears to be, it is not there. It seems to produce an effect though it itself is unreal, even as there is discharge of energy when one dreams of having sex. However, only an ignorant man knows why he considers the world to be real. Vida 2-100, Rama asked, there are others, O sage, who hold that since death is inevitable one should live happily as long as one lives, and that once the body is reduced to ashes, there is nothing which survives. What is their way out of the sorrow inherent in samsara? Vasishtha replied, whatever the inner intelligence firmly believes in, that alone is experienced by it, as if it is obvious. Consciousness is universal and indivisible, that is one and that alone is diverse. Nothing else existed before the concept of creation arose. Hence, nothing else is really true. They are surely ignorant who do not see the reality that is expounded in the scripture. For us they are as good as dead. They who have realized that all this is pure consciousness, Brahma, do not need our instruction either. Whatever arises as real in the body of consciousness is experienced as real. Everyone is made of that, whether there is a real physical body or not. If it is contended that, sense-experience alone is consciousness, then one is bound to suffer. For as long as one lives there are bound to be contradictory experiences. On the other hand, if one realizes that this world is but a notion that arises in consciousness, the division or the contradiction ceases and therefore there is no contradictory experience either. Even as floating dust particles do not affect space, pleasure and pain do not touch one who is established in the realization of the one indivisible, infinite consciousness. We do not apprehend a body or a personality or even a jiva. All this is pure consciousness and whatever notion arises in it is experienced as such. Whether it is real or unreal, it is that which experiences the existence of the body. Whether consciousness is regarded as real or unreal, the person is that alone. What that consciousness considers real is surely real, or, consciousness is real as the person or self. That is, even the materialist does not deny the existence of the person and hence he cannot deny the existence of consciousness. This doctrine confirms the teaching of all scriptures. When this understanding is clouded, perverse doctrines arise. When that misunderstanding is removed, it yields the highest fruit. But even when it is not rightly understood, it does not cease to be. If it is said that even after self-knowledge this right understanding can once again be clouded, then there is no hope of getting rid of sorrow. If consciousness is realized as real, it is resorted to by the wise. If it is considered unreal, then one becomes inert like a rock. It is when this infinite consciousness sleeps, as it were, that the experience of objects arises and this world comes into being. Thus, he who considers this world in the sense experience alone as real, is inert and asleep, Rama asked, "There are they, O sage, who think that this limitless universe exists on all sides. They do not see that it is a mass of consciousness. They see it as it is ordinarily seen, but they do not see that it is changing and is moving towards destruction. In the case of such persons, what method is there to overcome mental distress?" Vasishtha replied, "Before answering that question, one should pose another. Does the person feel that matter is indestructible as matter and that the body is immortal? Then, where is sorrow? But, if this body is made of its various parts, then surely it will perish. If one knows that the self is pure consciousness, and not the physical body, then when he dies there is no samsara, world appearance, in his consciousness. If one's understanding is not thus purified by right understanding or wisdom, it does not remain without the support of samsara. If, however, he thinks that there is no such thing as consciousness, then he experiences a state which is inertness. One may think that the experiences in the embodied state alone are real. Being firmly established in this conviction, he thinks that death is the final end to sorrow. But this is only because of imperfect experience. They who believe in the non-existence of consciousness become inert substances when the body is abandoned, and thus they sink into the impenetrable darkness of ignorance. They, on the other hand, who believe that the world exists as a relative reality, as in a dream, continue to experience this world illusion. Whether one considers this world to be a permanent reality or a changing phenomenon, there is the experience of pain and pleasure all the same. They who think that the world is a changing but purely material substance, devoid of consciousness, are childish. Have nothing to do with them. They who realize that bodies exist in consciousness are wise. Salutations to them. They who think that there is intelligence in the body are ignorant. It is pure consciousness, with a jiva as its body, that keeps going up and down in this cosmic space. Whatever the jiva contemplates within itself, that it experiences. Just as clouds make different patterns in the sky and just as waves arise on the surface of the ocean, even so do these worlds appear in the infinite consciousness. The dream city is only the dreamer's mind. It did not even need the cooperating causes, like the building materials, to build it. Even so is the universe. It is pure consciousness and nothing else. They who realize this are free from delusion, from attachment, dependency, and from mental distress, while continuing to perform appropriate actions spontaneously in situations which the stream of life bears along. Vida 2-101, Vasishtha continued, "Everyone is pure consciousness alone. What else can there be except this consciousness? When consciousness alone exists, what is there to gain and what to reject? When there is no other, raga, attraction or affection, and vesa, rejection or aversion, become meaningless. Consciousness alone is human beings, God, Naga, inhabitants of the netherworld, mountains and moving objects. I am pure consciousness and so are you. We shall die sometime or the other, but consciousness does not perish. Consciousness does not have an object for it to become aware of, and all talk of unity and diversity is meaningless. Even the materialists, they who believe in the reality of the physical world, allude to this consciousness only because they do not deny the self, the intelligence or consciousness that makes them think and say what they say. This consciousness is called Brahman by some, Jnanam, self-knowledge, Sunya, void, the power of delusion, Purusa, the self, Sadakaza, space or plane of consciousness, Shiva, self, Atman, etc., by others. All these descriptions are consciousness because it is consciousness alone that considers itself thus, that is, the intelligence in each one of these people who holds a different view. May my limbs be pulverized or may they become as powerful as the Murul mountain. What is lost and what is gained, increased, when it is realized that I am pure consciousness. My grandfather and others are dead, but consciousness is not dead. Consciousness is unborn and undrying. It is like space. How can sky die? Just as the world is unseen, is destroyed, by the darkness of the night, and just as the world is seen, created, again at dawn, even so is birth and death. One should therefore regard death as a joyful event. For one goes from one body to another, Only fools grieve on such joyful occasions. Or, if you think that one is not born again in another body, even then there is no cause for grief, for then death puts an end to the disease of birth and death. Hence, the wise man does not grieve or rejoice in life or in death. If one who is conscious of his own evil doings fears death, even that is meaningless, since such a person suffers here as well as in the other world. Hence, why do you wail, "Oh, I die, I die, I die," instead of exclaiming in joy, "I shall be, I shall be, I shall be"? Even these are meaningless words when you realize that the infinite consciousness alone exists. Space exists in space. What is the meaning of words like birth and death? Knowing that you are pure consciousness, eat, drink and live without the sense of I and mine. You are like the sky. How can desires arise in you? The wise man enjoys what is pure if it comes to him unsought, borne down by the river of life. If there are impurities borne down by the river of life or by circumstances, the wise man is unconcerned about them, as in deep sleep. Rama asked, Vidatu to 102, when one has realized the supreme truth, what does he become? Vasishtha replied, to such a one even the rocks become friends and the trees in the forest are relatives. Even when he lives in the middle of a forest the very animals become his kith and kin. A kingdom appears to be void in his eyes, calamities become great good fortune. Even when he lives in a kingdom, he rejoices in, celebrates, his misfortunes. Disharmony becomes harmony, sorrow is great joy, and even when engaged in intense activity he experiences deep silence. He sees utter non-action in action. Awake he is in deep sleep, alive he is as good as dead. He does everything but nothing. He enjoys without tasting the pleasure. He is a very dear friend of all. He is free from pity for others, but full of compassion. Free from craving, he appears to want. He is only interested in the proper performance of his actions. He appears to be happy and unhappy in the respective situation. He does not abandon what is natural and plays his appropriate role in this drama of life. He sympathizes with the sorrowful and rejoices with the happy ones, without being tainted at heart. Rama asked, but some clever though ignorant people can also pretend to be in that state, observing celibacy like a horse, without the right spirit. How does one distinguish the true from the false? Vasishtha replied, whether it is true or false, such a nature is praiseworthy. The truly wise ones live as if they had various desires and they laugh with the fools, though they themselves are wise. No one knows their inner peace and illumined state. Only wise ones know other wise men. The true men of wisdom do not expose their wisdom nor parade it to win the admiration of the masses. The latter are distractions in the eyes of the wise. I wish everyone to know how good I am so that they may worship me. Such thoughts arise in the mind of the vain man, not of the wise one. Powers like levitation, etc., are gained by mantras, drugs, etc., even by the ignorant people. He who is prepared to make the necessary effort can gain these, whether he is enlightened or not. It is the ego that makes the effort and gains the powers. These powers intensify the vasanas or mental conditioning. But the enlightened is not interested in any of these. He regards the world as a blade of grass. The enlightened one lives a non-volitional life, engaging himself, spontaneously in appropriate action. Even the celestial pleasure gardens do not make one as happy as the wisdom of the enlightened man. The latter sees, when his own body is subjected to heat and cold, etc., as if all these happened to someone else. He lives for the sake of others, with a heart full of compassion for all beings. He may live in a cave, in a hermitage or a house, or he may be wandering constantly. He may be a teacher or a student. He may have psychic powers or he may be forever in samadhi. Vidatu to 103 Vasistha continued, the infinite consciousness alone shines as this world appearance. How can it perish? There is no possibility for the existence of another other than consciousness. When the body perishes, consciousness does not perish. If it is said that consciousness ceases when the body perishes, then it is a matter for rejoicing as there is cessation of samsara and sorrow. If it is said that consciousness exists as long as the body exists, how is it that the dead body is not conscious? All these arguments are not valid, The infinite consciousness alone is real, and whatever it wishes to experience it does experience as existence, because there is no obstruction to the realization of its notions. The world has never been created. What is the infinite consciousness? This consciousness itself wishes to experience its infinite potencies. It knows itself when it is aware of itself, and it is ignorant of itself when it is unaware of itself. Therefore, even knowledge and ignorance are pure consciousness, and there is such division, in truth. Hence, one should engage oneself seriously in the realization of the self. Self-knowledge bestows on one the best of both worlds. Abandon every kind of mental agitation and devote every moment of your life to the study and investigation of this scripture. One surely gains that for which one strives. If one neglects it, he loses it. The mind flows along the course of wisdom or of ignorance, in whichever direction you make it flow. Except through this scripture, one cannot gain what is good, now or at any time. Therefore, for perfect realization of the supreme truth, one should fervently investigate the scripture alone. This scripture does more good to you than your father and mother and all your friends put together. The dreadful illness known as samsara, or bondage to worldly existence, is not cured by any remedy other than self-knowledge. It is a great pity that you waste your time and await the hour of death. Foolish people who run after wealth and fame pawn their very lives in gaining and preserving them. Why do they not spend their life and their time in the investigation of the scripture and the attainment of immortality? It is through self-knowledge that one can destroy misfortunes and calamities by their very roots. It is for your good that I cry aloud day and night and declare the truth. Listen to this and realize the self by the self. If you do not rid yourself now of this dire illness, what will you do after death? There is no scripture like this to help you in attaining self-knowledge. Let it shine like a lamp, let it awaken and instruct you like a father, and let it bring you joy like a wife. In this scripture there is nothing new, but the truth has been presented in a pleasant fashion with a number of stories. It is the truth that is proclaimed in this scripture that is important, not the one who has declared the truth or composed the scripture. Vasishtha continued, one should not associate with another who derides and belittles this scripture either through ignorance or through delusion. I know what I am and I know who you all are. I am but your own consciousness, seated here in order to instruct you. I am neither human, nor celestial nor divine. I am here as the fruit of your merit. In fact, I am neither this nor the other. One should find here in this world the appropriate remedy for the illness known as samsara, world illusion. Unless one cultivates a disinterest in the objective and material existence of this world, the belief or the notion of its existence cannot be weakened. There is no other means to rid the self of its impurity of self-limitation. The only way is to weaken the vasana, self-limitation or conditioning, or the notion that the world exists. If the object does exist, then such a notion of its existence is natural, but it does not, though it seems to be, in the absence of the light of inquiry. The apparent world existence has no real cause. How can the effect of an unreality be other than unreal? How can a non-material, spiritual, cause bring about a material effect? How can matter rise in pure consciousness any more than a shadow exists in the sun? It is not correct to say that the world is a pure and accidental combination of atoms. They are inert substances. The world creation is not the action of ignorance, but, on the other hand, if it is the action of intelligence, why will an intelligent being indulge in such futile action, like a madman? Hence, it is clear that the world is an appearance, and not existence. We appear to exist in pure void, like objects in a dream. The world is but pure consciousness, and there is no difference between the two. The one is expressed in two ways, like air in motion in space. The infinite consciousness plus the appearance is known as the world. The world minus its form, appearance, is the infinite consciousness. Appearance is illusory and illusion does not exist. Just as consciousness creates dreams in a dreamer, it creates the world in the waking state. The two are constituted of the same substance. Where then is the reality of the body, even of Brahma the Creator? It arose as the first dream object in consciousness. Brahman alone exists, not even the cosmic person. But all these are experienced, as if they were real, over a long period of time. Yet, what is unreal, even if it has been experienced for a long period of time, and by all? From the Creator Brahma right down to the pillar, all appearance of materiality is unreal, like objects seen in a dream. These objects appear to have a form even as the objects seen in a dream seem to have a form during the dream. Therefore, tell me, what is material existence and what are the objects of this world appearance? Where is A? What are they? What is unity? What is diversity? What am I? What are notions concerning the objects of existence? What are notions and vasanas or self-limitation or psychological conditioning which perpetuate the notion of world existence? Where is A? They are not. Realize this and rest in a state of nirvana. Vidaktu to 104, 105 Vasistha continued, the subtle sound vibration constitutes space and the subtle touch vibration constitutes air. Their friction causes heat or the fiery element. When the fire subsides there is water. When all these get together earth arises from it. But all these are a play of simple vibrations which are formless. How does form arise? After reflecting on this for a considerable time, one comes to the understanding that it is consciousness that gives rise to form. Why not understand this truth right in the beginning? Neither the gross elements nor the forms exist in truth, they arise as they arise in a dream. As forms arise in dreams, so do they arise in the waking state, too. If this is realized, there is liberation. Whether the body continues to exist or ceases to exist, there is no sorrow. Neither in the waking state nor in dream is there a real world. Consciousness experiences itself as such, and that experience is known as the world. Just as the world seen in a dream is nothing, even so the world seen in the waking state is nothing. Just as one man's dream experiences are unknown to the person sleeping next to him, one man's experiences in this world are unknown to another. In dream, the barren woman seems to have a son. In the waking state the impossible seems to have happened. The unreal appears to be real. Something which has not really been experienced appears to be a real experience, even as one experiences one's own funeral in a dream. When one dreams of falling into a pit, his bed becomes that pit. In blinding light one sees nothing. It is like darkness. In dream, the dreamer dies, abandoning his dream relatives. But, then he wakes up, freed from that dream life and death. Even so, after experiencing joy and sorrow here for a long time, one dies. The dreamer wakes to experience another dream known as the world. Even so, after experiencing this world, he goes on to yet another. While dreaming, the dreamer does not realize that a previous dream was unreal dream. Even so, one does not remember the past life but considers the present life alone to be real. The dreamer is said to wake up when his sleep comes to an end. Even so, the person who lives in this world and dies, wakes up elsewhere. The distinction between dream and waking is, therefore, purely arbitrary and academic. Both of them are based on the sole reality of the infinite consciousness. All the moving and unmoving things are but pure consciousness. When an illusory notion of division arises in it, consciousness comes to be known as the world. A pot is but clay. In the absence of clay there is no pot. All objects are pure consciousness, and if consciousness is not, nothing is seen. Water is liquid. Minus its liquidity it is not water. What is dehydrated water? Even so is consciousness. Everything here is pure consciousness. Minus pure consciousness nothing is. Vasistha continued. Vidaktu to 106, the same thing has been given two names for the sake of convenience. The two, waking and dreaming, are the same, like two cups of water. That which is common to them, which is their common substratum, is pure consciousness. The attitude or the nature of a tree which draws nourishment through its roots and exists is pure consciousness. Similarly, when one's desires have turned away and when the mind is at perfect peace, then there is pure consciousness. In the case of a healthy man, when his mind is free from objective notions, and sleep has not yet come, there is pure consciousness. That nature which exists in grass and creepers growing in their proper seasons without the feeling of mindness, is pure consciousness. The nature of one who is free from percepts and concepts but is not dead, and whose being is clear and pure like the winter sky, is pure consciousness. The pure being of wood and rock which are as they were created, as also the mind of pure beings, is pure consciousness. That is pure consciousness. Sadakasa, in which all things exist, from which they emerge, which is everything, and which is all in all. When sleep has ceased, the world appearance rises. When that ceases there is pure consciousness, Satamram. That nothing which remains after everything has been negated as not this, is pure consciousness, Satamram. The entire universe is but pure consciousness, as it was and as it is. Even when there is perception of forms and apprehension of notions and concepts, that consciousness alone exists. Knowing this, be free from conditioning even while perceiving the objects of the senses, just as a man who sleeps is yet inwardly awake. Remaining inwardly silent like a rock, talk, walk, drink and take. This world has not been created at all, for it has no cause, no effect arises without a cause. Hence consciousness remains as consciousness, without change. When its experience of its own inherent potentialities is continued, it appears as this world. Thus, this objective world has not been created at all, does not exist and will not come into being. It will not perish either, for how can non-existence perish? What appears to be is the reflection of consciousness within itself. However, since there is no duality, there is neither a reflection nor an appearance. Who knows whether what is real or unreal? Who knows why and how a man dreams or what the dreams are, except that they are his own consciousness? The Creator and all things are but pure consciousness. When this is realized, it is known as Brahman. When it is not realized, it is known as illusion, Maya, ignorance and the world. It is that consciousness alone that knows itself as I am mountain, I am Rudra, I am the ocean and I am the cosmic person, just as a person while dreaming thinks that all these exist in his dream. All external objects are reflected in the mirror of one's consciousness which one inquired into is seen immediately. When thus investigated, their true nature as pure consciousness is realized. The story of Vipassat 2-107, 108 Vasishtha continued, the whole universe is pure consciousness, but as an object it is inert appearance. Hence, though alive, everything is as if dead, even so I and you are as if dead though live. Abandoning the world idea in the world and the I idea in ourselves, engage yourself in appropriate action. Why? Why does this world appearance arise at all? There is no reason. Even as in the play of a young child there is no reason or motivation. Hence, one should not waste one's lifetime in useless pursuit of knowledge concerning matter and mind. If one seeks gold one does not clean the sky. Listen to the following story. In this universe, in this continent known as Jambudvipa, there was a famous city by name Tadam which was ruled by a king known as Vipassat, lit, learned, wise. His glory was indescribable. Even the court poets had exhausted all their talents without exhausting a description of his virtues. But they loved and enjoyed his company. He was fond of them and gave them lavish gifts every day. He was devoted to the Brahmanas, priests, and also to the fire which he devoutly worshipped every day. He had 4 ministers who were zealously guarding his kingdom at its 4 boundaries. On account of their wisdom and valor, the king was victorious and unassailable. One day, he was visited by a wise man from the east. He had harsh and unpleasant words for the king. He said, "O king, you have bound yourself hand and foot to this earth. Now listen to what I have to say and decide what to do. Your minister who is guarding the eastern side of your city is dead. The one guarding the south endeavored to cover the eastern side, too, but he was overcome by the enemy. He, too, is dead. When the minister guarding the west rushed to the southern side, he was intercepted by the enemy and killed. As he was saying this, another man rushed into the court and announced that the minister guarding the north was at the palace gate. The king alerted his army and asked that the minister be brought in. The minister entered and saluted the king. He was weak and his breathing was labored. He had been overpowered by the enemy on account of his weakness. He said to the king, "Lord, all the other 3 ministers have gone to the world of death to win that realm for you. Only you have the power to quell the enemy." In the meantime, yet another man entered the royal presence and reported, "Lord, The city has been completely surrounded by the enemy. Their weapons are seen everywhere. They are extremely powerful like demons. Their armor shines with a light equal to your own glory. Their armies are in excellent array. They are angry and their battle cries are fierce. The Lord of that army sent me to convey this news to you. Now do what is appropriate. After having conveyed this message, that man went away. Everyone in the king's army got ready for the battle with their arms and weapons uplifted. Vasishtha continued. Vida 2-109, 110. In the meantime, all the ministers had assembled around the king. They counseled him thus: Lord, we have duly considered the situation concerning our enemy. We have come to the conclusion that the three peaceful courses of dealing with the enemy are inappropriate in this case, and that only the fourth, punishment or violence, is adequate. In fact, we have not shown friendship or alliance with these enemies at any time before. Hence it is of no use now. Enemies, who come under the following classification, are not amenable to peaceful negotiation: sinners, barbarians, foreigners, they who are firmly united among themselves, as well as they who know our weakness very well. Therefore let there be no delay. Order general mobilization and preparation for a full-scale war. The king issued the necessary orders and sent the ministers to the battlefield, saying that he would soon join them after his customary worship of the sacred fire. He then had his bath and approached the sacred fire for worship. He prayed, Lord, I have effortlessly overcome all my enemies so far and ruled this far-flung empire, exercising my sovereignty over many islands and continents. I held sway over many peoples, including demons. But now perhaps I have grown old. Therefore, these my enemies have thought it fit to invade my territory. Lord, just as till now I have made different oblations to this sacred fire, today I shall offer my own head as oblation. I pray that out of this fire, 4 powerful beings may emerge like the 4 arms of Lord Narayana. So saying, the king cut off his head with the greatest ease, and the next instant his body fell into the fire along with the severed head. Out of that fire the king emerged as 4 radiant warriors of extraordinary radiance and vitality, and equipped with the very best of weapons of every description. It was obvious that they could not be overcome by any warlike device that the enemy might adopt, whether it be missiles or mantras, drugs, etc. The enemy forces were advancing at the same time. There was a terrible battle. The sky was covered with smoke and also with missiles. Swords gleamed. Revolvers emitted fire continuously. It was terrible to look at. There was a river of blood in which even elephants were borne down. Here and there 2 missiles collided in the sky, which was illumined by the light emitted by them. In the mind and the heart of every warrior there was only one thought: I should kill the enemy or be killed by him. The war was also bringing out the good and noble qualities in the people which were dormant till then. On the other hand, there was also extremely cruel behavior. Here and there warriors killed even refugees and looted whatever they could. The people who were not directly involved in the war, the non-combatants, fled the place. The battlefield was filled with warriors to whom the distinction between life and death had vanished. Vida 2-111, 112. Vasishtha continued. The king in his 4 forms proceeded in the 4 directions on the battlefield. He saw that his army was much weaker than the enemy's well-prepared and well-equipped army. He contemplated, the sage, Agastya drank the ocean, I should become another Agastya now and dry up this ocean of the enemy forces. He thought of the wind missile which instantly reached him. He once again saluted and offered a prayer on behalf of his subjects and directed the missile at the enemy forces. Instantly there were rivers of missiles and weapons everywhere. The gale that blew resembled the winds of cosmic dissolution. Surely enough, by the power of the missile, the enemy forces were reduced to nothing very soon. The wind missile also caused torrential rains, gale-force winds and dense dark clouds. The different units of the enemy army fled in different directions. The Siddhi army, from the land of pearls and snakes, fled in a southerly direction. The Parsis perished in the forest known as Vangula. The Dharata soldiers hid themselves in caves. The Dasarna warriors who went into the nearby forests were killed by the lions there. The warriors from Saka territory could not bear the missiles made of iron, and they ran trembling in fear. The forces of Tungana, whose color was golden, were robbed by robbers of their clothes, and then they were eaten up by demons. The survivors in the enemy army hid themselves in the mountain known as Sayadri and rested for a period of 7 days. Their wounds were attended to by the celestials, Vihadar soft-women, who were from the territory known as Gandhara. The warriors from Huna, China and Kairata had suffered dreadful disfigurement from the missiles of the king Vipassit. Even the trees were frightened of the king's power and stood still for a very long time even after the war. The air force of Vijayura territory was caught up in the winds and crashed into the lakes. The infantry could not even run on account of the blinding rain that fell. The Hunas who fled to the north were caught up in the quicksands and perished. The Sikhs who fled to the east were caught and imprisoned by the king for 1 day and then released. The soldiers from the Mantra territory climbed up the Mahendra mountain to seek a refuge. They literally dragged themselves up little by little and then fell near the hermitage of sages who served them with food, drink, etc. They climbed the hill for the purpose of avoiding death on the battlefield and of begging for food, but they got from the cave of the gods 2 things. Immediate safety in the company of sages, which ensures permanent peace. Good follows evil sometimes, by accidental coincidence. The crow and the coconut, the Dazarna soldiers accidentally ate poison and died. The Haihaya soldiers accidentally ate a healing herb which turned them into celestials with ability to fly in the air. Vidatu to 113, 114, 115, Vasishtha continued. Thus pursuing their fleeing enemies, the 4 kings, which were Vipassit, had traversed a long distance. Impelled by the indwelling consciousness which is omnipotent, they had embarked on a campaign for the conquest of the world, known as Digvijaya. For a considerable distance they were accompanied by their own forces. As they were marching without rest or respite, these forces and their equipment, as also the forces of the enemy which they pursued, weakened and perished. The missiles that kings had also ceased to be effective, just as fire is quenched after burning all its fuel. The 4 kings going in the 4 different directions were met by huge oceans. The remaining missiles that they had fell into mud created by the terrible rain that fell, and they disintegrated. The 4 brothers beheld that limitless ocean with great wonder. And there follows a highly poetic description of the ocean. The king's ministers who had followed them on this expedition pointed out to the kings the various beautiful sights, the forests, the trees, the oceans, the mountains, the clouds and also the hill tribes. And again, there is a poetic description of all these in the text. There is also a reverse comparison, just as Braham, though one, appears to be divided into diversity and, though infinite, appears to have created this finite and perishable world. Even so this ocean, though one, appears to be divided into several oceans, and it appears to be both eternal and the transient waves. The ministers pointed to more oceans and said, Lord, here on this ocean, Lord Narayana rests. Here in the other ocean his enemies the demons lie hidden. In that other ocean, mountains lie hidden. Beneath this ocean there is the cosmic fire of unimaginable heat, along with the clouds of cosmic dissolution. How wonderful it is that this ocean is so vast, so firmly established and able to support so much of a burden. Look at the moon. As it rises on the eastern horizon, it spreads its soft light everywhere and thus brings auspiciousness to all, ridding all of their fear of darkness and night. But even this moon is tainted with dark spots. When such is the case with these celestial bodies, what can we call an untainted object in this world? What shall we call good and excellent in this world, which time or fate will not tarnish in the twinkling of an eye? Surely, there is no such thing on earth. Vidatu to 116 The ministers and others said, Behold, O king, the rulers of the boundaries of the earth engaged in battle. The celestial nymphs are driving the space vehicles carrying away those noble ones who are slain in battle. This is considered as the best of all fruits of living, that one should live a life of prosperity, health and wealth, which does not incur the displeasure of society, and should engage oneself in righteous warfare for the sake of others. He who kills another when the latter comes to fight with him, without transgressing the moral code that applies to warfare, he is a hero and he goes to heaven. Behold the sky, O king, where the mighty gods and demons appear in the form of stars, which is also the field for the movement of mighty planets and stars like the sun and the moon. Fools regard it as empty void even now. In spite of the movement of all these stars and planets, in spite of the battle between gods, light, and demons, darkness, this space is not polluted or tainted or altered in any way. O space! Though you bear the sun on your lap, and even Lord Narayana and all his divine retinue, yet you have not abandoned the darkness that resides in you. This is indeed a great mystery. Yet, we consider the space wise and enlightened as it is unaffected by the defects and shortcomings of the worlds which abide in it, the space. O space! During the day you are bright. At dawn and dusk you are crimson. At night you are dark. You are devoid of materiality. You do not hold or bear the burden of any substance. Hence you are regarded as Maya. No one, not even the learned and the wise, can truly understand you and your function. O space! He who owns nothing achieves everything. You are pure void within yourself and yet you cause everything to grow and to be exalted. In space there are no cities or villages, no forests or parks, no trees or shade, yet the sun courses through space every day. Truly, the noble ones do their duty without fail, however difficult and irksome it may be. Though apparently doing nothing, space regulates the growth of plants and trees by preventing them from excessive growth. That in which infinite universes are born and into which they dissolve, how can that space be considered devoid of everything? There is something wrong with the scholars. The ministers and others continued. Vidaktu to 117,121. The next few chapters are also full of highly poetic and artistic descriptions of natural phenomena, the flora and the fauna, with interesting spiritual parallels, from which the following two are but samples. S.V. O Lord, behold the crane. How diligent and efficient it is in capturing and consuming the fish. Wicked people see in the natural behavior of the crane the justification for their own vicious doctrine that even so one should destroy others for the attainment of one's own selfish ends. Look at the peacock. It quenches its thirst from the purest rain water. It does not drink of the polluted waters of the drains and the canals. However, it continuously remembers the clouds and the rain that falls from them and derives satisfaction. When one's heart is fixed in devotion to the holy ones, even unpleasant experiences become pleasant. O King, behold that young couple talking to each other and refreshing themselves over there. The young man, smitten with love for his beloved, met her just now after a very long separation. This is what he said to her: Beloved, listen to what happened to me one day during our separation. I looked at the cloud and prayed to the cloud to convey a message to you. I was so greatly overcome by longing for you that I fainted. My breathing stopped. My memory failed. My body became cold and rigid like a log of wood. Who can ever describe adequately the unhappiness caused by separation from a beloved one? Travelers who witnessed this thought I was dead and made preparations for the cremation of the destitute body. I was taken to the crematorium. They laid me on the pyre and set it alight. In a few moments I experienced all kinds of strange feelings and sensations and visions. I felt that I was falling into a hole in the ground. I was protected by the armor of your love and of contemplation of your form. I enjoyed your company in my own heart. I remember even now the smallest detail of the amorous dalliance in which we self-forgetfully enjoyed each other. In the meantime I saw flames around me. Hearing this, the girl swooned, but the lover revived her and continued the narrative. At once I shouted fire, fire, and woke up from the swoon. The people around the funeral pyre thought that I had returned from the dead and they were thrilled. They sang and danced. We all returned home. Vasishtha continued, after listening to all this, the fourfold Vipassat worshipped the fire. The fire god appeared to them. They prayed to him. We wish to behold the universe composed of the five elements in its totality. Grant that we may do so and that we may not die till we have seen all, as much as possible with the physical body and beyond that through the mind. The fire god granted this boon and vanished. Vidaktu to 124. Rama asked, Lord, how was it that though the fourfold Vipassat was but one person with a single consciousness, the four of them entertained different desires? Vasishtha replied, though consciousness is one, non-dual and omnipresent, it seems to become diverse like the mind of the sleeping, dreaming, person. Even as the mirror reflects diverse objects within itself because it is pure, even so consciousness, being absolutely pure, reflects everything within itself. Though mirrors may be made of the same metal, they reflect diverse objects in one another ad infinitum. Similarly, consciousness reflects within itself whatever is placed before it. Thus the diverse appears to be one, but it is both diverse and non-diverse. Because it is neither diverse nor non-diverse, it is both diverse and one. Therefore, whatever appeared before each of the four vipassitas reflected in his consciousness and what was experienced by him. Yogis can perform actions everywhere and experience all things in all the three periods of time, though apparently remaining in one place. Water, which is one and all-pervasive, does several things at the same time and seems to undergo diverse experiences. The one Vishnu with his 4 arms or 4 bodies performs diverse functions in protecting the world. A being, animal, with many arms holds something with 2 arms and with the others kills that thing. It was in that manner that the kings Vipassita engaged themselves in diverse activities. They diversely slept on the grassy beds on earth. They lived and enjoyed themselves in different continents. They sported in different forests. They roamed the deserts. They dwelt on the peaks of mountains and in the bowels of the oceans. They sometimes hid themselves in mountain caves. They sported on the oceans and in the wind, on the waves as well as on the seashore and in the cities. The Vipassita who went east slept for 7 years on the slopes of the Sunrise Mountain on the continent known as Sakha, for he had been charmed by the celestials there. Having drunk of the water that was in the rock, he had become like stone. The Vipassita who went west to the Sunset Mountain on the same continent fell a victim to the charms of a nymph who enjoyed him for a whole month. The Vipassita who went east remained incognito in the turmeric forest for some time. On account of the charm of a celestial, he lived as a lion for 10 days. Overpowered by a goblin, he lived as a frog for 10 years. The Vipassita who went north dwelt for 100 years in a blind well in the Nilagiri, Blue Mountain, in the Sakha continent. The one who went west learned the method of becoming a celestial and lived as a celestial, Vijayadhara, for 14 years. Vasishtha continued. Vidatu to 125. When the king that went east was under the spell of the water he had drunk, it was the one that went west who rescued him. When the king that went west became a rock, it was the one that went south who rescued him by the use of beef, etc. When the king that went west had been transformed into a bull by a female goblin who had the form of a cow, it was the one that went south who rescued him again. When the king that went south was turned into a celestial, he was rescued by another celestial at the intercession of the one who went west. When the king who went east was turned into a lion, it was the one who went west that rescued him. Rama asked, but how do these yogis perform such varied actions in the 3 periods of time? Pray tell me this. Vasishtha continued, whatever be the explanation that the unenlightened people may give for this, let them but listen to the enlightened explanation. In the vision of the knowers of the truth, there is nothing other than the pure and infinite consciousness, and the objective universe is completely and totally non-soft-existent. There is neither a creation nor its opposite. He who rests forever in this pure and infinite consciousness is the omnipresent and omnipotent Lord. He is the all and he is the self of all at all times. Tell me, who can restrain him, how, where and when? The omnipresent shines as and when he likes, for he is the self of all. What is not present in the self of all? Hence, he shines how, when and where he likes, whether it is the past or the future or the present, and whether it is the gross or subtle field in which such action takes place. Without ever abandoning his reality as pure consciousness, he functions at a distance and near, creating an epoch or the twinkling of an eye. All this is in the self, but the appearance is Maya, illusory. He is unborn and uncreated and has not been restrained or inhibited. What is as it is. Whatever is a mass of consciousness, and that itself is the 3 worlds. It is the self of the world. It is the form of the world which has arisen on account of the polarization of consciousness into the subject and the object. Who has created the seer of all, the subject of all? how and when. Nothing is impossible for this consciousness. The consciousness of Vipassana had become awakened, but it had not attained the supreme state. Hence, though it is one, it manifests as the all everywhere. In a state in which there is both awakening and non-awakening, all these things are possible. When the supreme truth has not been attained, such materialization is possible. It is when there is such partial awakening that one enjoys psychic powers. Thus, the four Vipassanas experienced the states that the others had. Rama asked, if Vipassana was an enlightened person, how could he consider himself a lion, etc.? Vasishtha replied, my description of these kings as awakened or enlightened was only a figure of speech. In fact, Vipassana was not enlightened. The four Vipassanas were neither enlightened nor were they ignorant, they were swinging in between. In such people the signs of enlightenment or liberation are seen, as also the signs of ignorance and bondage. They are half awakened. Whatever Vipassana had attained had been attained through contemplation, not because he had reached the supreme state. All these siddhis or psychic powers are had by such contemplation. In those who have reached the supreme state, there is no ignorance or delusion. How can they have a deluded vision, and how can they see falsehood? The yogis who practice contemplation and who attain various psychic powers through greater boons are subject to ignorance which is noticed in them. Hence, they contemplate not the truth but something which is other than the real. There is something more. Even in the case of those liberated sages who are still alive, there is comprehension of materiality while they were engaged in day-to-day activity. Moksha or liberation is also a state of the mind. The natural function of the body adheres to it and does not cease. One who is freed from ignorance, or the mind, is never again bound by the mind, even as once the fruit has fallen from the tree, no amount of effort can connect it to the tree. The body functions as is natural to it even in the case of the liberated person, but the consciousness in that person is stable and is not affected by the states of the physical body. The powers gained through contemplation, etc., can be seen by others, but the state of liberation that one retains cannot be seen by others, even as the taste of honey is capable of being tasted only by oneself. When one who has experienced the state of bondage and also pain and pleasure is liberated from all these, he is said to be liberated. He is considered the liberated person whose inner consciousness is cool and peaceful. He is in bondage whose mind and heart are disturbed and distracted. Bondage and liberation are not noticed in physical functions. Whether his body is cut into 1,000 pieces or he is crowned an emperor, the liberated one is liberated even if he apparently weeps and laughs. Within himself he is neither elated nor depressed. He experiences neither happiness nor unhappiness, even while receiving all these experiences. He is not dead even when he is dead. He does not weep though he weeps, he does not laugh though he laughs, such is a liberated one. He is free from attraction or attachment, though he is attracted and attached. He gets angry though he is not angry, he is not deluded though he is deluded. Vasishtha continued, the notions this is happiness and this is unhappiness do not arise in the liberated ones. When they have realized the truth that there is neither the world nor the self and that the one is the all, happiness and unhappiness are seen as meaningless words. Their grief is superficial, for they are free from sorrow. It is said that Lord Shiva plucked off one of the 5 heads of Lord Brahma. The latter was surely capable of growing one more to replace it. But he did not, for he knew when all this creation is illusory, what shall I do with one more head? He had nothing to gain from doing something or from refraining from doing something. Whatever happens, let it happen even so, why should it be otherwise? Lord Shiva has his consort in one half of his body, though he has the power to burn up even the god of love. He has the power to abandon all attachment or affection, but he behaves as if he is attached to his consort. He has nothing to gain by remaining so attached, nor does he gain anything by non-attachment. Let it be as it is. Even so Lord Vishnu engages himself in various activities and inspires others to engage themselves in such activities, too. He dies and he kills others, he is born and he grows, though all the time he is totally free from all this. He could easily refrain from all this, but what is to be gained from such restraint? Let all these be as they are. Such is the attitude of one who is established in the realization of the infinite consciousness. Even so do the sun, the moon and the fire perform their natural functions, though they were all liberated beings, Jivanmukta. The preceptors of the gods, Brihaspati, and of the demons, Sukra, are also Jivanmuktas, though they play the roles of the leaders of opposing forces, fighting each other like ignorant men. King Janaka is also a liberated royal sage, yet, he engages himself in dreadful wars. There were also several royal sages who engaged themselves in royal duties while inwardly remaining free from bondage. While discharging his worldly duties, the enlightened person behaves in the same way as the ignorant person. The distinction between bondage and liberation lies in the state of one's consciousness, which is conditioned in bondage and unconditioned in liberation. Even several demons had attained liberation, like Bali, Prahlada, Namusi, Vritra, Andaka, Mora, etc. The enlightened consciousness is unaffected by the rising and setting of likes and dislikes, mental action and supramental consciousness. When one is firmly established in the infinite and unconditioned consciousness, even these distinctions vanish. The diversity which people experience in this creation is but an appearance, like the colors of the rainbow. The world appears to be in relation to the infinite consciousness just as spatiality, void or distance, appears to be in relation to space. Vasishtha continued. Vidatu to 126. Now, listen to what happened to the 4 Vipasits. One of them was killed by an elephant. The second was taken away by some celestials, Yakshas, who dropped him into blazing fire, and he perished. The third one was taken up to heaven by the celestials known as Vidyadhara. There, that Vipasit did not bow to the king, Indra, who cursed him and reduced him to ashes. The fourth was killed by a crocodile. Remaining in their subtle bodies, these 4 saw their own previous history in their own minds, where they had created subtle impressions. In the space of their own consciousness they saw the whole universe with all its oceans and mountains, towns and cities, the sun and the moon, the stars and the clouds. They even saw their own bodies as before. Endowed with the subtle, ativahika, bodies, they saw in the space before them their own physical bodies. On account of their past life impressions or memories, they saw themselves as being clothed in physical bodies in order to witness the magnitude of the world. In order to see the actual extent of the earth, they roamed other realms. The Western Vipasit crossed 7 continents and 7 seas and had the good fortune to meet Lord Vishnu. From him Vipasit received the highest wisdom, and remained immersed in samadhi for 5 years. After that he abandoned the physical body and attained nirvana. The Oriental Vipasit remained close to the rays of the moon and contemplated the moon constantly. Hence he attained the realm of the moon. The Southern Vipasit destroyed all his enemies and even now he rules the country because he did not lose his memory or his convictions. The Northern Vipasit was eaten by a crocodile in whose body he lived for 1,001 years. When that crocodile died, he emerged from its body as another crocodile. Then he crossed oceans and ice packs of unimaginable distance and reached the lake of the gods known as Shuvarna. There he died. Because he died in that realm of the gods, this Vipasit became a god, even as a piece of wood lying in the midst of coals of fire instantly becomes fire. This last Vipasit reached the boundaries of the earth plane known as the Lokaloka mountains, which he remembered from his past birth experiences. These mountains are several thousand miles in height. One side is illumined, whereas the other is not. From there he saw the earth, etc., as if they were distant stars. Then he went to that side of these mountains which was forever shrouded in darkness. Beyond that is the great void in which there is no earth, no beings and nothing mobile or immobile. In it even the potentiality of creation does not exist. Vidatu to 127. Rama asked, Lord, pray tell me, how does this earth exist, how does the stellar sphere revolve and how do the Lokaloka mountains exist? Vasishtha replied, just as a little child imagines a plaything in the empty space and thinks it is there, the notion of the existence of this earth arises in the infinite consciousness. He whose vision is defective sees little balls of hair in space, where no such balls exist. Even so, Such notions as the existence of the earth arose in the infinite consciousness at the moment which has come to be known as creation. A city which exists in the mind of the daydreamer needs no support, with the imagination as its sole support. Even so, this world is supported only by the experiencing of the infinite consciousness. Whatever appears in the consciousness and however it appears to be and for whatever duration, it seems to exist in that consciousness in that manner for that duration, on account of the inherent power in consciousness. Therefore, just as in the eyes of one with eye defect the ball of hair does float in space, this earth, etc., does exist in consciousness. If consciousness had seen water flowing up and fire burning down in the very beginning, such would have been the nature of these elements even now. But it is because that consciousness saw the earth as falling in space that it seems to fall even now, and consciousness correspondingly seems to rise in relation to the earth. Thus duality or diverse motion arises. The Laghu mountains are the boundary of the earth plane. Beyond that is the great spatial pit filled with total darkness, though something exists in it here and there. Because the stellar sphere is at a considerable distance, there seems to be some light somewhere and some darkness elsewhere. These stars are at a very great distance from the Laghu mountains. The entire stellar sphere, with the exception of the pole star, constantly revolves around its own axis. But all this is different from the notion that arises in pure consciousness. Beyond the worlds are the earth plane whose boundaries are the Laghu mountains. The stellar sphere appears something like the skin of a fruit. However, all this is but the firm notion that arises in the infinite consciousness. It should not be taken that these worlds exist as reality. Beyond even this stellar sphere, there is another sphere twice its size, that, too, is illumined in part and is sunk in darkness elsewhere. All this is enclosed in two skull-soft caps, as it were, one is above and the other is below, and between them is space. This universe, which is a cosmic circle, is illumined by the sun and stars. What is above and what is below in all this? Rising, falling, moving or remaining steady, all these are notions that arise in consciousness. None of these exist in truth. Vasishtha continued. Vida 2-128. The description of the universe I have given you is the fruit of direct experience, not inferential guesswork. Besides this, there are other universes of which I have not told you. For of what use is investigation into the nature of the world and others, which are but of the nature of a dream? Wise men do not waste their time talking about useless things. The northernmost extremity is the Mara mountain, and the southernmost extremity is the Laghu mountain range. The inhabitants of the various planes of consciousness and the different worlds experience the materialization of those worlds, not others. I told you of the skull caps of the universe. Beyond them the whole universe is enveloped by water which is tenfold in extent. Beyond that there is another envelope, this time of fire, which is tenfold the previous one. Beyond that is the wind envelope and then the plane of space, which are each 10 times the extent of the previous one. Beyond even that is the infinite space. This is neither illumined nor is it dark. It is full of pure consciousness. It is beginningless, middleless and endless. In that, countless millions of universes arise again and again at different points, and again they are dissolved in it. There is no being in this infinite space to entertain a notion of these universes, but they exist in whatever form and manner they exist. Now listen to the story of the king Vipassit who was on top of the Laghu mountains. After he died, he saw his body being eaten by a huge vulture. In his consciousness the notion of another physical body did not arise, nor did he reach enlightenment. Hence, he wished to engage himself in further activity. For pure mental activity, a physical body is unnecessary. In the case of illusion, dream, daydreaming and hallucination, the mind creates its own field, which is known as the subtle body, ativahika. Only when that is forgotten or abandoned does the physical body arise. When one realizes the unreality of the physical body through proper investigation, then once again the subtle, ativahika, body arises. Hence, investigate the nature of the ativahika body till the knowledge that the infinite consciousness alone is the truth, arises. The realization where is duality, where is hate or affection. All this is pure Shiva, beginningless and endless is enlightenment. Vipassat was still in the subtle body, unenlightened. He was enveloped by darkness as if in a fetus. He then experienced the earth plane, water plane, fire plane and space plane. Then he began to investigate the nature of his own subtle body and wondered, what sustains me who am pure consciousness? He entered the infinite space of Brahma and saw everything there. But not having investigated the illusory nature of ignorance, he rests in it even now, though in fact there is no ignorance and Brahman alone exists. Vida 2-129 Vasishtha continued, another of the Vipassats also attained the same state after wandering from continent to continent for a long time and after reaching the infinite space of Brahma in which he saw millions of universes. There he exists even now. Yet another of the Vipassats fell a victim to his own mental conditioning and, after renouncing his body, became a deer and lives on a mountain. Rama asked, Lord, when the Vasana, mental conditioning, of the king Vipassat was but one, how did it become diverse, producing diverse results in the four Vipassats? Vasishtha replied, the Vasana of beings becomes either dense or light by repeated exercise and repetition of its effects. It is also subject to the influence of time, place and activity. If it becomes light, it undergoes change into something else. If it is deep-rooted, it does not change. On the one hand are the time, place and activity, repetition of the habit born of the Vasana on the other is the Vasana, mental conditioning, itself. The two, circumstances and Vasana, act upon each other. Whichever be the stronger wins instantly. Thus the four Vipassats were drawn in different directions, though they had the same Vasana to start with. Two of them were caught in the net of ignorance, one was liberated and the other became a deer. Even now the two who were caught up in the net of ignorance have been unable to find a way out. Ignorance is also infinite in a manner of speaking, because it has no real existence. However, if one develops the inner light and begins to examine it in that light, this ignorance vanishes in the twinkling of an eye. The Vipassat who went from one country to another, from one world to another, saw an illusory creation. He saw an illusory world which in fact was Brahman only. He somehow came into contact with a holy man. With his help, Vipassat realized the truth concerning the illusory perception of the world and instantly realized the infinite consciousness or Brahman. At that very instant his ignorance, as also his body, ceased to be. Thus have I told you, O Rama, the story of Vipassat. This ignorance, too, is infinite even as Brahman is infinite. Because the ignorance has no independent existence apart from Brahman. It is the infinite consciousness alone that sees countless universes and worlds here and there, now and then. When this truth is not realized, it is known as ignorance. When this truth is realized, the very same consciousness is known as Brahman. There is no division between the two. For the division is unreal ignorance which in reality is Brahman. The division seems to arise in consciousness and is, therefore, non-different from consciousness. Thus Brahman alone is the world appearance, and the division is consciousness. Rama asked, how is it that the Vipassat could not reach the skullcap of the universe which Brahma the Creator had created? Vasishtha replied, at the very moment he came into being, Brahma the Creator pushed space apart with his two arms. That which was above was pushed far, far above, and that which was below went far, far below. All the created elements rest in it, being supported by these two extremities. That which is between these two extremities is known as space, which appears to be limitless and of a blue color. Water and such other elements do not taint this space, in fact they are not in it, for space is independent of them and exists where one thinks water, air, etc., exist. These elements are but the notions that arise in others. Vipassat took that path in order to examine the extent of ignorance, and he began to investigate the stellar sphere. Brahman is infinite, and therefore ignorance of Brahman is also infinite. Ignorance exists when Brahman is not realized, and when Brahman is realized ignorance is seen not to exist. However far Vipassat went, he was still wandering in the realm of this ignorance. Of the others, one attained liberation. Another became a deer and another is also wandering in ignorance. The two who thus wander in distant worlds are not seen in our consciousness. But the one that became a deer is within the field of our understanding. That world in which that Vipassat lives as the deer, after having wandered in distant worlds, is this very world which is in one distant corner of the infinite space of consciousness. Rama asked, Lord, Vipassat lived in this world itself and went away from here. How is it that he has become a deer in this world? Vasishtha replied, even as one who is endowed with limbs knows them, even so I know everything which may exist in Brahman, as Brahman is my own self. The past does not know the future and vice versa, but consciousness which is not divided by time is aware of all this. In that consciousness everything is here, though to ordinary perception something may be far away. Thus I see the world in which Vipassat wandered and how he became a deer in this very world. In fact I know where that deer is right now, O Rama. It is the deer that was presented to you as a gift by the king of the Trigartha. Vasishtha said, when the sage Vasishtha said this, Rama and the assembled sages and others were wonderstruck. Rama dispatched a few boys to go and fetch the deer. Seeing it, the assembly was amazed and everyone exclaimed, truly, Maya, illusion, is limitless and infinite. Vidaktu to 130 Rama asked, O sage, how, by whom and by what means will this deer be freed from its unfortunate state of existence? Vasishtha replied, the way out of this misfortune is that which was its original cause. Any other path is not the right one and it will not be productive of happiness, welfare or fruition. The king Vipassat adored the fire, and by entering into the fire this deer will regain its former state, just as gold regains its luster by being purified in the fire. Behold, I shall make this deer enter into the fire. Valmiki said, so saying, the sage Vasishtha sipped water from his sacred water pot and created a fire in the middle of the hall, without any fuel. It burned brightly without any sparks and without any smoke. The people in the assembly moved away from the center of the hall. The deer was delighted to see that fire. It began to frisk about in delight. Vasishtha was in a deep state of contemplation and blessed the deer that it should be freed from its past sinful tendencies. He further prayed to the fire god, remembering his previous existence. O fire, please restore to this deer his old form as the king Vipassat. The moment the sage uttered these words, the deer rushed with great joy into the fire. It rested for a few minutes in the fire while everyone was looking. Gradually its form changed into that of a human being. He was radiant and handsome. As soon as he arose in the fire vanished from sight. All the assembled sages with one voice exclaimed, ah, what radiance does this person possess? He shines, Vasa, like the sun. Surely, he shall become famous as Vasa. Hence, he came to be known as Vasa. Vasa realized in a moment, by deep contemplation, all that had happened in his previous incarnations. In the meantime, the excitement and the conversation in the assembly had subsided and there was silence once again. Vasa arose and proceeded towards the sage Vasishtha and bowed to him. The sage, in turn, blessed him saying, may the ignorance under which you have been laboring for so long leave you. Then Vasa saluted Rama and hailed him. After this, the king Dasaratha welcomed Vasa, welcome, O king. Be seated here. You have wandered far and wide and for a very long time in this samsara. Now rest here. Vasa took his seat among the sages in the assembly. King Dasaratha continued, alas, like a tethered elephant, this king Vipassat had to undergo countless trials and tribulations. What a great calamity follows imperfect vision of the reality and the perverse understanding of the truth. Though essentially unreal and non-existent, it is amazing what power this illusion has, that it can seemingly create such diverse worlds in the infinite consciousness, and such varied experiences. Visvamitra said, Vidaktu to 131, even so, O king, there are very many people who wander in this samsara because they have not gained the best knowledge or enlightenment. There is a king who has wandered in this samsara for the past 1,700,000 years. These ignorant people are interested in investigating the nature of worldly objects, and they continually flow in this samsara without ever turning away from it. This creation exists in the infinite space as a mere notion in the mind of the Creator Brahma. Just as little ants move here and there on the surface of a ball, people move about on the surface of this earth. In space there is no below and there is no above. The direction in which an object falls is known as below, and the direction in which birds rise to fly is called above. In this world there is a place known as Vedanta. In that kingdom there were 3 princes. They resolved to go to the very limits of this world to investigate all that it contains. For some time they examined the objects of the earth, and then they examined the objects in the oceans. They took birth after birth and continued to pursue their goal of gaining a complete knowledge of this earth. They could not go to the ends of the earth, because, like ants moving on a ball, they were only going from one part of the earth to another all the time. They were thus wandering on the earth even today. Thus, there is no end to the illusion in this samsara. Since this illusion arises as a notion in the infinite consciousness, it also seems to be infinite. The essence, reality or substance, of the notion is the supreme Brahman and vice versa. They are both pure consciousness and there is no difference or division in consciousness, just as there is no distinction between space and emptiness. The currents and whirlpools that appear on the surface of water are only water. Since there can be nothing other than consciousness, how can there be something other than consciousness? The infinite consciousness alone shines of its own accord as this world without even intending to do so. Wherever the infinite consciousness wishes to appear in whatever form, it does so and experiences its own nature in that form for as long as it pleases. Within the smallest atom of the infinite consciousness exists the potentiality of all experiences, just as there are stones and rocks within the mountain. All these experiences exist, constantly experiencing their own particular modes of experience everywhere. In reality, of course, they do not exist as experiences but only as infinite consciousness. These manifold experiences are collectively known as the world, which is the shining appearance of Brahma. But it indeed is a great wonder, that this infinite consciousness, without ever abandoning its reality, thinks of I am a jiva. Now, O King Vasa, tell us of your past experiences. Vasa said, I saw many things and I wondered a lot without experiencing fatigue. I experienced many things in many different ways. All this I remember. I experienced many pleasures and much sorrow in many bodies over a long period of time and in distant places in this limitless space. I attained various bodies on account of boons and curses, and in those embodiments I saw countless objects and scenes. I was also determined to see and experience everything. This was the original boon that I obtained from the fire god. Therefore, even though I had different bodies on different planes, I still pursue the original intention of gaining a thorough knowledge of this world. For 1,000 years I lived as a tree. I had to endure many sufferings during that period. My mind was totally centered within myself, and without mental activity I produced flowers and fruits. For 100 years I was a deer on the Mount Meru. I had a golden color. I lived on grass and I loved music. I was very small and therefore non-violent. For 50 years I was a sarabha, an 8-footed animal more powerful than a lion. After that I became a Vidyadhara soft-celestial. Then I became the son of the swan, which is the vehicle of the Creator Brahma. I lived as a swan for 1500 years. For 100 years I listened to the divine music of the celestial attendants of Lord Narayana, Vishnu. Then I became a jackal and lived in a forest. A huge elephant ravaged the brush in which I lived. While I was dying on account of this, I saw that elephant killed by a lion. After this, I became a nymph in another world and lived alone for half an epoch, on account of the curse of a sage. After this, I lived for 100 years as a vamaka soft-bird. When our nest was destroyed along with the tree on which we lived, I lost my partner and then lived the rest of my life alone in a far-off place. Then I became an ascetic, having gained a certain amount of dispassion. I saw many amazing things. I saw a world which was made entirely of water. Elsewhere I saw a woman in whose body the 3 worlds were reflected as in a mirror. When I asked her who she was, she replied, I am pure consciousness and all the worlds are my limbs. Even as I create such bewilderment in you, even so are all things. Till you see everything with the same bewilderment and wonder, you cannot know their real nature. All the worlds are one's own limbs. I hear them all as one hears sounds and expressions during one's dream. I saw countless beings emerge in her and then dissolve in her, too. Elsewhere I saw an unusual form of cloud which produced a dreadful sound of clashing missiles and which rained weapons on the earth. I saw another wonder. The whole earth was covered in darkness and whole villages were flying away to a distant world. I saw your village in another world. Elsewhere I saw that all beings were of the same nature. Elsewhere I saw a world without a sun, moon and stars, and there was no darkness. All its inhabitants were radiant and illumined. There is no world I have not seen, nothing I have not experienced. Vasa continued. Vida 2-132. Once I was asleep with a celestial nymph in a garden. Suddenly I woke up to find myself floating downstream like a blade of grass. Surprised, I asked the nymph, "What is this?" She explained to me, "There is a moonstone mountain nearby. When the moon rises, the springs that issue from that mountain swell and there is a sudden flood. In the supreme delight I experienced in your company I forgot to warn you of this." Having said this, the nymph took me with her and flew into space without any difficulty. For a period of 7 years from then I lived with her on the top of the Mount Mandara. After this I roamed other worlds in which the people were self-luminous. I saw a world in which there were no directions like east and west, no days and nights, no scriptures and no polemics, no distinctions between gods and demons. Then I became a celestial, by name Amarasoma, and lived for 14 years as an ascetic. Endowed with the boon granted to me by the fire god, I moved, in space with extraordinary speed. Somewhere I fell into a great ocean and somewhere I experienced the sensation of falling through space. Moving about in space was my only occupation. I became fatigued and I slept for a considerable time. While asleep, I entered into the world of dreams. There again I experienced various worlds and various objects and there was great restlessness in me. Whatever my eyes saw, I was there in a moment. From there I saw something else and there I was again in an instant, regardless of the distance. Thus wandering from one world to another with great speed, I spent many years. But I had not seen the end of the manifestation of ignorance known as the objective universe, for it was an illusion which had somehow got itself firmly rooted in my heart, just as the fear of a ghost gets hold of the heart of a child. However well I realized this is not real, after intense inquiry, the feeling this is does not cease. From moment to moment, new experiences of pleasure and pain arise and cease, like the flowing stream of a river. I also remember a great mountain peak which shone by its own light though there was neither the sun nor the moon there. It was so beautiful that it charmed the heart of those sages who love to live in solitude. Vida 2-133 Vipassit, Vasa, continued, I shall now relate to you another great wonder which I saw in another world. There is a shining world in a great space, which is beyond your reach. That world is as different from this as the dream world is different from the world of the waking state experience. While I was roaming that world in order to find the extent of the objective universe, I noticed a gigantic shadow enveloping the whole of that earth. As I lifted my eyes to the sky in order to find out what that cause of that shadow might be, I saw an enormous thing looking like a person falling in space and descending upon the world I was in. It even hid the sun so effectively that the world was totally enveloped in darkness. It fell on the earth, even as I was thus gazing at it with awe and wonder. I felt that my end was near and overcome by fear I quickly entered into fire. I had worshipped the fire god in very many incarnations. Hence, the fire god reassured me with the words, "Do not be afraid." I, too, prayed to the fire god for his protection. The fire-soft-god commanded me to ascend his own vehicle and said, "Let us both go to the world of fire." The fire god then made a small hole in that huge body that had fallen on the earth and both of us escaped into the outer space. It was only from there that we could realize the colossal nature of that body which had fallen on the earth. By its fall it had agitated all the oceans and destroyed all the cities, towns and forests. It had stopped the flow of the rivers. There was weeping and wailing everywhere. The earth itself was groaning under its weight. Gale force winds and torrential rains reminded one of the cosmic dissolution. The peaks of the Himalayas had descended into the netherworld. The sun fell on the earth. The entire earth had been shattered. The celestials who were coursing the heavens saw this enormous body and thought that it was another newly created earth or another half of the universe or perhaps a portion of space which had fallen from its place. But when I saw it with great attention, I saw that it was made of flesh and that the entire earth could not even cover a limb in that body. Having seen this, I turned to my tutelary deity, the fire god, and asked him, Lord, what is this? The fire god replied, Child, wait till the disturbances caused by the fall of this corpse subside. I shall then tell you all about it. Then the space around the earth was filled with sages, siddhis and celestials, the manes and the gods, all of whom had etheric bodies. They bowed their heads and offered a prayer to the Divine Mother called Aratri. May the Divine Mother, who is endowed with a black body, who consumes the entire universe, who holds the head of Brahma at the tip of her sword and who wears the garland of the heads of the demons and who is yet absolutely pure, protect us. Vipassit, Basa, continued. Vi.2 to 134. In response to the prayers of the sages and the siddhis, the Divine Mother appeared in the sky. She was dry and bloodless. She was accompanied by countless goblins and other spirits. She was several thousand miles tall. She was established in the Supreme Being. She was seated on the corpse. The gods said to her, O Divine Mother, this is our offering to you. We pray that you may consume it quickly, along with your attendant hosts. As soon as the gods said this, the Divine Mother began sucking the lifeblood of the dead body with the help of her own pranasakti, life force. As this blood flowed into her mouth, her own lean body filled with blood and her belly became distended. She began to dance. The gods, seated on the Loka mountains, the boundaries of the earth's soft plain, witnessed this dance. The goblins began to eat the corpse. The state of the world at that time was indeed pitiable. The mountains of the earth had disappeared. The firmament appeared to be dressed in a red cloth. As the mother danced swirling, her divine weapons in all directions, whatever remained of the towns and cities of the earth was destroyed, only their memory remained. The whole world was populated now only by the goblins and the hosts that formed the retinue of the Divine Mother. Seeing all this utter destruction, the gods seated on the Loka mountains were distressed. Rama asked Vasishtha, when it was said that the corpse covered the whole earth plain, how was it that the Loka mountains were still visible? Vasishtha said, those mountains were visible over the shoulders of the corpse. The distressed gods reflected thus, Alas, alas, where has the earth gone, where have the oceans gone, what happened to the people and to the mountains? Where has the Himalaya mountain gone with all its sandalwood forests and various fragrant flower gardens? Alas, the pure white snow of the Himalaya mountains appears to be muddy now. Alas, the ocean of milk, the abode of Lord Vishnu, the wish-fulfilling tree, all other oceans, those full of curd, wine or honey, and the mountains full of coconut palms have vanished. Alas, the Kranka continent with its own beautiful mountain, the Puskar continent, in which the swan, which is the vehicle of Brahma the Creator, lived in a lake full of lotuses and in whose mountain caves the celestials used to enjoy themselves, the Gomita continent surrounded by freshwater ocean and the Sakha continent whose very remembrance is auspicious, have all been destroyed. All the gardens and forests have vanished. Where will the people who are tired and fatigued take rest now? When shall we again taste the sweetness of sugar and the little figurines made of sugar, since all the sugar-cane fields have been destroyed? Alas, the Jambudvipa, which was the support of all other continents, has also been destroyed. Alas, where has the good earth disappeared? The story of the hunter and the deer. 2 to 135, 136. Vasistha, or Basa, continued, the gods continued to say thus among themselves, the goblins have now eaten the flesh and drunk the blood of this corpse. Hence one can see the earth again. The very bones of that body form the new mountains. As the gods were saying so, the satisfied goblins began to dance in space. The gods saw that there was some blood left on the earth, they filled the oceans with it and willed that it should become liquor. The goblins drank of this liquor and continued to dance, even now they do so. This earth was made out of the flesh. Meta, of the corpse, and hence it is known as Medna, earth. Thus the earth and its inhabitants were brought again into being. The Creator created a new mankind? Vasa said. Then I asked the fire god, who was this person before he died? The fire god narrated to me the following story. Listen. There is infinite space which is full of pure consciousness. In it are countless worlds floating like so many atoms. In that there arose a cosmic person endowed with self-awareness. That person experiences his own light as you see an object in a dream. From those experiences arise the various senses and their respective organs which together form the body. These senses perceive their own respective objects which become the world. In that world there arose a person named Asura, demon. He was proud of his might. Once he destroyed the hermitage of a sage who cursed him thus, "You have done this because you are proud of your gigantic body. You will die and become a mosquito." The fire of that curse burned Asura to ashes. He became a disembodied personality, just like the mind of an unconscious person. It became one with the physical space. It then became united with the wind in that space. This wind is the life soft-force, prana. The Asura now awoke as a living being and acquired energy, water, etc. once again endowed with the 5 elements, the tan matras, and a particle of the infinite consciousness. He began to vibrate as an individual. There arose in him self-awareness, just as a seed sprouts in favorable conditions. In that self-awareness lay the sage's curse and therefore the notion of a mosquito. Therefore he became a mosquito. In answer to Rama's question, Vasishtha said, "Right from Brahma down to the blade of grass all beings are subject to 2 forms of birth. The first is Brahma's creation and the other is illusory creation. The creation that arises spontaneously in the mind of the Creator which he had not experienced before is the creation of Brahma, not birth through the womb. That which arises on account of latent delusion is the illusory birth, born of subject-object relationship." The mosquito dwelt happily on the blade of grass with its partner. This grass was eaten by a deer. Because he died looking at the deer, he became a deer. The deer was killed by a hunter. Hence the deer was born as a hunter in the next birth. While the hunter was roaming the forest, he had the good fortune to meet a holy sage who awakened him. "Why do you engage yourself in this cruel life of a hunter? Abandon this sinful life and seek to attain nirvana." The hunter asked. Vidatu 137. If that is so, O sage, tell me how can one overcome sorrow without engaging oneself in hard or soft practices? The sage replied, "Abandon the bow and the arrows this very moment. Remain here resorting to a life of silence free from sorrow." Vasishtha continued, "The hunter did so without hesitation. In a matter of days he entered into the wisdom of the scriptures, just as a flower enters a man's body as its fragrance. One day he asked the sage, "How is it, O sage, that dream which takes place within, appears to be outside?" The sage replied, "This question arose in my mind, too, in the very beginning. In order to find an answer to this question, I practiced concentration. I sat in the lotus posture and remained as pure consciousness. I gathered all the rays of the mind which were dissipated over 1,000 things and focused them on my own heart. Along with the life force I exhaled the mind outside the body. That prana entered into a living being which appeared in front of me. That being inhaled that prana and received it in its own heart. Then I entered into the very heart of that being. Bound by my own intellect, I followed it into that being. I saw that the inside of that person was full of countless channels, as if they were all outside. It was also filled with various organs and viscera like the liver, spleen, etc., just as a house is full of furniture. It was warm inside. The cool breeze that flowed into that body from outside kept it alive and conscious. The channels bore the essence of food. It was very dark inside, like hell. The flow of the life force along these channels gave ample indications of the physical disturbances that followed the irregular flow of the life force. In a channel which resembled a lotus stalk, there flowed a radiant and fiery force making a distant noise of a wind flowing through a narrow tube. It was filled with all sorts of objects. It was bound together by the movement of air. It was pleasant in places and agitated in others. It appeared as if the celestial musicians were singing somewhere below the tongue area, and elsewhere it was as if there were fine music. I entered the heart of that being. In that heart I attained the principle of light. In it are the three worlds reflected. It is the light of the three worlds. It is the very essence of all things. The jiva is there in it. The jiva pervades the entire body, but this ojas, inner light, is its special seat. It is protected on all sides by the life force. I entered it, as water permeates an earthen pot. Remaining there, I saw the entire universe, as if I were seeing it from my own ojas. The sage continued, in that dream world, too, there were the sun, the mountains and the oceans, as also the gods and the demons and human beings. There were the cities and the forests, the timescales and the directions. That dream vision appeared to be permanent. It was as if it arose after the termination of my sleep. I asked myself, how is it that I see this dream though I am not asleep? After considerable inquiry I realized, this surely is the divine form of the truth concerning consciousness. Whatever that consciousness manifests in itself is known as the world. Wherever the seed of consciousness sees its own form, as it were, there and then it sees the world, without ever abandoning its own reality as the infinite consciousness. I have realized now that this world which is said to be the dream object is the perception of this infinite consciousness. The manifestation, shining, of this consciousness is called the waking world and also the dream world. It is one consciousness, there is no division in it. Dream is dream in relation to the waking state, but a dream is waking state in relation to the dream itself. Dream is non-different from the waking state itself is twofold. A person is but consciousness. Even if 100 bodies perish, consciousness does not perish. Consciousness is like space, but it exists as if it is the body. The infinite appears to be divided into infinite objects, with and without form. This is because countless particles of experiences shine within the infinite consciousness. When the jiva turns away from the experiencing of the external world and towards the inner world in the heart, then dream arises. When the jiva has externalized consciousness, there is the waking state. When the same jiva turns its gaze upon itself, dream arises. The jiva itself is spread out as the space, the earth, the wind, the mountains and the oceans, whether they are seen outside or inside. When this truth is realized, one is freed from vasana or mental conditioning. I then asked myself, what is sleep? I began to investigate sleep. When one thinks, what have I got to do with these objects of the world? Let me rest in utter peace for some time, sleep arises. Just as in the same body there are sentient and also insentient, like nails, hair, parts, sleep is characterized by both sentience and insentience. Let me rest in peace. When this one notion prevails in the mind, there is sleep. This can arise even in the waking state. Then I began to investigate the state of Turiya, the fourth one. If one is established in Turiya, the world appearance ceases on account of perfect illumination. Then the world exists as it is, nothing ceases to be. It is because of the existence of this Turiya that waking, dream and sleep exist as they do. The realization that the world has not been created at all since there is no cause for it to arise, and that it is Brahman alone that shines as this world, is Turiya. Vidatu to 138, the sage continued, then I desired to become one with the consciousness of that being. When I left that being's ojas in order to enter into the consciousness, my own senses were immediately awakened. However, I restrained them at once and entered into the consciousness. As I entered the consciousness, I experienced two worlds at the same time. Everything appeared double. However, since the two perceiving intelligences were similar, the duality appeared to be similar and mixed well, like water and milk. In a moment, I drew into myself the consciousness of the other being with the help of consciousness. At once the two worlds merged into one, even as for one who is suffering from diplopia, the perception of two moons gives way to the perception of a single moon when he is cured. I had not abandoned my own wisdom, but my own thought form had greatly weakened and taken on the thought form of the other being. Hence, I began to experience the world as he did. After some time, He retired to sleep. He collected the rays of his mind. Even as a tortoise draws its limbs into itself, his senses were drawn into his heart along with their functions. His sense organs became as if they were dead, or as if they were but painted images. I was within him and I followed the course of his mind and entered into his heart. For a moment I enjoyed the happiness of sleep, having abandoned the experience of external objects and having entered into the ojas. All the channels within him were dense and congested on account of fatigue, and on account of food, drink, etc. The life breath flowed slowly through the nostrils. The life soft force turns upon its own source within the heart and relieves the mind of materiality, or makes the mind unimportant, because naturally it is its own object. The self is its own object now and there is no other externalizing activity. Hence, it shines in itself as itself. Rama asked, the mind is able to think only on account of the life force, and it has no existence in itself. Then, what is it in itself? Vasishtha replied, though the body is experienced to be real, it does not exist in truth. Mind is as real as the mountains seen in a dream. Since no object has ever been created on account of the absence of any cause, the mind, Siddha, does not exist. All this is Brahman, and since Brahman is everything, this world exists as it is. Even the body, the mind, etc., are Brahman only, but how the knowers of truth see this is not for us to describe. The one indivisible, infinite consciousness perceived itself as its own object, and that is said to be the mind. When there arose the notion of motion, that notion manifested as prana or life force. Prana gives rise to the experience through the senses, and thus arises the world. Vasishtha continued. Vidatu to 139, the mind, Siddha, is the creator of the world with all that is real, unreal or mixed which is in it. Prana, life force, was brought into being by the mind with the idea, prana is my movement and I shall not be without prana or life force. Hence it shall be my goal. Even if I am without prana for some time, I shall immediately be with prana again. The moment this prana gets united with the mind, it sees the illusory world. Because of the firm notion I shall never again be without the life force and the body, it does not regain its true nature as pure consciousness. It experiences sorrow, since it swings from one extreme to the other on account of doubt. This sorrow cannot cease except when the self-knowledge arises. Nothing other than self-knowledge can remove the wrong notion, I am this. Self-knowledge does not arise except through the investigation of the means for liberation. Hence, by every means one should investigate the means for liberation. The mind constantly entertains the notion that the life force is my own life, and therefore the mind rests in prana. When the body is in a state of well-being, the mind functions well, but when the body does not enjoy a state of well-being, the mind does not see anything other than the physical disturbance. When the prana, life force, is busily engaged in its own vigorous movement, then it is absorbed in its own movement and is unable to exert in self-knowledge. Thus, the relationship between the mind and the prana is that of the rider and the vehicle. Such was the notion entertained by the infinite consciousness right in the beginning, and therefore this relationship prevails even today. One who is not enlightened is unable to transcend it. The ignorant person continues to entertain unshakable notions concerning time, space, matter, mind, prana and body. When the mind and the prana function in harmony, the person engages himself in various activities. When there is disturbance there is disharmony. When both are at rest, there is sleep. When the nadis, channels of energy, are clogged by food, etc., and there is inertia, the movement of prana becomes dull and there is sleep. Again, even when the nadis are not clogged by food, etc., but when there is weakness or fatigue, the prana is unable to move properly and one sleeps. When the nadis themselves become soft and weak for whatever reason, when they are loaded with all sorts of impurities, and when the prana is thus engaged in some extraordinary activity, then, too, sleep arises. The sage said, when darkness fell, then the person into whose heart I had entered fell into deep sleep. I too enjoyed this deep sleep. Then, When the food he had eaten had been digested and when the nadis were clear, the life force began to move vigorously and sleep weakened. The sage continued, when thus sleep had been weakened, I saw the world with its sun, etc., as if it arose in the heart. I saw all this where I was. But this world was being overwhelmed by the flood of cosmic dissolution. I saw myself seated with my bride in a house. The flood was carrying us all away, with the whole house, etc., floating as if to try to fight the flood and stay alive. Soon the house in which I was seated, which was being carried down by the flood, broke into pieces. I jumped into the water. I had abandoned the family and friends, being solely interested in the preservation of my life. Sometimes I went down under and sometimes I rose to the surface. When I obtained a foothold on a rock and tried to rest a while, a huge wave came and knocked me into the flood again. There was not a single form of suffering that I did not experience during this period, and I was subjected to every type of painful experience. In the meantime, because I was in a state of utter despair, though quite conscious, I recollected a previous lifetime experience in a state of samadhi. Then I was an ascetic. I had entered another person, eager to witness the dream state. I knew that I was perceiving an illusion. At the same time, I also perceived the present experience. Though I was being carried away by the flood, I experienced joy. While observing the flood and the destruction caused by it, I reflected thus, what cannot fate do? Even the three-eyed God is being crushed by this flood. In this flood all the gods and the demons are being whirled around. These mountainous waves rise right up to the seat of Brahma, greater than the Creator. These waves look like elephants. They are as powerful as lions and they seem to float in the sky like clouds. Even the protectors of this earth along with their palaces and vehicles, fall into this flood and get drowned. The gods and the demons float in this flood together and hold on to one another. Because of the falling cities and the floating palaces, the waters of the flood appear to be solid walls. Even the sun has been overcome by this flood and the sun is being led into the netherworld. Only the knowers of the truth, the sages of self-knowledge, experience no sorrow at all. They see their bodies being borne down the stream but without the false notion, I am that body. Helpless women are drowning. In this flood of cosmic dissolution where all are being chewed by death, who can save whom? The entire universe now seems only to be an infinite ocean. Where are all the gods headed by Indra? The hunter asked. Vedanta 2-140. Do such hallucinations arise even in such great ones like you, O sage? Does not the practice of meditation put an end to them? The sage replied, everything ceases at the end of a world cycle. Some things come to an end gradually while others end abruptly. Again, what has to happen will happen inevitably. Moreover, with the advent of adversity, strength, intelligence and vitality, radiance, are all adversely affected everywhere at all times, even in the case of the great ones. Lastly, what I described so far was but a dream. What is impossible or irreconcilable with a dream? Yet, it is important that I should narrate this dream experience to you. Now I shall tell you the truth. While I was thus witnessing this great flood of cosmic dissolution, I came upon the peak of a mountain. I got on top of it. The very next instant the entire scene changed. I do not even know how the flood waters disappeared. The whole earth was a mass of mud in which the gods like Indra and animals like elephants were all sunk neck deep. Soon I was overcome by fatigue and sleep. After this, though I remained in my own ojas, I still carried the psychological conditioning of the previous experience. After thus experiencing a sort of double soft-consciousness, when I awoke, I saw the mountain peak in the other person's heart. On the second day I saw the sunrise there. After this arose all other objects of the world. I tried to forget everything else and to engage myself in my usual activity in that world. I said to myself, I am 16 years of age. These are my parents, etc. Then I saw a village and in a hermitage. I began to live in that hermitage which became real to me. The memory of the previous experience began to fade. I considered the body to be my only hope. Wisdom was far from me. Vasana or mental conditioning was the very essence of my being and I was devoted to wealth. I observed all my social and religious duties. I knew what to do and what not to do. One day a sage came to me as my guest. I entertained him well. At night he told me a story. He described the limitless universe in detail and concluded by saying that all that was the infinite consciousness. My own intelligence was awakened. At once I remembered all the past, how I entered into another's body, etc. I thought that the other person was the cosmic person and tried to get out of it. I entered into that person's prana. Becoming one with it, I came out. Then I saw immediately in front of me my own body seated in the lotus posture, in a hermitage, attended to by disciples. According to these disciples, only an hour had passed after I entered into samadhi. The person into whose heart I had entered was another traveler who was asleep. I did not tell all this to anyone, but quickly re-entered the heart of the sleeping person. In his heart the cosmic dissolution had been completed, and the village in which I lived with my relatives had disappeared. Everything was ablaze with a fire of dissolution. I practiced the wind-soft contemplation and roamed in it. V.2 to 141, 142. The sage continued, though I was surrounded by that terrible fire there, I was not unhappy at all. When you know while dreaming that it is dream only, you are freed from even fire. While I was investigating the nature of the fire, unaffected by it because I knew the truth that it was dream, a dreadful heat wave arose. In that gale everything began to fly around and to get totally burned. It was like the dance of destruction. I began to wonder, after all this is only a dream dreamt by me while I am living in someone else's heart. Why should I not get out of all this, instead of witnessing this suffering? The hunter asked, you had entered that person's heart in order to know what dream was. Why did you decide to pull out? Did you find out the truth? The sage replied, to begin with, the creation has no cause for coming into being. Hence, neither the word creation nor the object creation are real. They do not exist. But this ignorance or unreality is also a notion which arises in consciousness or reality, and in consciousness or reality what exists, as creation, is obvious. I can only tell you the truth from the point of view of one in whom ignorance and foolishness have ceased. What is true from the point of view of the ignorant and the foolish, I do not know. The truth is, all this is pure consciousness which pervades everything. Where is body, where is the heart, what is dream, where are water and flood, etc., where is awakening and the cessation of such awakening, where is birth and where is death? There is only pure consciousness. In the presence of this consciousness even the smallest and the subtlest of space appears macrocosmic. Spontaneously this consciousness thinks for a moment and the notion of the world arises, though it is still pure space. Just as in dream, only consciousness puts on various guises and there are no cities, etc., the world is pure consciousness only. For us there is no appearance, nothing unreal or real, no space, but there is only one formless, beginningless, endless, non-dual infinite consciousness. Dream arises without any cause and there is only the pure consciousness of the perceiver, without an independent object. Here, too, there is no cause and therefore there is neither a subject nor an object. What exists is the pure consciousness or whatever it is, but it is pure experiencing which is non-dual and beyond description. Time is both existence and destruction, the seed is itself all that emerges out of it right up to the flowers and the fruits. Even so Brahman is all this. Consciousness always shines pure. Just as during dreaming the dream has the quality of wakefulness, even so wakefulness is also of the nature of dream only. When all mental activity ceases, you are that which is. The hunter asked, Lord, who are affected by past karma and who are not? The sage replied, they who come into being at the very commencement of creation, like Brahma the creator, have no birth and no karma. To them there is no notion of duality, no samsara and no notions, their consciousness is pure. Surely, at the very beginning of creation no one has any karma, for before that only the infinite and absolute Brahman existed. Therefore at the beginning of creation it was Brahman who manifested as the creation. Just as Brahma the creator and the others manifested at the beginning of creation, even so did countless jivas manifest then. But they who consider themselves other than Brahman consider themselves ignorant and perceive duality. In their case, birth and karma arise of their own accord, because these beings lean on the unreality. But in the case of those who do not thus consider themselves different from Brahman, like Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva, etc., they are unaffected by karma. The infinite consciousness is absolutely pure. Brahman rests in himself. However, in it there arises just a little notion of the jiva. Where this notion of jiva arises, their ignorance arises, that itself is considered as creation by the same consciousness. Of its own accord, consciousness awakens itself to its own true nature and realizes that it is, and has always been, Brahman. Water itself takes on the appearance of a whirlpool. Brahman itself takes on the appearance of this creation. This creation is manifest Brahman, it is neither a dream nor a waking state reality. In that case, what is karma, to whom is it, and of how many types is it? In truth, there is no karma, no ignorance, no creation. All these notions arise only because of one's own experience. Brahman alone shines as creation. Individual selves, karma, birth, and such other notions. Because it is the Lord, it experiences these notions as if they were true. In the beginning of creation, the jiva is not subject to any karma. After this, however, it gets involved in karma, on account of the notions it entertains. What is the body or personality of a whirlpool, and what is its karma? It is water, and even so is everything Brahman. The persons seen in a dream have no past karma. Even so, the jivas that arose in the beginning of creation have no karma because they were pure consciousness. It is only when one becomes firmly rooted in the notion of this world appearance as the reality, that the notion of karma arises. Then the jivas roam here bound by the karma. If it is realized that this creation itself is not creation and that Brahman alone exists, then where is karma, whose is karma and who belongs to that karma? Karma exists only in ignorance. The moment right knowledge arises, karma ceases to bind. Vedanta 2-143. The sage continued, the Pandita, one who has self-knowledge, is like the sun which makes the lotus of all dharma, karma and knowledge blossom. Compared to the wisdom of the sage of self-knowledge, even the status of the king of the gods is like a worthless straw. When self-knowledge arises, the illusory notion of a world existence vanishes and the realization of Brahman as the only truth arises. Just as when light dispels darkness, the garland which had been mistaken for a snake shines as a garland. The people seen in a dream do not have parents. This world dream has no cause. The dream people had no previous karma to cause their present birth. The apparently real people in this dream world do not have a previous karma either. Even as the jiva perceives and experiences dreams here, even so it fancies and experiences, as if real, a previous existence and karma, in accordance with its own mental conditioning, vasana. In the beginning of creation and at the end of the existence of the body, the jiva experiences a dream-like state. Whatever it experiences seems to be, and that is both real and unreal. In a dream there is contact with other objects though no such exist. Even so, the perception of the other objects in the waking state is possible, though they were unreal. Waking and dreaming are two words used to denote the movement in consciousness which brings about awareness. That awareness or experience which arises in the beginning of creation, sargati, and at the end of the lifespan of the body, jihande, that awareness or experience continues to exist till it ceases to be, or till liberation is attained, and that is known as creation. There is no distinction between consciousness and awareness of objects seen either in the waking state or in a dream, just as there is no distinction between wind and movement. Brahman alone appears to rise and to perish or to die and to experience objects, but it is pure consciousness alone, which does not undergo any change and which is forever at peace and pure. Whatever that infinite consciousness or cosmic person becomes aware of within itself, becomes both cause and effect. This creation is in the heart of that infinite consciousness, even as the dream is in your heart, both as the cause and effect. In whatever manner it appeared in the beginning, that has continued to be its natural order, time, space, etc. Whatever characteristic the creation acquired then has continued to exist since then. First there arises a notion or a feeling or a concept in the consciousness, and then follows what is known as creation, but all this is but the amazing work of consciousness. The immeasurable space appears to have a blue color, the immeasurable consciousness appears to exist as this creation. The hunter asked, after leaving this body, how does one get another body for the purpose of experiencing pleasure and pain? What is the causal factor and what are the cooperating causes? The sage replied, Dharma, virtue, adharma, sin, vasana, latent tendency or mental conditioning, the active self and jiva. All these are synonyms which are notions with no corresponding reality. Consciousness entertains these notions in the space, or the plane, of consciousness. The self experiences the body notion because it is pure consciousness, totally independent of the body. Though the body notion is unreal, it is experienced as if it were real, just like the dream object. To the dead person, the other world shines as a notion in his own consciousness. Because he sees this for some time, it is assumed to be real. If it is contended that someone else gives birth to the dead person, how does the latter remember the past and the present incarnation? The dead one is not born again, but he experiences the notion I am here in this manner etc., on account of his own mental conditioning, within his own consciousness. When this experience is sustained for some time and it takes deep root, it takes on the quality of reality. The self, which is but pure space, void, sees a dream in that space, void, itself. It remembers that dream again and again, and thereby arise rebirth in another world. It then believes that world and that birth to be real and begins to function in that world as that jiva. In this way, there are millions upon millions of worlds. When their truth is clearly understood, they were but pure consciousness or Brahman, otherwise they appear to be the world creation. They are nothing and they belong to none. They have never been really created. Each jiva experiences each one of those worlds as this is the world. It is this mutual relationship that confers reality upon this illusion. When their truth is realized, they are known to be the uncreated reality. What is real to the sage is impenetrable illusion to the ignorant. What is unreal to the sage is the most obvious truth to the ignorant. Whatever the infinite consciousness experiences, that appears to be, then and there. Hence those experiences are real in relation to the particular experiencer. But, then, since all these, the experiencer and the experiences, are pure consciousness, there is nothing to be spoken of as the other or as duality. In the infinite consciousness, when the notion this is this arises, it shines as this is this, but when it is seen as this is this, then of course it becomes unreal. If it is the experience of consciousness, then it is non-different from consciousness. Only in the non-existent state of ignorance is the experience experienced independently. Thus self-knowledge has no object to be known. When the knowledge is the known, then the self knows itself. The sage continued, however carefully we look and investigate, we do not see anything other than the reality. What the ignorant and the foolish see, we do not know. In the enlightened vision of the sage, all this is the pure, indivisible consciousness, that itself appears to be countless separate objects, both sentient and insentient, in the eyes of the ignorant. The one pure consciousness appears as the diverse dream objects in a dream. All these millions of objects which appear in the dream become one again in deep sleep. Similarly, when this dream world appears in the infinite consciousness that itself is called creation, when this itself enters into the equivalent of the deep sleep state, it is known as the cosmic dissolution. This is pure common sense. The one indivisible consciousness becomes both the diverse objects and also the infinite individuals. It itself becomes both the void and also the matter, just like in dream. All this diversity is just experiencing. It is pure. It shines in the manner in which it is conceived of. It cannot be removed. This consciousness alone becomes fire, etc., in the beginning of creation, for the purpose of constituting this dream world. It is pure experiencing alone that shines as the earth, etc., though in truth it is nothing but space or void which shines as the created world. This awareness or experiencing appears to be impossible to overcome at times, and at times it seems to be capable of being put to an end. In fact, it is not possible to put an end to it, because pure experiencing remains even after all the other things have been put to an end. It is like you're going from the east to the west. Now you know the east and now you know the west, but the experience of knowing remains the same. Whatever you think of intently for a considerable time, that you experience, or you rest in peace, and experience that peace. You go from the east to the west and know these. Another does not go but stays in one place and still knows these. The infinite consciousness, being non-moving, remains the same whether it is thus experienced or thought of. Both experiences arise and both experiences cease. When the wish arises in one I shall go from the south to the north, both these arise in the non-moving consciousness, but when such a wish does not arise, the directions north and south do not exist. When the consciousness thinks, may I become a city in the sky or may I become an animal on earth, these two come into being. When that notion is not there they cease. To others the world is something else. Whether the body is mortal or immortal, the truth is that this samsara and the jiva are like dream. Even among the foreigners there are accounts of people recalling events in their past lives. Surely, they did not die. Thus, the infinite consciousness which alone appears as all this is undrying, unchanging and eternal. The unmoving consciousness remains, appearing to be whatever notion arises in it here and there. What is truth and what is false? So, let one experience bodies, actions, sorrow or pleasure as and when they arise, or let them all go. There is no meaning in all this. Let it be this way or that way. Let it be or not be. Give up this delusion and remain enlightened. The sage continued. Vidatu to 144. All that exists and all that does not exist are like dream experiences. Such being the truth, what is bondage and who is liberated? The cloud formations in the sky throw up ever-changing forms and patterns. Even so is the world appearance ever-changing. It seems to be stable and unchanging on account of ignorance. In this infinite space there are countless worlds even as we have our own world. One man's world is not experienced by another person. The measure and the experience of frogs living in a well, lake and ocean are different from one another. They do not share one another's knowledge. People sleeping in one house have different dreams in which they experience life in different worlds, as it were. Even so, the people have different worlds in the same space, while some may not have. All this is but the mysterious and efficient work of the infinite consciousness. Consciousness has the faculty of holding on to something. A notion so held is known as samskara. But when it is realized that the notion is only reflected in consciousness, it is seen that there is no samskara independent of consciousness. In dream there is no previous memory but only the experience of the objects that are experienced for the time being. One may even experience in a dream one's own death as also objects that appear like those seen before. This creation was but a mere reflection in the indivisible consciousness in the beginning and hence it was non-different from that consciousness. Braham, the infinite consciousness, alone shines as this world, which is not something new. The cause alone is the effect. The cause was there before the effect and will remain even after the effect ceases to be. Because the cause acts sufficiently, samyak karate, in bringing about the effect, it itself is known as samskara. That which existed before the arising of the dream but which shines as that which was seen before, that is known as samskara. There is no other external factor known as samskara, popularly translated into latent impressions of past experiences and actions. Things seen and unseen exist in the consciousness which shines in its own light and experiences all those things as if already seen. In dream the samskaras created in the waking state are eyes, but in the waking state itself they are created anew. But they who know the truth declare that they were in fact created in the state that appeared to be the waking state but which in fact is not. Just as movement arises in air spontaneously, even so notions arise in consciousness. Where is the need for samskara to create them? When the experience of 1,000 things arises in consciousness, it is known as creation, and when the experience of the 1,000 things ceases in consciousness, that is known as the cosmic dissolution. Thus the pure consciousness, Sadakaza, brings into being this diversity with all its names and forms, without ever abandoning its indivisibility. Just as you create a world in your dream. The sage continued. The perception or the experience of the world exists within the atomic particle of infinite consciousness. Just as the reflection in a mirror is only mirror, however, it is non-different from the infinite consciousness. This infinite consciousness is beginningless and endless, that itself is called creation. Wherever this consciousness shines, there this creation exists, non-different from it, even as a body is non-different from its limbs. You and I are consciousness, the entire world is consciousness. By this realization, the creation is seen as an integral part of consciousness and therefore uncreated. Hence, I am that atomic particle of consciousness, and as such I am infinite and omnipresent. Therefore, wherever I am, I see everything from there, itself. I am a particle of consciousness, but I am one with the infinite consciousness on account of the realization of this truth, even as water is the same as water. Therefore, by entering into the Ojas, I experienced the three worlds. All this happened within it, and within it I saw the three worlds, not outside. Whether it is called dream or waking, inside or outside, all this is within the infinite consciousness. The hunter asked, if this creation is causeless, how does it come into being? If it has a cause, what is the cause of the dream creation? The sage replied, in the beginning, creation had no cause whatsoever. Since the objects of this creation had no cause whatsoever, conflicting diversity of objects opposed to one another does not arise. The one absolute Brahman alone shines as all this and is denoted by words like creation, etc. Thus, this causeless creation is Brahman, but it appears to be part of that which has no parts, to be diverse in the indivisible, to have a form in the formless. Because it is pure consciousness, it appears to assume various forms like the mobile and the immobile objects. And as the gods and the sages, it creates and sustains a world order with all the injunctions and prohibitions. Existence, non-existence, the gross and the subtle, etc., do not in any way affect the omnipresent consciousness. However, from their own effects do not arise without a cause. The world order and its lord, Brahman, act on one another just like one arm restrains the other, though both belong to the same person. Thus, this creation arises without desire and without psychological causation. The world order, Nadi, exists within Brahman. Brahman does not exist without Nadi. Thus, this creation has a cause, but only in relation to the one whose creation it is, and as long as that creation lasts in relation to him. The ignorant think that Brahman shines or appears as this creation without a cause, and it is again the ignorant that are caught up in this cause and effect tangle or deluded notion that causality is inviolably real. The creation takes place as a coincidence. The ripe coconut falls accidentally just when a crow alights on it. Then Nadi determines this is this and that is that. The sage continued. Vidatu to 145. The jiva knows and experiences the external world with the externalized senses and the inner dream world with the inner senses. When the senses are engaged in the experience of the external world, then the field of internal notions is vague and unclear. But when the senses are turned within, then the jiva experiences the world, within himself with the greatest clarity. There is no contradiction in this world appearance whatsoever at any time. It is as one sees it is. Therefore, when the eyes are extroverted, the jiva experiences the world as if it were outside in the infinite consciousness. The aggregate of the sense of hearing, touch, skin, sight, eyes, smell, nose, taste, tongue, and desire is known as the jiva, which is of the nature of pure consciousness endowed with life force. This jiva exists therefore in everything everywhere as everything, and hence he experiences everything everywhere. When the jiva, the ojas or the vital essence, is filled with phlegm, spasm or kapha, one of the three humors that constitute the vital essence of the body, he sees its effects there and then. He sees himself rising from the ocean of milk, he sees the moon floating in the sky, he sees lakes and lotuses, gardens and flowers, rejoicing and festivals in which women sing and dance, feasts with a lot of food and drink, rivers flowing into the ocean, huge palaces painted white, fields covered with fresh snow, parks with deer resting in them, and mountain ranges. When the jiva is filled with bile, pitta, which is another humor, he experiences its effects there and then. He sees flames which are beautiful and which produce sweating of the nerves and which throw up black smoke which darkens the sky, suns which are dazzling in their brilliance and scorching in their heat, oceans and mist rising from them, impassable forests, mirages with swans swimming in them. He sees himself running along the road in fear and covered with hot dust. He sees the earth scorched dry and hot. Wherever the eyes see, they see everything on fire, even the clouds rain fire. And because of this pervasive fire, everything looks brilliant. When the jiva is filled with wind, vita, which is another humor, he experiences the following effects. He sees the world as if it is new, he sees himself and even rocks and mountains flying, everything revolves and rotates, flying angels and celestials, the earth and all that is in it quakes. He sees himself as having fallen into a blind well or into a dreadful calamity or as standing perilously on top of a tree of great height or mountain peak. The sage continued, when the jiva is filled with vide, pitta and slsma, wind, bile and phlegm, he comes under the influence of the wind and experiences distress. He sees a shower of mountains and of rocks, he hears dreadful sounds with which trees revolve in the bowels of the earth. All forests whirl around with all the animals in the forests. All the trees are on fire and there is the sound of burning issuing from all the caves. He sees the collision of mountains. He sees the oceans rising, to fill the entire sky and carrying away whole forests and even clouds, lifting them up to the region of Brahma the Creator. The whole sky seems to be clear and clean because of all this friction and rubbing within it. The three worlds appear to be filled with the battle cries of soldiers and warriors. When thus the jiva is agitated and distressed by all this dreadful vision, he becomes unconscious. Like a worm which lies buried in the earth, like a frog hidden in the rock, like a fetus in the womb, like the seed within the fruit, like the unborn sprout in a seed, like an atom in a molecule, like an uncut figure in a rock, he rests within himself, undisturbed by the movement of prana because in his resting place there are no holes or outlets. He enters into deep sleep, which is like resting inside the rock or inside a blind well. When mental effort makes a hole in that resting place, then he knows the world of dreams, having been made aware of it by the movement of the life force or prana. When this life force falls from one nadi, nerve channel, onto another, there is a vision of a shower of mountains. If there is too much of such movement caused by vide, pitta, and slsma, then there is a lot of such experiences. If it is less, the experience is less. Whatever the jiva experiences within, in dream, etc., on account of the rata, pitta, and slsma, that he experiences outside, too, and in that field his own organs of action function appropriately. When agitated or disturbed inside and outside, he, the jiva, experiences a little disturbance if the disturbance of the vide, pitta and kapha, slsma, is slight, and he experiences equanimity if they are in a state of balance or equilibrium. The jiva experiences all these outside when the three humors are agitated or disturbed, burning, drowning, moving in air, resting on rocks and mountains, hell, rising and falling from the sky, hallucinations like drowning in a playground, sunshine at midnight, perversion of intelligence in which one's own appear to be strangers and enemies appear like friends. With closed eyes these are all seen within oneself and with open eyes these are seen outside, but all these delusions are brought about by the disturbed equilibrium of the three humors. When they are in a state of equilibrium, the jiva residing within them sees the whole world as it really is, non-different from Brahma. The sage continued, Vidatu to 146, while I was within the ojas of that other person, there arose symptoms of the cosmic dissolution. Mountains began to rain from the sky. I saw it while I was sitting within the ojas of the other person. In fact, it was particles of food that were coursing in the channels of his body that created this illusion of mountains being showered from the dark sky, and this darkness was the darkness of his own deep sleep. I also entered into deep sleep. After some time, I experienced the dawn of awakening consciousness. As I was waking up from sleep, I experienced the dream state. Within the same ojas I saw a mighty ocean which appeared to be like me. Whatever appeared in the ojas, which was the field of experience, I saw without any distortion or perversion because my consciousness was non-moving and steady. Consciousness is spread all round, and in it this world appearance arises. This world appearance issues from the deep sleep state even as a baby is born of the mother. The hunter asked, "You say that the world appearance issues from the deep sleep, pray tell me what one experiences in deep sleep." The sage continued, "Is born, appears, arises as the world, and such other dualistic expressions are but mere words, utterly meaningless. I shall tell you what is born. Jita means. The essence of that expression is to come into being, and that being alludes to the eternally existent reality. Even so the word creation, sarga, also has the same connotation, and it refers to existence. Can be the structure of the words J8 and sarga are examined here in accordance with Sanskrit grammar. Yoni is equated to prit or bhava, and the vital part of the latter is bha, which refers to being. To us who are enlightened there is no creation, no death or cessation, all is forever unborn and peaceful. Brahman is pure existence. The world is pure existence, too. Whom do injunctions and prohibitions affect? The illusory power known as Maya alone is the subject of discussion and argumentation. It is and it is not. Therefore, such disputation is extended by ignorant people to Brahman or the infinite consciousness. To those who know the truth or the supreme state, the states of waking, dream and sleep do not exist at all. Whatever is as it is. The dream world, as also the world which one sees in his own imagination, is not real, even though they were experienced to be so for the time being. Even so, in the beginning of this world creation, it did not exist or come into being. When thus the world is realized as pure consciousness, then it is not an object of perception, therefore there is no subject or observer either. There is no experience or experiencer. Vida 2-147. The sage continued, "When I had emerged from deep sleep, this world arose in my dream as from an ocean, as a statue emerges from a stone, as flowers emerge from the tree, as memory emerges from the mind, as waves emerge from the ocean. It was as if they dropped from the sky, as if they arose from the earth, as if they arose in the heart, as if they were food grains that sprang from the earth. As if the curtain that hid them had been lifted, as if they emerged from a temple. From where did the world arrive? One does not know. It is surely the figure fashioned in the stone called the infinite consciousness. It is an imaginary city made of walls which are pure space or void. It is the trick of the juggler known as ignorance. Though it seems to be a firm reality, it is essentially devoid of space and time. Though it seems to be diverse, yet it is non-dual, diverse and nothing at the same time. Surely, it can only be compared to a castle in the air, for it is seen and experienced even in the waking state. Though it has never been created, it exists as if it had been created. It is pure consciousness. It seems to be endowed with time, space, matter, activity, creation and destruction. It has gods, demons, human beings and various other forms of creatures. In it are the rivers, mountains, forests, the sky and the stars. I saw this field of observation. At the same time I saw there the house I had seen before, along with all my relatives' buildings, and everything as they were before. All these had been dragged into the field of observation by the latent vasana or psychological tendency. On account of the vasana, I immediately engaged myself in greeting and embracing my relatives etc., having temporarily lost the knowledge that it was illusory. Just as a mirror reflects whatever object is placed in front of it, even so, consciousness takes on the form of whatever is presented to it. However, one who has realized that everything is the pure, infinite consciousness is not affected by the apparent duality. He remains free, alone and unaffected. One who never loses the knowledge of oneness is not troubled by this goblin known as perception of difference or division. They in whom this knowledge has arisen, due to the company of the holy ones and the study of this scripture, do not lose it again. At that time, however, my own understanding had not become clear and firm. Hence even I was swayed by the notions of relationship. But now nothing in the world can shake my understanding nor cloud my realization. Your mind, too, is not steady now, O hunter, because you have not had satsanga, company of the holy ones. The hunter said, True indeed, O sage. It is as you say. Therefore, Even though I have listened to your illuminating words, there is still some doubt in me. Can all this really be true? Alas, what a great tragedy. Even when this ignorance seems to be obvious, it is hard to abandon it. V.2-148, the hunter asked, I have a great doubt, O sage, how can the dream objects be regarded both as real and unreal? The sage replied, in a dream there is the appearance of time, space, action and materiality. This appearance arises because of the notion that arises in consciousness, by sheer coincidence. Therefore, that appearance shines as reality in the dream. In the case of hallucinations produced with the help of precious stones, magic wand, mantras and drugs, they are sometimes real and at others totally illusory. But when one experiences real substantiality in a dream, it is only due to coincidence. Whenever a firm notion arises in consciousness, it materializes in that manner because consciousness is endowed with such power to materialize. If this materialization can be altered by another force, how can we affirm that the notion that arises in consciousness is firm? There is no materiality either inside or outside, except the materialization of the wish or the notion of the infinite consciousness. When the notion this is dream arises, that dream becomes real, but if there is the notion of doubt, the dream also takes on the characteristic of the doubt and becomes unreal. It is possible that simultaneously with the dreamer may undergo experiences unrelated to the dream, but he attributes them to the dream itself. Thus, by sheer coincidence, the world appearance which arises in consciousness undergoes some change sooner or later. This notion of creation arises in consciousness in the very beginning and it materializes. This materialization is pure consciousness. Barring this, all else is both real and unreal, orderly and disorderly. Therefore, in the eyes of the ignorant dreams appear to be true sometimes and untrue sometimes, but in the eyes of the enlightened they are neither real nor unreal. The world appearance is an appearance that arises in consciousness. The very word appearance rules out any positive investigation concerning it. After dream, one sleeps, and after the waking state, one sleeps. Hence, waking and dream are non-different. The inert object of consciousness alone is regarded as waking, dream and sleep states words which have no real meaning. In this long dream, there is neither order nor disorder. Whatever arises in dream, that alone is. Like the movement that arises in air, in the absence of definite causation, order is irrelevant. Even so is the entire creation devoid of definite causation. Whatever an object appears to be, that it is, and this is the world order. Dreams are sometimes real and sometimes unreal. Hence it is not subject to a fixed principle or order. It is pure coincidence. The vision that arises on account of magic, mantra or drugs also exists in the waking state. Hence, that which is not conditioned by the waking, dream and deep sleep states, the unconditioned pure consciousness alone is real. The sage continued, V.2-149, when I saw, while still in the heart of the other person, my own relatives, etc., I forgot momentarily that they were the products of my own notions and I lived with them for a period of 16 years. Then one day a great ascetic came to my house. I served him well and with devotion. I took this opportunity of asking him the following question. In this world people are said to experience the good and evil results of their own good and evil actions. Is this true in all cases? The ascetic looked surprised at this question. The ascetic replied, Pray tell me what it is in you that distinguishes good from evil. Who are you? Where are you? Who am I? What is this world? All this is but a dream. I am your dream soft-object and you are my dream object. The object has no form and truth. But when consciousness considers this to have this form, it takes on that form. The notion that all this has a cause gives rise to a causal relationship. The notion that there is no cause sees no causality. All of us are in the heart of a macrocosmic being who is regarded as such by all of us. Even so, there will be other macrocosmic beings for others. This macrocosmic being is the cause for the experiences of pleasure and pain and for the diverse types of actions. When the ojas of this macrocosmic being is disturbed, it is agitated and that effect is experienced by all of us who are in his heart. We are affected by natural calamities which cease when his heart regains equanimity. Therefore, this macrocosmic being is the reality of this particular creation. By coincidence, when some people engage themselves in evil actions, the resultant unhappiness befalls all. Consciousness bestows reward on one when the actions arise from one's own personal notion. I do the semicolon when the consciousness is freed from such a notion, such action is not followed by its fruits. Whatever notion arises wherever and of whatever magnitude, that bears fruits, whether there was a corresponding cause or not. As in a dream, the effect of an action is not governed by a definite cause. At times the dream experience has a cause, and at other times it has no cause. It is simply accidental coincidence. The waking state experience seems to have a definite causality, but that notion itself is a dream. For all this is mere appearance of the infinite consciousness. What is the cause of ignorance? Of creation? Of the creation of Brahma the Creator? What is the original cause for air, fire, water, or space? Why do people die and get into a subtle body? These have no cause at all. All these have happened like this from the beginning. After some time, these notions or appearances have attained materiality. Whatever notions arose in the consciousness originally, have remained as such till now. However, the consciousness can alter this by a fresh effort in the present. 2-150 The sage continued, thus instructed by the ascetic I was instantly enlightened. I could not leave him. At my request he lived with me. That very ascetic is sitting right next to you. The hunter was surprised and he said, it is wonderful and strange, O sage, that which was considered dream appears to have materialized in the waking state. How is it that this holy man who appeared in your dream has become a reality even in the waking state? The sage continued, do not be in a hurry. I shall explain everything to you. When I had heard the admonitions of this holy man, I began to reflect, alas, on account of my desire for sense-pleasure and for the objects of pleasure, I have slipped away from my path, though I have been a wise man. Or, the notion this am I is illusory and unreal, yet it is able to give rise to 1,000 strange happenings. Or, even if I consider all this to be unreal and that I am not, yet all this is. What must I do now? I see the seed of division in me, I shall instantly renounce that. Let this illusion or ignorance remain, it is a vain appearance? What can it do? I have now given up delusion. Even the sage who instructed me is but an illusion. I am the infinite and absolute Brahman and so is he, the relative form is but a passing cloud. Having arrived at this knowledge, I said to the ascetic, O sage, I am going, in order to see my own body as well as the body which I had begun to investigate. When he heard this, he began to smile. Where are those bodies? They have gone far, far away. If, however, you wish to verify this for yourself, please go. I requested him, please stay here till I return. After this I ascended an aerial vehicle and flew for a very long time. Yet, I could not find an exit from the heart of the person where I was. I was dejected. I realized that I was bound to that house. I returned there and asked the ascetic, pray, tell me what is all this? The body into which I had entered and that which was mine, where is A? How is it that I could not find an exit? The ascetic replied, surely you will know everything if you see it with your inner vision. You are not this little personality, you are the macrocosmic person himself. Once you desire to enter into the heart of a being in order to experience a dream. That into which you entered is this creation. While you continued to dream in that body, a great fire arose and it began to consume the forest in the body into which you had entered. That fire had destroyed your body as well as the body of the person into whose heart you had entered. In answer to the hunter's question, the sage replied, the cause of the fire is but the movement of thought in consciousness, just as the cause for the appearance of the world is the movement of thought in the infinite consciousness, and the movement of thought in the consciousness of Brahma the Creator. The ascetic continued, 2-151, 152. When thus the two bodies had been destroyed by the great fire, while both of you were asleep, you continued to vibrate as just consciousness. Since the body belongs to the ojas and the two bodies had been destroyed with the ojas, You could not find an exit. Not finding the two bodies, you exist in this world. Thus, your dream has materialized into the waking state reality. All of us here are your own dream objects. Similarly, you are our dream objects. That in which all this happens is the pure consciousness, Sadakaza, which exists everywhere at all times. You were a dream object before, but since you assumed that this is the world of the waking state, you became a householder with a family of relations, etc. Thus have I told you all that has happened. The sage said, if this is the nature of dream, I consider all this real. The ascetic replied, if the real can come into being, then it is possible to consider something else as real, too. When the reality of the former itself is doubtful, how can one affirm the reality of the latter? On the other hand, even the original creation is like a dream. It is but an illusory appearance, though devoid of earth, and all the rest of it, it appears to have earth, etc., O teacher of the hunter. The original dream-like creation of the world and also the dream that we experience now are both unreal. The present dream has the objects seen already as its material. The dream-like creation appears in the space as if it had been seen before. Why do you hesitantly say, as if in doubt, I think the dream is real? When you experience this world as if it were real, how does a doubt concerning its real nature arise? The sage said, to the hunter, I interrupted the ascetic's speech and asked him, how and why did you refer to me as the teacher of the hunter? The ascetic replied, listen, I shall tell you what is going to happen in the future. I am an ascetic with long-standing asceticism. You are a righteous person. Therefore, when you listen to this truth, you will be happy. You and I will continue to remain here. I shall not leave you. After some years, there will arise a great famine here. In that all your relatives will perish. The vicious kings will then wage war with one another and destroy all the rest. We shall however know no sorrow since we are knowers of the truth and since we are unattached to, free from, all. We shall continue to live here at the foot of a tree. In course of time a nice forest will grow here. That forest will resemble the pleasure gardens that abound in heaven itself. Vidaktu to 153, 154 The sage continued. The ascetic said, both of us will be engaged in austerities there in that forest for a considerable time. To that place will come one day a hunter in pursuit of game. You will enlighten him with your talks and stories. He, too, shall renounce the world and engage himself in austerities in the same forest. He will question you concerning dreams, in his quest for self-knowledge. You will discourse upon self-knowledge. Thus you will become his guru. Hence I called you the guru of the hunter. I have told you all about myself and you and what is going to happen to you in the future. I was astonished to hear all this. The ascetic continued to stay in the same house and I devoutly worshipped him and served him. I remain here like a mountain, undergoing varied experiences. I do not desire death nor do I wish to live. I am what I am, free from mental agitation. Then I began to inquire into the nature of the objective world. What is the cause of this world? What is it? And who is aware of it? Surely the one infinite consciousness alone exists. The firmament, earth, air, space, mountains, rivers and the directions are all but the same indivisible, space-like, consciousness. They exist as notions in that consciousness. As such, there is no division or contradiction in it. These are not mountains, nor is this the earth nor space. This is not I either. All these are mere appearances that arise in pure consciousness. What is the cause for the appearance of this body, as nothing can arise without a cause? If it is said that it is delusion, then what is the cause for this delusion? Who is it that sees this delusion and who thinks about it? He in whose heart I lived as the experiencer, and I together have been reduced to ashes. Therefore I exist in pure consciousness which is devoid of action, the doer and the instruments. What exists is not even the appearance of the infinite consciousness, but it is pure consciousness. How can it become an appearance? Who is the seer of this appearance? Thus, I continue to live in this subjective world without any mental agitation, without support or dependence and without vanity. I do what has to be done at the appropriate moment, but I do nothing. What happens happens. The sky, the earth, wind, etc., are but one self. All the elements are the body of consciousness. I am at peace, free from injunctions and prohibitions, without even the division between inside and outside. As I have been living like this, you approached me, by coincidence. Thus have I told you all about dreams, about us and about this creation. Knowing this, be at peace. Nirvana will arise by itself, or nothing may happen. The hunter said, in that case, we shall all become unreal. The sage continued, true, all these beings are real to one another. To the extent they perceive one another, they experience one another. You have heard all this, but you do not rest in the truth. Only by constant practice does this truth become fully established. The fire god said Vedanta 2-155, having heard the sage's instructions, the hunter remained seated like a painted image there in that forest itself. However, since he had not engaged himself in the persistent practice of the teachings, his heart was not fully established in the supreme state. Instead, he was being tossed about as on the crest of waves or on a revolving mechanism. He felt helpless, as if he were being attacked by a crocodile and unable to defend himself. He was full of doubts. He was constantly asked himself, is this nirvana? Or maybe this is not nirvana and something else nirvana. He thought, because this world appearance has arisen in ignorance, the sage's teachings are not firmly rooted in my heart. Hence, I should get away from it? Attaining a subtle body through the performance of austerities, I should go far, far away to where even space does not exist. Thus he proved that he was still utterly ignorant and that the teaching of the sage had been utterly useless, because it had not been assimilated and it had not become active. He abandoned hunting. Accompanied by the sage, he began to practice intense penance. He continued to practice austerities for many thousands of years, having adopted the mode of living appropriate to ascetics. One day, he again asked the sage the following question: how shall I ever rest in the self? The sage replied, the wisdom that I imparted to you has remained weak in your heart like a dull fire which lies dormant in the old tree trunk. It has not been able to burn and destroy ignorance. You are not established in the Lord because you have not assimilated the teaching and it has not become active. When you thus assimilate the teaching and it becomes active, surely you will be established in the Lord. I shall describe to you the future events. Listen. You have no doubt set out to attain self-knowledge, but you have not found your foothold on sound wisdom. Hence you are swinging like a pendulum. You wish to get out of this world appearance, and with this end in view you wish to know its extent. In order to ascertain this, you are engaged in penance. You will continue to perform such penance for several world cycles. Then the Lord will appear before you, pleased with your penance. You will then ask him to confer upon you the following boon: Lord, I understand that this whole universe arises in ignorance. In it I cannot experience the pure and transparent knowledge of the self. Where is the end to this world appearance and what is beyond this? In order to find the answer to this question, I beg of you to grant me the following boon: ordain that I shall die only when I wish to. May my body be free from all ailments. May I be endowed with the speed of Garuda. May I be able to course in space without hindrance. May my body grow a mile an hour, so that soon I will grow larger than the world. Thus will I realize the extent of this creation. The Lord will grant the boon and vanish from sight. The sage continued, after the departure of the Lord, you will continue your penance. Your body would have been reduced to a skeleton by this time, but now it will acquire radiance on account of the boon. You will bow down to me and soon your body will become divine. It will fly around faster than Garuda, progressively expanding and including the celestial bodies within it. In that expanding body you will see the countless universes as so many waves in the ocean. Just as in the beginning all these universes arose in the infinite consciousness, even so at that time these universes will come within the sphere of your vision. You will then realize that just as all this is unreal and diverse in the vision of the ignorant, they are real and indivisible to the enlightened. Thus seeing the alternate arising and subsiding of these countless universes, you will spend a long, long time. You will then be filled with admiration for this infinite intelligence. You will become aware of your own body and say to yourself, What is this wretched body which is huge and heavy? It has become of incomparable dimensions since with it I have filled the entire space. What shall I do after this? I myself do not know. It seems to me that this ignorance, and the world appearance, is immeasurable. It cannot be measured at all without a direct knowledge of Brahma. I shall discard this body, or nothing can be attained with it. This body of mine is huge and supportless, but it is not possible for me to have the company of enlightened sages with its help. Having thus decided, you will abandon your body. Your jiva endowed with just the life force, prana, will become even subtler than air. Abandoned by the jiva, the body will fall, reduced in size, crushing the earth, etc., by its sheer size and weight. The goddess known as dryness will consume that body and thus purify the earth. Thus have I told you what the future holds for you. The hunter asked, Lord, terrible is the sorrow that has to be endured by me for no real gain at all. Is there a means by which this fate can be averted? The sage replied, that which is inevitable cannot be averted by anyone at any time. It is not altered by any amount of effort. The right arm is the right arm and left arm is the left arm, no one can alter that fact. The head and the feet cannot be exchanged for one another. Whatever is. Even the science of astrology can only foretell what is to come, but it cannot avert what is bound inevitably to happen. However, the sages of self-knowledge live in this world as if in deep sleep,